Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Echolocation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young boy with green hair woke up in the middle of the woods with a headache. Izuku, with a groggy head, sat up and looked around. He was immediately scared of what he found: tall trees and nothing else. No sign of people, no sign of a trail, and no sign of his mom. That last thought brings him to a halt: his mother. The last thing he remembers is his mother taking him on a drive into the woods. It was a few days after his doctor's appointment that sealed his fate. His mother was eerily quiet, and Izuku felt unease seep into his being. He asked a few times where they were going but never got a response. She pulled to the side on a long stretch of road next to a forest. He had asked again but was told to shut up. This didn't have to happen if you had a quirk. I can't lose everything I have because of your status. Izuku was scared of the look in his usually kind mother's eyes. I'm sorry, what? That's all he got out as his mother put a cloth over his mouth and he lost consciousness. Inko Midoriya walked through the woods after a long hike, alone. She got back into her car and drove home to pack up and leave for greener pastures. Izuku was left in the woods with nothing but the clothes on his back. After he remembered, Izuku began to sob alone in the woods with no one to hear. He clutched his knees to his chest and cried until he fell back into unconsciousness. Izuku later awoke with a chill in the air. He slowly got up and sniffled again before thinking of what to do next. He watched exactly one episode of Wild Survival on TV. He needed shelter before it got dark. The sun was already setting. He got up and began to walk in a direction. They all looked the same to him. The area he walked was densely wooded with brush everywhere. For his short frame, it was extremely daunting, but what choice did he have? He walked and walked, lost in thought, until he heard something: water burbling. He headed to the noise and found a small stream where he leaned down and drank the fresh water. He began to walk up steam since he didn't know what else he could do. With his arms clutched to his body, he walked for an hour until he found where the water came from. A natural spring source that washed over the stones beneath it. The source was a few feet up in the air on a stone wall, and the small cliffside stretched far. Izuku looked around and found what he was looking for: a cave that stretched into the cliffside. He approached it with much apprehension and peeked inside the dark opening. He listened carefully. He saw and heard nothing. He looked up and it was close to dark. With no other choice, he walked into the cave, and it stretched up slightly at an angle. There was nothing in the cave as he could tell, and was smaller than his room. There was moss covering the back wall and floor. Izuku made his way over and sat down in the dark. He had acknowledged that his mother left him in the woods to die because he is quirkless. More tears leaked out and he wiped them away as he tried to think something useful. Unless someone saw his mother do this to him, no one would know. Heroes wouldn't know where to search. Kaken might ask where he was, but if his mother said we moved, why wouldn't they believe her? There were no trails as he walked in the forest, no sign of human life. He was truly alone with no one coming for him. He was scared, and so came the tears again. Izuku woke up the next day with tear stains on his cheeks, and in the dark, he could see the light streaming into the cave opening, and Izuku made his way out. He sat again at the opening and tried to think what next. He needed to eat, and there was a stream nearby. He remembered the show and thought about how he speared fish to eat. Izuku looked around and found a long stick. It was dull at the end and too wavy. He kept looking until he found a straight stick with a dull end. He moved to a flat stone and started to sharpen it as the guy said on the TV. He said to use your knife or a hard stone. He didn't have a knife, so this will do. He kept going until the point was sharp, and then he made his way to the stream. He took off his shoes and socks and then walked into the stream. He walked slowly in the cool stream until he saw some fish swimming around and stopped. He tried his luck for hours and hours until he finally speared a fish hard enough to catch it. With tears of joy, he pulled the fish up on the stick and walked back to the cave. Now he needed to prepare it. He vaguely remembered that they took its guts out. Still no knife and a rumbling stomach. He looked around for something. A pointy stone caught his eye and he picked it up. He sat down and looked at the dead fish and then the stone. He reminded himself that he still needs to cook it, and tears of frustration leaked out of his eyes. He was angry at his mother for leaving him, at the doctor saying he was quirkless, and at himself for being quirkless. His stomach reminded him that he couldn't waste time, and he swiped tears away to focus on the fish. With a mess, he pulled out the stuff in its belly and threw it away. He cleaned it as much as he could in the river and used the sharp stone to scrape the scales as much as he could. Then he moved to the cave opening and set the fish on the spear. He set it against the cave wall and began on the fire. The area was dry and he found enough stuff to make a fire. He found dry grass and leaves with sticks to rub together. He knows if stuff rubs together fast enough, it gets hot and then the fire starts. So he sat with a bunch of sticks, bark, and dry leaves to burn. He moved the sticks around until he found a way to spin the tip of the stick on the bark and began to do his best. Hours passed as he got close to starting a fire with small streams of smoke coming out, but his young body couldn't manage. Tired and hungry, he looked to the sky and it was beginning to darken again. He looked at the fish still on the stick and grabbed it. He looked at it and his stomach rumbled again. With tears, he bit into the raw fish and chewed. He didn't stop to think of the taste or the possible consequences of eating raw food. He was too hungry and didn't care as he devoured the fish. 15 minutes later, he was washing his mouth with water and his hands. He felt satisfied at the quenched hunger. With that, he made his way to the cave moss and lay down for the night. 2 years passed as Izuku struggled to survive. He figured out how to make a fire and finally could eat cooked fish. He hadn't gotten sick from the times he ate it raw, and he was grateful the river was clean. The fire took his shoelaces and 2 sticks to spin fast enough to gain the heat to start an ember. With excitement, he gently set some dry leaves and blew on them until flames sprung up. He set sticks and then he had a fire. He danced around it with joy and he looked at his fire started with pride. During the 2 years, he looked around his cave to find different foods to eat and found many things. The only problem was trying to figure out what was edible. He spotted a squirrel eating a berry from a bush, and that gave him the idea of following their lead. Any roots he found, he set out for animals to eat. If they didn't, he didn't. If they ate it all, he ate it. He was a genius, he complimented himself. He thought of hunting animals for some meat, but he didn't have any idea how to catch one. So he stuck with fish and whatever he could forage. The first winter was hard with him, going to sleep shivering most nights. He learned quickly to close off the cave, opening with a shrubbery. The next year he made a makeshift door to set it in front of the opening. Made of sticks and vines, it blocked the cold well. The fire gave him warmth in the cold. His clothes shrunk on his body and his shoes grew tight. He worked with what he had and tore open the front of the shoes to make some open-toe shoes. His shirt and shorts stayed on until he couldn't wear them properly. When his shorts were too uncomfortable, he tied his shirt to cover himself as best as he could. He ranged further out with each passing week to find anything, but so far he had found no sign of people. His sense of direction improved drastically as he lived in the woods. He found many neat things like deer, a black glassy stone, and a wolf. He quickly moved away from that area and hoped that no wolves moved close to him. As for the black stone, it was incredibly sharp and managed to cut his calluses finger. He smiled at the find and set his sharp stone to rest as a new stone took its place. First, he needed to make it possible for him to hold it to gut the fish. He used his old shorts as a grip and it worked extremely well. In year 2 is when the trouble began. Izuku was foraging for berries in spring and he heard a noise. Living in the woods heightened his senses, so he turned slowly to face whatever made the noise. A gray wolf stared at him and growled while lowering its body. Izuku was scared out of his mind and moved back slowly while reaching for his black stone knife. The wolf continued to growl and moved with every step Izuku took back. The boy didn't make a noise as he continued to step back into his cave. Maybe he could hide there until it grew tired, but Izuku didn't have that luxury. With a bark, the wolf lunged at his neck. Izuku yelped and dove to the side and began to run to the cliff top of his cave. He had climbed the cliff and ran to it. The wolf barked as Izuku ran between trees and dodged its lunges. The cliff came in the line of sight and Izuku cried in joy. The wolf tackled him and they fell off the cliff. Izuku landed in the creek and felt pain shoot up his leg as he landed under it. He pulled himself out of the creek and looked for the wolf. It landed near his cave and whined as it got up. The wolf turned to him and growled while approaching with a limp back leg and wheezing breath. Izuku grabbed his black stone knife and aimed it at the wolf. Izuku couldn't stand with his leg broken and the wolf was right on him. It lunged and Izuku put his arm up. The canine bit into the 7-year-old's forearm and shook. Izuku cried in pain and jabbed his sharp stone into its neck over and over again. The wolf whined in pain just like Izuku, but it didn't let go. With a yell, Izuku stabbed its eye and it releases his mangled arm. Izuku didn't let up and jumped on the wolf and continued to stab it in the neck until its whining stopped and he couldn't breathe anymore. The boy stumbled back from the bloody mess and landed on his butt. He moved away from the dead wolf and leaned against one of his trees. He shakily looked down at his arm and leg. The bone in his leg was sticking out and the arm was torn up to shreds. He turned and threw up at the sight of his body mangled. He cried as the adrenaline wore off and the pain came. "I don't want to die," he cried to himself as darkness took him over. A few hours later, Izuku woke up to see his limbs healed and he was very hungry. He thought it was a nightmare, but the blood on his shirt tied around his waist and the dead wolf proved otherwise. His arm was healed with no scar or blood visible and his leg was the same. His eyes snapped around to see if anyone was near, but he couldn't hear anything other than the normal wildlife. Izuku stared at his arm and absorbed what just had happened. "I have a quirk," he said quietly and tears streamed down his eyes. "I wasn't quirkless," he angrily said and thought of his mother who had abandoned him. "I have a quirk," he cried with joy at the development. His stomach grumbled loudly and he turned to the wolf. It would only be fair, he thought as he grabbed his fire starter and began making a fire, looked at the fur and then down at his too small shirt covering his modesty. With the fire roaring, he began skinning the wolf. With no prior experience, it was a mess and he was covered in blood again. He dumped the innards far from his cave and began to break bones and cut a piece to skewer to begin to cook. The smell was divine to his nose. For 2 years, all he ate was fish, berries, and some roots that he had no name for. When one piece finished cooking, he ate it and put another one in its place. While he didn't want to waste food, he knew that the meat would spoil if he didn't eat it. So he ate his fill and ate some more. All that was left was half a wolf and its chewed-on bones. With a full stomach, he cooked more meat for later and set it on large leaves he had found and set them in his cave. The rest of the raw meat was dragged away from the river and put into a pit and covered up with shrubbery. He knows a dedicated animal would find it, but better than nothing. He set the wolf's skin up to dry and hopes it worked out. With the setting sun, he went into his moss bed and lay down to sleep with a full belly for the first time in 2 years. He woke the next morning and stretched. He ate what he had cooked and began to cook the rest of the raw meat. With that done, he sat down and thought about what he had discovered yesterday. He had a quirk. He healed yesterday from lethal wounds. Now to figure out what his quirk is. Yesterday he ate a breakfast of berries, so he shouldn't have been hungry, but when he woke after the fight he was starving and it was the same day. Maybe fast healing and it uses what I have to heal? Izuku thought out loud. He remembered the blood being gone from his wounds as well. And it took from the outside too. He took his black stone knife and cut his finger. It bled and it didn't close like he expected it to. Heal. And slowly it closed up. I have to tell it to heal? Can I do other things? Stop healing. His finger stopped healing. Bled. Blood gushed out of the minuscule cut. Heal. It healed. He washed off at the stream and tried new things with his quirk. He remembered the sharp teeth on the wolf and said, "Grow sharp fangs." Pain bloomed in his mouth as new teeth grew over the teeth that were there. Once the pain stopped, he touched his teeth and found fangs like the wolf's where his canine used to be. So cool. All right, go back. Pain bloomed again in his mouth and he cried in pain. Once the pain was gone, so were his teeth. That hurt. Stop hurting, he ordered, and his body went numb. He didn't like it. Go back. He bit his tongue without realizing it and he healed it. Okay, are you alive? If you are, give me a sign. Nothing happened, he hummed in thought. Numb my right hand and make sharp claws. His right hand numbed, but both hands grew sharp claws made of bone extending out of his fingers. Ouch. He looked at the sharp knife like blades on each finger. They stretched out almost 2 inches from his tips of his fingers. He dragged one across a stick and it was carved easily. Whoa, go back. His left still shot in pain while his right was still numb. He had to work on that. He learned that he could change his body however he liked in the most horrifying ways. He had grown to command his body to without saying a word and grown used to the pain. Bigger changes hurt more and made him hungry if he kept them. In short term, was fine. His quirk used his body to fuel the change. He wanted to do more with his quirk, but he didn't know enough. He remembered about a library and how they had books and books had knowledge, but where to find it? So one day, 6 months after finding his quirk, he set off to find people and then a library. He didn't have much to carry except his black stone knife and a new wolf skin he had around his waist. The first one didn't work out. So after much studying of the deer he killed, he learned how it could run so fast. He mimicked how the leg was formed and did his best to walk and then run on it. His hoofs were made of the stuff his nails were made of and he felt fast. With some cooked food in his makeshift basket, he ran downstream fast as a deer. Wind blew through his hair and he laughed in ecstasy. He passed ponds, another cave, and so many trees. He took a few days at full speed, but he didn't stop unless it was to rest or sleep. He hunted small animals when he ran out of food with a spear of bone that protruded from his forearm. He grew sharp teeth and turned off his taste and ate whatever he caught raw. He could make permanent changes like making sure he didn't get sick, so he did so. He knew he could get sick from small bugs called germs, but he just told his body not to get sick, and so far it had worked. After cleaning off, he moved on until he saw what he was looking for. Lights in the distance. He ran faster and in the dark he found building made by man. He stood huffing in breath next to a tree as he saw a city street with building next to them. He listened to the noise and backed away from it all. The smell was different and it was so loud in comparison to the deep woods. He was scared of leaving the woods and that made Izuku laugh just a bit. He didn't know where to go or if there was a library anywhere near here. He looked down at his wolf pelt covering his waist and dirty arms and legs. He would need to clean up and get clothes. He looked around at the near homes and saw some clothes set out on to dry. Just a few clothes would be okay, right? So he sprinted over the fence and snatched what looked like a shirt and shorts and then sprinted back. Back in the woods, he looked at the clothes and they were just a size too big, but he could make it work. Shorts were fine. He went back to the pond and cleaned up as much as he could. He left his legs as they were since he forgot about shoes. His hair was a bit greasy, but it would be fine. He slipped on his stolen clothes and made his way back into the dark city. It would be better to look around now when there were no people. So with a shaking step he walked into the dark city. Izuku walked through the streets lit up by the occasional street light. His hoofs were loud in the empty streets and he changed them into wolf legs with the pads instead. He looked at the building as he passed down the street in the middle of the night. He remembered to stay on the sidewalk as he walked, but he couldn't find any libraries. He heard something in the next alleyway and peeked around the corner. A man stood there with a cigarette against the brick wall. Izuku tried to speak but coughed and tried again. "Hello, do you know where a library is?" The man turned to the boy with hairless wolf legs and furrowed his brow. "Give me some money and I'll tell you." "Sorry, I don't have any money." Izuku shook his head. The man approached and grabbed his collar but stopped when he felt something jabbing his stomach. He looked down to see a bone spear pointed straight at him. "Do you know where a library is?" the boy asked again. The man didn't move from his position and nodded carefully. "Great. Can you show me?" The man nodded again. "Okay, lead the way." Izuku stepped back and the man slowly walked around the boy with a bone spear coming out of his wrist and with eyes that weren't afraid of hurting someone. The would-be thug walked straight to the nearest library and pointed at it. "It says it opens at 7 a.m. Izuku smiled brightly and retracted his bone spear with a cracking noise. The opening from the spear closed right after. "Thanks a lot. Bye-bye now." He turned to the woods and walked straight into them and disappeared. The man nodded his head and began to walk home without even trying to rationalize what just had happened. Izuku found what he was looking for and made his way back into the woods. He followed his sense of direction and found the stream and followed it until he found the pond and then the cave nearby. It was a nest for some badgers, but Izuku killed them and saved them for breakfast. He took off his clothes and set them to the side so they didn't get dirty. With a content sigh, he fell asleep. The next morning he gutted the badgers and ate 2 of them, and saved the other 2 for later in the den. He washed up in the pond and cleaned again before heading to the library. The sun was out and people were walking around, and so were cars. Izuku felt overwhelmed by everything but did his best to push on. He got a few curious looks but nothing major as he walked to the library and stepped into it. He looked around and took the smell. It was very quiet compared to the forest and the city. He heard someone clear their throat and Izuku looked over to see an old lady watching him curiously. "Don't forget to wipe your feet before you enter," she said softly. Izuku looked down and nodded. He cleaned his paws on the rug and made his way to the old lady. "I'm looking for books about the human body." He paused. "And other kinds of bodies like animals, like bones and stuff." The old librarian observed the young boy that could only set his chin on the counter and asked about anatomy books. His hair was wild and his eyes were little better. "All right, follow me." She guided him to a section for high school and moved past it to stuff his age. "Here we are." Izuku looked at the books and grabbed a few that he could barely read. "Thanks." He sat at one of the tables and opened the first book and barely could read what the more advanced book had written. He flipped through the book until he found a page on the anatomy of the human body. He turned to the male body and tried to understand what he was reading. He was sounding a word but couldn't. "That says pancreas." Izuku had heard the old lady was nearby, so wasn't startled when she spoke. He repeated how she had said it. She sat next to him and watched him for another moment before speaking. "When is the last time you went to school?" she asked softly. Izuku stopped and thought about the question and answer. "I think 2 years ago, a bit more," he said and turned back to the book. "Why is that?" she pushed. "Why are you asking?" He turned back to the old lady and stared back. "Because you should be able to read this without much issue, but you don't look malnourished. So you have been fed well, but why don't you go to school?" She stated what she has seen of the boy. "I've just got back, so I'm behind in school." He shrugged, not seeing the issue. "Do you wish to learn?" she asked softly. "Yes." His eyes shone with the goal he was searching for. Learn how to read better, then learn how to make his quirk work better, and then, that's for later. Keep your voice down while in the library. Come on, I'll show you what you need to do to catch up. Even when she lectured him, she was soft-spoken. Izuku followed her and she put him in front of a computer and brought up multiple tests for him to make. He scrunched up his nose, but he did what she requested and began to answer question after question. She checked up on him every once in a while, but he was fine on his own. Once done, he moved over to where she was reading a book and told her he was done. She printed off the results and read where he was academically. She then moved through the library and grabbed books from a few sections and handed them to Izuku. "Read these, and once you have understood them, come find me." She smiled softly at the strange boy. He worked for a few hours until his stomach rumbled. He got up and handed the books back to the old lady. "I'm not done yet, I'm going to eat and be back." With that, he ran out the door and to his den where the badgers waited. What an odd boy. The librarian said to herself, there was something not right with him. Izuku returned with a full belly to the library and took the books from the old lady and kept reading where he left off. Some people came in and left quietly. Izuku kept track of them all. The day passed like that until the old lady knocked on his table to get his attention. "It's time to close up for the night. I'll be open tomorrow at the same time and I'll hold on to the books if you like. Or you can check them out and continue reading." Izuku was tempted, but he had no source of light to read in his den. "Okay, I'll be back tomorrow to keep reading." He set the books on the counter like before lunch and left with a wave. Izuku jogged back to the woods in search of dinner. He knew he smelled some other animals nearby and would have to hunt quickly before the light vanished. He took off his clothes and switched to his wolf pelt so they wouldn't get dirty. With that, he grew his claws and prowled the woods until he found what he was looking for. A deer grazed lazily in his line of sight and Izuku slowed down to catch it. He jumped onto a tree and climbed it before jumping onto another tree until he was right above his target. He leapt towards the deer and killed it quickly before it made a noise, its head hanging by a thread as it fell under Izuku's weight. He grabbed it and began to skin and gut it immediately, away from his den. Once done, he began to make his way back to his den to cook up the meat. While he could eat it raw and it wouldn't be an issue, he liked to taste cooked meat every once in a while. Now dark, Izuku sat next to a fire with some deer meat cooking on a stick. He blew on it and chomped down on it. His bladed fingers made clean cuts on the meat, which means less mess. Once he ate about a third of the deer, he set the skin to dry after figuring out the right process and went to sleep with the deer dragged in with him. 1 year later, Izuku walked into the library and greeted Asato Shizuko. "Hello, Asato." He grabbed his books from yesterday and moved to his table. "Hello there, young Izuku," she said softly back to him. Izuku wore something different from 6 months ago since she had asked why he only wore one set of clothes. In response, Izuku went out at night and took a few more clothes like a sweater and a few more shirts and shorts from different homes to make it fair. He kept them as clean as possible, but it was hard when he lived in the woods. She had been watching him closely as he came in every day without fail to study what she gives him. He had far passed what a boy his age should be at, but Asato didn't say anything. Sometimes he took breaks from his studies and instead read something he wanted to, like the anatomy books he wanted a year ago. Right now, he was reading about how the organs of a normal human stayed in place and what caused them to get injured in most situations. He understood what he needed to make his body even better. Now he just needed some time alone. While he was at modifying his organs to survive more impact, he will take out the appendix and the wisdom teeth. He moved on to bones and how to make them stronger. He found a book detailing quirked people that affected their bodies from birth. One of the most common was stronger bones for strength enchantment quirks. During an autopsy of one quirked human, their bone was 3 times as dense compared to a normal human. "Need any help, Izuku?" Asato asked softly. Izuku hummed and said, "No, I think I'm okay. Thank you, Asa." Izuku had a plan to use blood from the animals he hunts and take the iron from it and integrate it into his bones to strengthen them and sharpen his blades. Calcium would be ideal as well, crunchy bone snacks. The next thing was muscles and ligaments. He was sure that he could compact the muscles in his body without getting bigger, just like some quirked people had, and the ligaments would follow the same route as the bones. If he eats the ligaments of others, then he could add them to his after breaking them down. "Are you planning to become a doctor?" Asato sat across from Izuku with her book. "Doctor is a profession that heals people?" She nodded. "No, this is all for my quirk." "You never mention your quirk. May I ask what it is?" she carefully asked. Izuku shrugged and answered, "I can do whatever I want with my body." She stared confused at what he said. "What do you mean?" "Let me show you." Izuku held his hand out and bones cracked and reformed into mallet-like fists made of bone, and then cracked again and extended bone blades from his fingers. Then they shifted to turn into fleshy tendrils to turn the page in the book. "Like that, but everywhere." Asato looked disturbed at the display but was intrigued by the possibilities. "And you want to study to make your body more efficient, better?" Izuku nodded. "To what end?" "I'm not sure, but I want to find out what I could do," he said, excited at the prospect. "So long as you're careful and study exactly what you're thinking of doing." Asato smiled at the messy-haired boy. That night, Izuku began to crunch on the bones of what he had hunted that morning. He ordered his body to break down the calcium and compress his bones as much as they could. The deer's ligaments were eaten raw, and Izuku told the same to his body for the incoming body part. He extended a thick tendril from his body and drank the blood directly to extract the iron and any other vitamin he could use. Any parasites he found were devoured immediately, so he never had any worry for them. Ticks suffered the same fate as they were sucked into his body as they latched on. The deer was consumed bit by bit after it was skinned and gutted. Nothing remained of the peaceful animal as Izuku improved his body. Bones grew denser, muscles compacted, ligaments strengthened, and organs became spongy to take impact better. The next day, Izuku felt different as he woke up. He felt his body with his quirk and could tell everything he wanted to be worked. He got out of his den and extended his bone spear, and it was coated just thin iron from tip to end. He slashed at a tree and it carved deeply into it. He focused on making the iron coat the tip only, but the iron only coated his bones. He would need more to make them thicker. His bladed fingers looked like actual blades with the gleam of metal coating them. He smiled at the improvement. While he felt heavier, the muscles were compacted to fix the discrepancy. He changed into his hunting form and walked forward to test his new body. With wolf legs, bladed fingers in one hand, and a bone spear in the other, he ran through the forest for his breakfast. He sped faster than he did before and found his prey. A badger sniffing the ground turned to meet a claw that bisected it cleanly. Izuku grabbed the badger and skinned it before unhinging his jaw and eating it whole, while the other half was skinned and torn apart by extending tendrils made of muscle and bone. Each tendril took a piece and retracted into Izuku's body to be consumed. With a bloodless smile, Izuku moved on to find more breakfast. He stopped next to a berry bush before leaving them alone. He learned quickly what was edible and what wasn't. He moved on and found what he was looking for: a deer. Izuku returned to the library with a hop on his step and took his books that are always set aside for him. With a smile to Asato, he sat to study for his academics. Later he could read on external organs of the human body like eyes, noses, and mouths. What he had wasn't a mouth but teeth on a tendril that sucked in mass to consume. He wanted to make another mouth that includes a tongue and taste buds. Eyes would be difficult, but that's a problem for the future. 3.5 years later, Izuku walked back to his den. At 13 years old roughly, Izuku stood at 167 centimeters still with messy green hair and freckles. He is lean, but the muscles were compacted enough to feel like steel when flexed, and his bones were the equivalent of steel. He had come a long way from the scared boy left alone in the forest 9 years ago. He finished what was recommended for him, and he had moved into animal anatomy and the anatomy of the human brain. With his brain, he only wanted one thing tweaked. A program set if he would get critically injured to heal by sacrificing his limbs first, then his body. A safety measure in case he would lose consciousness and be too hurt to heal. As for animal anatomy, he mimicked many animals and insects to improve his transformations. Insects had many options for armor and also weapons. He even tried wings, but he was too heavy for them to work. One animal that he grew fascinated by was a mantis shrimp. Both its eyes and way of attack were incredible to Izuku. He had learned how to grow mantis shrimp eyes, and he loved to see the detail of the world around him. It took a long time to adjust to having another set of eyes, but now he has the extra pair right above his normal ones. As for the arms of the creature, he could crack a tree in half with a single strike and cause the impact point of smoke. He had experimented with many types of animal anatomy, but his favorite is definitely the mantis and mantis shrimp, alongside good old claws and bone spear. His legs kept with the wolf for day-to-day and pronghorn legs for speed. They were faster. He had plans for his legs in case of heavy combat, but his wolf legs should be good considering that the bones are steel-lined. Eating charcoal for the carbon wasn't a fun process. Izuku changed into his hunting furs and breathed in the woods through a nose enchanted by multiple animals. His legs changed into more aggressive wolf legs with muscle exposed and steel claws for gripping. His arms extended halfway down his thighs and the muscles were exposed as the legs did with bone claws extending. His spine grew slightly more flexible like a feline. Finally, his face became monstrous. The mantis shrimp's eyes grew under his normal eyes and his lips pulled back to show interlocked teeth. Organic armor covered his nose, ridged spine, and the most delicate organs. He learned his mistake and once was enough. With a sigh of relief, he dug out the earth as his legs kicked under him and gained speed. He ran with the breeze through his hair and he sprinted through the woods and then leapt onto a tree and climbed it like with ease. His claws gouged into the tree trunk and his compressive muscles propelled the heavy boy up. He reached the top and leaned over with tendrils extending out of his back and wrapping around the treetop. He stood there and breathed every smell nearby. A new one caught his attention and he pivoted to its direction. The smell of a human boy his age approximately, and he smelled fear and desperation. More smells accosted his nose, and it was more boys the same age but filled with malice and joy. Izuku growled and leapt off the treetop and landed with a loud boom. He sprinted full tilt at the smell of the scared boy and climbed a tree and jumped to another to see what was going on. He saw a purple-haired boy with something on his face running away from a group of 3 boys calling out behind the running boy. The purple-haired boy tripped and the others laughed at his misfortune. He could hear them calling the victim a villain and other names, but the hunter has seen enough. Shinso crawled away from his bullies as they approached him with mocking smiles. Just as they were in 10 steps of the crawling boy, he felt a loud thump land behind him. The bullies' faces went pale as sheets. The hunter stood behind the purple-haired boy as the others screamed and ran away from him. The boy on the ground turned around haltingly and his eyes widened in horror at what he saw. Izuku crouched down and observed the thing on the boy's face. It was a muzzle with a lock on its side. His claw's hand outstretched and the boy flinched. Izuku ignored it and split his hand into tendrils with blades on their ends and sliced apart the leather straps. He gently pulled the thing off the boy and his clawed hand reformed around the muzzle. Shinso stared up at the monster as he crushed the muzzle in his hand and placed it in front of his legs gently. With a nod and huff, he turned around to leave. "Thank you." Izuku stopped at the boy's thanks and turned around. "Come back any time." Izuku changed his voice when he was in this form just for the fun of it, and it came out as a low growl with 10 voices overlapping to make it sound like a demon spoke. He moved over to a tree and marked it with 3 claw marks. The boy nodded and stayed there until Izuku left. Shinso let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and took the ball of scrap that once was the muzzle. He looked up at the claw marks and got up to feel how deep they were. If that thing wanted to, he could have torn all of them apart. But instead he stopped the bullies from going further with no witnesses around. He still shivered at the 4-eyed beast with skinless legs and arms. Izuku walked into the library to continue his research on the anatomy of living things he could assimilate into his body. He already modified the cavity around his brain to absorb an impact better. A net held Izuku's brain in place and prevents it from smashing against his cranium, which would cause brain injuries. His spinal cord was also strengthened and made more flexible. The big issue at the moment is his nervous system. While his body was as peak as it could get, his cabling needed something better. That's what he plans to study next. "Oh, Izuku, just who I was thinking about. Come here." Asato smiled softly and bade him come over to the counter. "What is it?" Izuku asked the librarian. "I am planning to take a vacation for 6 months starting next week. I've hired a temporary replacement for the time being," she explained. Izuku furrowed his brows and asked, "What's a vacation?" Asato smiled softly at the strange boy and answered, "When someone takes a break from work for a long period." "Oh, all right." Just like how he takes breaks from hunting quietly instead, he hunts where deer can see him and he can run after them. "You'll be back?" She laughed softly. Yes, don't worry about that." "All right." Izuku nodded and took the book he left on the counter. Asato smiled at his odd behaviors as he sat down at his table. Izuku read about the nervous system and quirked humans and animals that had improved nervous systems. From what he understood, the nervous system was his brain and spine. He was thinking of the peripheral nervous system, which was the nerves, sensory neurons, and motor neurons. He wanted his peripheral nervous system able to move faster than it can now. Turns out it was simple to improve his nervous and peripheral nervous systems just by adding more neurons connecting to each limb. He had to be careful and not cross wires, so to speak, or else if he wanted to move a finger then the arm moved at the same thought. That was a simple fix as he dissolved the neurons connecting the 2 lines. He added more to his external organs like his eyes and nose. When he first grew his extra pair of eyes, it was distorting to get input from both eyes. He had grown used to it and flipped between the 2 sets, but now with more neurons connecting both eyes, he could see out of both of them at the same time. While his mantis shrimp eyes were more narrowed in their focus, he used his normal eyes to see in a wider range. His nose didn't improve much. The week passed as Izuku began to slow in his research. Asato gave him a goodbye hug to his surprise and was gone the next day he came in. In her place was a young woman with nondescript features. She smiled in welcome, but that was all. Izuku didn't pay much attention to her after that. During his time going back and forward between the library and the woods, he only encountered a hero once as he was walking to the library in the morning. A man with colorful clothes was walking down the sidewalk with his chest out. Izuku tilted his head as he observed the oddly dressed man. The hero caught his watching fan and approached him. "Hello there, young man. Shouldn't you be at school?" The colorfully dressed man said with a smile. "I don't go to school, I learn everything I need in the library," he answered. "Why are you dressed like that?" The hero paused at the question. "Because I am a professional hero." He looked confused at having to answer that. "Oh, right." Heroes are like the police, but they can use quirks and dress up. Izuku remembers a faint memory of a blonde man with a weird hairdo. Where are you from, young man? The hero looked thoroughly confused at the interaction. I grew up in Japan, I live near here. Izuku waited for the man to continue talking but looked trying to wrap his head around the idea of someone not knowing about heroes. Izuku didn't wait any longer and left the man standing there. Hello, nice to see you again. The temporary librarian greeted him. Izuku walked up to the desk and asked, "What aisle contains information about heroes? What would you like to know? The agencies? The heroes? Its history?" She walked around the desk and made her way to a bookshelf. Agencies? What is that? Give me the basics of heroes first, he asked. The young woman looked at him curiously and nodded. She grabbed a book on the history of heroes and how they came to be. Most of this bookshelf is about heroes, that will tell you about the beginning of the heroes and how they came to be today. Izuku nodded his thanks and walked to his table. He read the book and then grabbed another and another. He read until it was time to close the library. The lady tapped his table to get his attention and Izuku got up and set his books on the counter for tomorrow. He was in deep thought about heroes. He turned to the temporary librarian. So, heroes protect people by using their quirks to fight villains who use their quirks to hurt people or that break the law? She gave a curious nod. How can someone become a professional hero? They continued to walk to the exit as she turned off the lights. Anyone who passes their tests. I know UA is the most famous with their entrance exam of fighting robots usually. She was confused at how the boy didn't know anything about heroes. She was prepped by Asato how he was odd but nothing to this degree. Izuku furrowed his brow and looked at her. That's it? Just fight some robots and you pass? Do they have another test to make sure they can be heroes? I'm not sure, maybe, but I'm not entirely sure. Why? She locked the door from the outside and turned to him as the sun began to set. Because even a pack of wolves could destroy some robots, it doesn't mean they should be heroes. He creased his brow in confusion at the way it was. She nodded and agreed with his statement. That's true, but that's why I'm planning on becoming a librarian and not a hero. She laughed softly. Do you want to be a hero? Izuku hummed in thought. It does seem fun, I'll think about it. While he was content in the woods, there was more in the world than just hunting and reading. Izuku walked back to the woods in thought of the idea of becoming a hero. He could fight villains and then he could get paid for it. He hadn't had much use for money in his life, so that was just a small benefit. Plus, it didn't mean he had to leave his woods to become a hero. Help protect people and then he could back to his den at night. He stopped when he smelled a familiar but foreign scent. It was from the boy he stopped from the other boys. He stripped and changed into his hunter form and leapt to a tree and followed his nose. He found the boy walking alone in the woods with a light in his hands, shining his way forward. Izuku observed the boy as he looked around with a nervous odor wafting to the hunter. He waited until the boy was under his tree and then dropped a few feet behind him. The boy yelped in fear as the hunter stood a few feet over him. The boy stepped back a few feet from the hunter who watched him curiously. Shinso shook a little as he looked into the four eyes that stared at him. The beast's teeth were sharp and gleamed white as they locked perfectly in between each other and green messy hair covered his top. Shinso gulped and nervously pulled out what he had in his sweater pocket. The hunter watched the boy nervously observe his changed form, and then he reached into his pocket. His eyes snapped to his hand and the boy froze at the moment. He looked back up at his face and tilted his head in curiosity. It's a thank you gift for what you did before. The boy stuttered and held out a box of cooked meat seasoned. The hunter split his hand into tendrils and gingerly picked up one of the stewed meats and brought it to his nose. The whiff he got stung his nose and he shook his head and then sneezed. He looked at the meat and the nervous smile of the boy. Izuku took a piece and chomped it down. Spicy but good, Izuku said as the seasoned meat covered his tongue. For most of his life, he had plain meat and the seasoning was a kick to his senses. Shinso let out a sigh of relief as the beast ate the rest of the stewed meat. His stomach growled just a bit and he remembered that it was dinner time and he should be heading back to eat with his mother. You're hungry? The beast stated. Ah yeah, dinner should be soon, Shinso responded. Yes, it's time for a hunt. The beast picked up Shinso with his tendrils and held him close to his back as he disappeared from the clearing they were at. Wait, what are you doing? He felt panic rise as the beast strapped him to their back and they blurred to another clearing. Izuku set the purple-haired boy down and he collapsed. Izuku sniffed the air and bolted to where a badger was. He quickly sliced its head clean off and took it as he drained the blood with tendrils. He skinned it and gutted it with practiced ease and arrived back at his den just as the boy was beginning to get back up. He set the body of the badger on a branch and grabbed his fire starter to start a fire to cook dinner on. In the fire pit he made, tendrils grabbed tinder and sticks as smoke plumed out and a fire began. He added more and more until it was roaring. Shinso watched as the beast started the fire and built it up until it was to his satisfaction. And then he grabbed the body of the animal and sliced its legs off and skewed them. He set them to cook over the fire. With a pale face, Shinso sent a message to his mother that he was having dinner with a friend, and she responded with a smile face emoji. He winced at the sound of cracking bone and looked up to see the beast transformed into a boy near his age. The boy looked normal with green hair, freckles, and a muscled body. The only difference was a set of black dots under his eyes and his wolf legs. His waist was covered by a wolf pelt was the only article of clothing. You're human, the boy stated in confusion. Of course I am. Izuku spun the roast of badger. Why are you here? I live here. Izuku pointed behind him to the den. What? Why? Why what? Shinso pursed his lips at the frustration. Why are you living in the woods and not in the city or town or whatever? Izuku thought about his mother leaving him for dead in the woods. I don't have any money, he said instead. Shinso saw that pause and he could see the boy's eyes flash with resentment. He didn't push any further that line. My name is Shinso Hitoshi. Do you have a name? Izuku snorted and bit into the roast and nodded in satisfaction. Of course I do, I'm Izuku. Hurried up. He handed one roast to Shinso. Shinso took the haunch of meat and gave a hesitant bite. It was tough and flavorless. Just Izuku? Izuku tore into the leg without issue and swallowed his meal down. Yes, just Izuku. Why were those others chasing you? They were bullies and they wanted to hurt me because of my quirk. People do that? That's weird. He reached the bone and crunched on it. Shinso stared at the bitten-off bone and then answered. Discrimination because of quirks? Yes. How long have you been here in the woods? My den like 5 years. In the woods, longer. He finished his bone and moved on to the next roast. Oh, do you like it? Izuku nodded. It's okay, it's quiet and I get to hunt. He shrugged. Do you plan to stay here forever? Izuku paused at that and finished his mouthful. I was just thinking of that earlier. I was reading in the library about heroes and how they fight bad guys called villains and I thought maybe I would try to be a hero. Oh, that's nice. You read often? Every day. Do you want to be a hero? Yeah, but it is going to be hard. Of course, it's going to be hard. Life is never easy. Izuku moved onto the body of the badger. People with flashy quirks have it easy, Shinso grumbled. Flashy? What does that mean? People with quirks that are strong and attention-grabbing, like yours I guess. Yours isn't strong? I guess it is, but it's not attention-grabbing. Why do you want to grab people's attention? Is that good for being a hero? Bone crunched as Izuku bit into the ribs. Shinso winced at the sound of bone crunching. Not exactly, it's just easier. Then work hard, that's all that's left. Izuku shrugged. Shinso nodded and finished his dinner. He twirled the bone and thought about what he should do. You going to eat that? Izuku pointed to the bone in Shinso's hands and he handed it to the feral boy. Shinso got up after Izuku finished eating and he looked around to head home. Izuku? Yeah. Izuku was stretching lazily on the ground. How do I get back home? With his eyes closed, Izuku pointed in a direction and said, If you get lost, just shout. All right, I'll see you around. And he made his way through the dark woods with his flashlight and a full belly. A year passed with not much changing. Izuku kept reading about the basics of heroes and continued his studies. Asato returned from her vacation on time and everything continued as usual. Shinso visited every once in a while and Izuku hunted for both of them. Bit by bit, Shinso got a bit more muscle added to his body. Shinso gave him the idea of trying to mimic quirks as he has been with his physical body. That made Izuku go into a learning frenzy and dove deep into quirk biology. Some quirks were out of the question, like teleportation and being able to control fire. For that, he would have to dissect a quirk user with that capability to figure out how it works. As for others like mutations of the body, he already did that and much more efficiently than the book said. In the end, he wasn't able to mimic the emitter quirks. He liked the idea of his style and not being a master of none-type fighter. So, what do I do so I can go to UA? Izuku asked one day with Shinso. You still haven't applied? Of course, you haven't. Let me show you. Shinso moved over and pulled out his laptop from his bag. From there he pulled the website for UA and began a new application and then handed it over to Izuku. He paused and asked him a question. You know how to use a computer, right? Izuku furrowed his brows and answered. Of course I do, I've used one like 6 times. He scoffed. Shinso rolled his eyes and stayed near just in case he needed help. Once done with filling out his application, Izuku handed it back to Shinso. He looked it over with raised eyebrows. You're missing like half of the info that they asked for. Izuku shrugged and Shinso hesitated before applying, and then with a ding, it was approved. Great. What now? Izuku asked. In a month, we head over to UA and do a written exam and then the practical. And I just remember that you've never been to the city proper. I'll come to get you 28 days from now in the early morning and we head there together. Shinso proposed for Izuku. Sure, that sounds great. Should I get a good pelt? Or shirt and shorts be fine? Fifth, normal clothes, no pelts. And be sure to clean off good. Shinso gestured to his den where his stolen clothes were kept neatly in the corner. Are there any rules I should know of? Shinso thought of the countless rules a feral teen should probably know. Just do what I do and I'll probably be fine. He hoped, he said to himself. Time passed by as Izuku kept his usual routine. He told Asato about the UA entrance exam and when he will be gone for the day. She gave him good luck and Izuku went to his den for the night. He went on his hunt and filled his belly for tomorrow. Izuku woke up to the sound of breaking twigs in a pattern. It was Shinso who decided to make himself known every time he stepped into the woods. The last time he didn't and spooked Izuku, he was almost impaled by Izuku's bone spear. Izuku, time to go, we have like 15 minutes before it's late. Shinso shouted, knowing Izuku could hear him from a distance. Izuku got out of his den and stretched with multiple joints cracking. He transformed into his hunter form and Shinso caught him before he leapt off. Hurry up. We don't have much time, Shinso said. Izuku bolted and searched for his meal. He wanted to be full just in case something bad happened in the city. He found what he was looking for and didn't stop as he impaled the deer and began to devour it in a hurry. Tendrils sprouted out of his back and chest and did their parts to consume the deer. Bones crunched and blood was drained as he finished. All that was left was a pile of viscera, hair, and blood-soaked ground. Izuku sprinted back to his den and went to the pond to wash off quickly. His body took in any water, left on his skin, and then moved to his den. He set his prize with the others and changed into his nicest shorts and shirt. He just stole them last week. Shinso waited and Izuku emerged from the hole in the ground. He nodded at his appearance and stopped. Did you steal that? Yeah, just last week. Izuku said proudly. Don't steal things, and especially in the city. All right? Let's go. Shinso rubbed his nose at the future headache coming. Izuku followed Shinso into the city and he was like a tourist on vacation with how much he looked around with awe in his eyes. Shinso had to drag him away multiple times to keep on schedule. He observed more people than he had ever seen before. While it was loud, he could mute his hearing some, and the same with his nose. They stepped onto a platform with many people waiting and then the train arrived and Izuku watched every facet of what was going on. He stepped into the metal tube with many people and it began to move. He watched all the building flash by as Izuku looked out the window of the train. Shinso was kinda jealous of the feral boy to see everything in a new light. They got close to their stop and UA was visible. Shinso tapped Izuku's dense arm and pointed at the building. The train stopped and many people got off. Izuku stuck close to Shinso and they walked to the gates of UA. Many people with a myriad of quirks and appearances walked in the same direction and Izuku took it all in. You ready? Shinso asked. For what? Izuku asked confused. Does the fight start immediately? Izuku raised his hands to change but Shinso covered them. No. Just forget it and let's go. Shinso groaned. Izuku walked with Shinso through the gates of UA and followed the others into the doors leading to the main building. Izuku wasn't paying attention to where he was going and his foot caught a loose brick. Normally, someone would trip and fall over. But given Izuku's dense muscles and steel-covered bones, the brick shattered. Izuku looked down and saw the missing brick and something slide down. Whoa, are there metal worms? Imma grab it. Izuku's hand shifted and steel blades tipped his fingers. He caught the thick metal worm thing. What are you doing? Shinso whispered yelled as he pulled Izuku's shoulder. He saw what the feral boy had in his hand and stopped. Why is a hydraulic under there? Ah, forget it and let's go. But the worm. Izuku whined. It's not a worm or alive. Shinso almost shouted as he pushed the extremely heavy boy. They walked in and to a table where they were directed. Izuku looked around and he wasn't the only one as he followed Shinso to the room they were told to go. Hundreds of desks were spread out and Izuku was directed to sit next to Shinso. Alright, when the exam starts. Don't look at others' exams or you fail. Don't make loud noise or you get in trouble. Don't speak to me or anyone else unless they are a hero or you will get in trouble. Understood? Shinso rattled off and Izuku listened carefully. Got it? He nodded dutifully. Is the test going to be on paper? Because I haven't written anything in years. Shinso gave out a keening sound like a bird behind squeezed and its lungs are expelling air. Just try your best, alright? He gave Izuku a shaky smile. Everyone be seated, the UA Heroics exam will begin in a moment. The man with the domed helmet and with eyes and mouth on the helmet said. He went on to explain the rules of the exam and they were similar to what Shinso said. He opened his mouth and multiple copies of himself handed out the test and the pencils. Izuku held the pencil like he was going to stab something and he looked at Shinso. He adjusted his grip to copy the purple-haired boy and began his exam. Ectoplasm wandered around as he checked for any cheaters. He had found 2 and they already failed without them realizing it. He paused when he saw a green-haired boy having difficulty writing with the pencil. He observed the boy for a moment with his back to Ectoplasm. He paused and a black bead grew out of his neck and then he continued to write. Once Ectoplasm moved on, the bead was sucked back in and the boy continued his messy handwriting. Izuku was one of the last ones in the exam to leave. He shifted the muscles in his hands and they relaxed from the position they were stuck in. Shinso sat near the end of the hall waiting for Izuku to finish. How'd it go? He asked. I knew the answers but it's been a while since I've held a pencil or whatever. Izuku stood next to the seated boy. They made their way to a large sitting room and they found a pair of open seats. After everyone sat down, a blond man walked out with a weird hairdo. The man shouted and Izuku immediately didn't like him from his loud voice. The hero went on to explain the exam and what their objective will be. It was pretty straightforward, destroy robots and get points. You will have to find the bus with the city center A on the side, Shinso explained to Izuku as he pointed out the different areas he will be needed to go to. And you too. If you think of this as a joke then leave. A boy further down pointed to Izuku and Shinso. What was the joke? Izuku asked without hesitation. The room bubbled with scattered laughter and that made Izuku even more confused. What joke? He turned to Shinso and he just patted his shoulder and the hero continued. They all split off to different areas and Izuku wandered the long row of buses until he found the one with a large A on the side. Many people were already aboard and Izuku stepped on. The bus shifted at his weight and Izuku sat in an empty seat. After a little bit, the bus began to drive away and Izuku felt some nerves crop up. Not at the test itself but being alone in a foreign area like the city. He much preferred the forest to the smell of the city. They got off and many began to stretch and prepare for the exam to begin. A blond boy approached Izuku and he greeted him. Hello, my name is Nito Minoma. My quirk is copy and it allows me to copy other quirks for a short time. Could I ask if yours would be viable? He asked. I'm Izuku, I'm not sure my quirk will be the best for you. It took a lot of research to make it work to its fullest. It allows me to control my body down to its cells. Although, I first learned how to use it to heal me by command. Anything else takes fuel. He explained. Monoma looked interested in the quirk but shook his head. You're right, need too much control to use properly. Thank you for your time and I wish you good luck. He walked off and introduced himself to the next person. I wonder what would have happened if he copied my quirk and changed his body. Would it stay? It reverts to now. He daydreamed as everyone prepared. Izuku shook it off and took his shirt off lest he rips it. He hopes his shorts survive because he had no extra clothes on him and he was still going commando. Start. Everyone looked up at the voice. What are you waiting for? There is no countdown in real life. Izuku turned and transformed into his hunter form and he heard shouts of fear and panic as Izuku disappeared and sprinted into the fake city. He jumped over many people and kept running at a blistering speed. He found his first target as he ran straight. It was a one-pointer and Izuku impaled it through the chest. It died and Izuku observed it while holding it up. Others caught up to the beast and ran around him with a wide berth. Izuku took in the scent of the oil and paint. With that, he tosses the robot to the side like trash after tearing its head off and having a tendril hold it. The faculty watched many screens as the exam started. Niza watched one screen in particular of a boy with little to no information on his application. A background search found nothing and his abilities worry the principal. Ectoplasm? Was that the boy you marked as odd? The hero looked up and turned to Izuku, tearing a three-pointer in half and then taking its head. Now, 3 robot heads hung behind the beast, one of each robot variation. I'm not sure, he looks different. Niza brought up the camera footage right before the exam started. Yep, that's him. Why are you so intrigued? Other than his powerful quirk, that is. Aizawa asked. Because he doesn't exist in the system. All that was put on his application was one name, where to send the letter, and what course he wanted to apply. I did a background check on Izuku and he doesn't exist in the system. No school records, no police records, and no quirk records. Nizu watched as he tore apart robot after robot like an actual beast. It was instinct driving the boy showed. What are we going to do? Midnight asked. We grade him first and pass or fail we talk to him, Nizu ordered. Should I participate? Small Might asked. I see no harm in it. Niza didn't take his eyes off the screen with Izuku slicing heads off robots and growing a shield of something to block rockets launched at him. Izuku felt the heat of the rockets hit and he sprinted full tilt at the larger robot. He speared its head and Izuku tore it off and then threw the head at a one-pointer. The projectile tore through its chest and the robot stopped moving. The eyes on his back spotted a new target and Izuku leaped toward it. The two-pointer struck with its tail and Izuku twisted around it as he slashed it off and then impaled it with its limb. It was quiet for all of a second, then a large figure emerged from the city center. Izuku watched as others ran away from the zero-pointer. It towered over many buildings as it crashed closer to the exit. His ears picked up on a cry for help and Izuku dashed forward. He found a pink girl with horns trying to splash something on the stone, pinning her legs down. She went pale as she saw Izuku's monstrosity of a body sprinting right to her. Izuku didn't waste time and threw off the stone with little difficulty and gingerly picked up the girl after his hands shifted to normal. He scooped her up and sprinted back to safety. He set her down gently and looked at the zero-pointer's head. He gently set his other trophies next to the pink girl and sprinted at the large robot. He heard the shouts of shock but Izuku wanted to take it down. With a feral grin, the hunter leapt at its legs and began to climb them with frightening speed. His claws gouged out handholds with every leap until he reached its chest and began to burrow his way inside. He began to rip apart anything he saw. Cables were slashed, gears smashed, and the glowing panel was speared. The last one did it and Izuku felt the robot stop and began to explode. He put up his shield of dense keratin. He felt pain in his side and then he was launched out of the opening he created. Izuku landed hard on the concrete and scraped his back raw. He absorbed the shredded shield and turned it back into mass for his body. Then he shifted back to his usual self and sat up. His back was already healed but the piece of shrapnel sticking out of his lungs was not. I forgot to reinforce between the ribs so exactly this didn't happen, stupid. He grabbed the shrapnel and yanked it out. He heard shouts of shock as Izuku held the sharp piece of metal. Trophy nice. He nodded and looked up. A small old lady was hurrying towards him and began to examine his closed wound. The blood covering the closed wound was also being absorbed into his body. Are you sure you got the whole thing out? Izuku focused inward and felt no foreign entities in his body. Yep, this was all of it. For you. A hero? You damn fool, you could have died. She hit her cane on his leg, but it was like it hit a solid wall. Why did you hit me? Izuku was beginning to dislike the old woman. For doing something idiotic. She waved her cane in his face. Should I do the same if I ever see someone do something idiotic? You hit me with your full strength, should I do the same? Izuku loomed over the diminutive woman and asked with full seriousness. Recovery girl stepped back at the shifting body of the boy. Izuku watched her for another moment and waited for an answer, but none came. Izuku turned and left to claim his trophies. He found the pink girl he got out from under the stone, and next to her were the 3 robot heads. Nice. Glad to see you're all right. He picked up the 3 heads and headed to the exit. Good luck or whatever. Everyone was quiet as they watched the odd boy carry 3 robot heads and a piece of shrapnel that impaled him not long ago. Izuku made his way back to the bus's left and waited for Shinso to arrive. He got many odd stares when they passed him, but Izuku didn't pay much attention to them. Izuku caught Shinso's smell and then saw him walk through the exit. Izuku waved at him with a smile, and Shinso smiled slightly back. He furrowed his brow at the things he held. Why do you have those? Trophies? You did good. He asked. He shook his head with a chuckle. I think so. Izuku noticed a man in a dark outfit and white scarf approaching the two. Izuku turned to the scraggly-haired man and stared at him until he stopped near Izuku and Shinso. Izuku? Please come with me. The man said. What did you do? Shinso asked, horrified. If I don't? Izuku ignored Shinso and stared at the man. He raised his eyebrow at Izuku. Then I'll drag you with me. It's illogical to waste any more time. Izuku caught a glimpse of some goggles around the white fabric and faint lines where he wore them frequently. Not until you tell me why. The area was emptied of teens, and all that was left was a nervous Shinso and the two of them staring at each other. The man gave out a long sigh and closed his eyes. The principal wishes to speak with you about your application. Is that reason enough? He turned to stare at Izuku. Oh, that's all. Sure, I don't mind. Come on, Shinso. He waved the purple-haired boy to follow. Izuku waited for the man to show them the way. The man stared at him curiously. Izuku blinked vertically just to have fun. Follow me. The man didn't bat an eye. They walked silently as they made their way upstairs and to a confident room with some heroes by his estimation. The nervous energy Shinso was giving confirmed it. Izuku observed each one of the heroes. His eyes lingered on the skinny blonde and then the rodent in clothes. Which one is the principal? He asked Shinso. Shinso whined softly and nodded to the white-haired rodent. He is. So, what's this about? That guy said about my application? What about it? Izuku asked bluntly. The heroes gave a variety of reactions as Izuku didn't bow or show any sort of respect to any of them. Most found it odd. Vlad King grunted in disapproval and Snipe chuckled. Hound Dog gave the oddest reaction as he lowered his head and kept his eyes low. Nizu's fur was standing on end as Izuku's eyes locked onto his. Yes, your application had many blanks, and when I tried to look into you, well, you didn't exist. Can you give us more information? Nizu said steadily. Sure, I don't mind. Ask away. Izuku shrugged. Shinso looked at him incredulously. He caught the look and asked, What's with that face? I thought you didn't want to talk about your past. His voice pitched. You just never asked after the first night. I thought you never cared is all. He shrugged and Shinso threw his hands in the air. He turned back to the rodent. What's your full name? Izuku Midoriya, just call me Izuku. Where do you live? The address you gave was for a library. Near him. He pointed at Shinso. They looked to Shinso and he gave a glare at Izuku. He told them his address and district. Yeah, about a 10-minute walk from there into the woods. There's my den. Izuku said. Everyone's ears perked up at that. den? Explain please. Nizu had a feeling already. I live in a den in the woods, that's all there is to it. He shrugged. Alone? Hound Dog didn't look up when he asked. They all gave him odd looks, but Nizu understood. Yep, Shinso walked into my territory when he was running away from bullies almost 2 years ago, I think. I am bad with time. He visits me every once in a while when he gets bored or his mom makes him go out. How'd you know that? Izuku ignored him and waited for more questions. Why are you living in the woods? Vlad King asked the question in everyone's mind. Long or short? Izuku asked. Long if you would, Nizu spoke. Well, when I was 5. My mother took me to a doctor to check my quirk since it was taking too long. He said I was quirkless and my mother didn't like that. She dove me far and then dumped me in the middle of the woods to die. Turns out, I'm pretty good in the forest. It was hard at first when I had to eat raw fish, but I managed. When I was 7 is when stuff got interesting. A wolf tried to eat me. I didn't let it and killed it. Granted, it mangled my arm and I broke my leg, but I beat it. Anyways, I wake up later and my injuries are healed and I have a quirk. I ate the wolf and learned what my quirk did. I can manipulate my body down to its cells. It hurts a lot at first, but I learned to deal with it. I wanted to do more with my quirk, so I made my way to the city and then to a library. From there I caught up with school, learned anatomy for my quirk, and met Shinso. Pretty great so far. Anything else? He looked around to see the horrified faces of both teachers and Shinso. What's with that face? He asked Shinso. Shinso didn't say anything and hugged Izuku. Ah, what are you doing? Shinso tightens his hug. I mean, it's nice and all. What is your mother's name? Nizu asked. Inko Midoriya, I think. You've been eating well? Midnight asked. Oh yeah, I hunt every night. Your food is bland as hell and need more vegetables in your diet. Shinso let go of his friend and wiped his face. You just make it spicy, Izuku grumbles. Well, that's all we need for the time being. But we can't in good conscience leave you alone. I would like to make you a ward of UA. Nizu said, and many nodded their agreement. What does that mean? Izuku asked suspiciously. UA becomes your home and we provide all you need to live. UA becomes your parent. Nizu explained. Can I leave whenever? As long as I am made aware, yes. I don't want to live in the building woods only. We have a large stretch of woods to our south. We can get wild prey brought in for your comfort, but you will have to learn how to eat with the rest of us. Izuku thought about it and observed each one of the heroes present. Why do you care? We are heroes, it's our job to care, and even if it wasn't, all of us would have done something to help. Nizu explained, and the seated heroes nodded their agreement. Does that mean I passed the exam? Izuku smiled. Yes, in first place for the practical. Nizu grinned. Alright, I'll let UA by my parent. But only if Shinso finds out if he passes. He pointed at the shocked boy. No, I can wait. His mouth was covered by a tendril from Izuku's shoulder. He passed and will be placed in 1A with you, Nizu said, and the heroes laughed at the boy's antics. Why me? Aizawa groaned. Shinso was smiling to himself and Izuku clapped him on the back. Also, I need to get my things from my den. That can be arranged. Midnight and Aizawa go with him and help him. Nizu ordered the two. Aizawa grumbled and got up. Midnight smiled at the two boys and went to change. Aizawa walked them out and headed to the parking lot. Nizu and Hound Dog sagged as Izuku left the room. What was that, Ryo? You didn't even look up once. Vlad asked him. My animal instincts were telling me there was an apex predator present and I shouldn't look at him lest I offend them. I don't know how Nizu managed it. He explained with little growls. It wasn't easy, but I knew Izuku wasn't a bloodthirsty killer, even though he was reeking of blood. Nizu rubbed his snout. Izuku and Shinso walked behind Aizawa. Is he a hero? He doesn't look like it. Izuku turned to Shinso. Shinso cringed at the loud voice. I think he's an underground hero. Those are heroes that work at night mainly and stay away from the limelight. You're correct, Aizawa said back. Oh, Shinso, that would be right up your alley with your quirk. Izuku continued to observe Aizawa. Kid, I can feel your eyes on me. Please stop looking at me like your next meal. Aizawa gave a minuscule shiver. Oh, sure, I'll stop. Izuku turned to Shinso. Did I ever do that to you? He waved his concerns away. Only at first. They walked into the sunlight and to a parking lot. Aizawa stopped and turned to Izuku. How much stuff do you have? Which car would be the best? He gestured to the cars parked. Izuku hummed and looked at the options. He ran up to a few and peered inside. This one or that one probably. He pointed to a pickup truck or the SUV. I want to drive the truck. Midnight came out in civilian clothes and sporting a smile. Ooh, that's your normal clothes and your hero clothes are put away. Izuku turned to Aizawa. Midnight burst out laughing and Shinso didn't know what to do but stood there stock still. No kiddo, that's his hero clothes. Call me Namuri Kiyama when you see me like this. Either name is fine. She grabbed keys from a box on the wall and turned to them. The four boarded the truck and when Izuku stepped in, the truck dipped significantly. They looked at him in surprise. Dense muscles and steel-covered bones. He said by explanation, the UA's staff didn't change their expressions. They drove and Shinso gave the address to his house. Izuku nervously tightened his hold on his trophies as they drove. Shinso noticed first and looked worriedly. You all right, Izuku? I don't think I like driving in cars like this, Izuku said. The rest thought of the last time he was a passenger in a car. So, Izuku, what do you usually do during the day? She tried to change the subject and distract him. Nothing much, go to the library and read most of the day. When Asato closes, I head to my den and then hunt for dinner. The deer have been getting farther and farther away from my den. I think they finally figured out where I live. But it's a fun hunt to track them down. Shinso comes over sometimes and I hunt something for the both of us. What do you read at the library? Aizawa asked in curiosity. Human and animal anatomy. Quirked human anatomy, quirked animal anatomy, and recently about heroes. One hero asked me why I wasn't in school and that got me thinking about heroes. You read all that for your quirk? Namuri asked. Needed to know how to improve my body for better hunting, I guess now for better being a hero. What all did you do? Aizawa asked skeptically. He was worried about what the feral boy did to his body. A lot. I started with my bone and muscles. Bones I strengthened with calcium, iron, and carbon. They are coated in steel. Muscles I compressed time and time again. Ligaments were strengthened, organs were made more spongy for impact, added more support for my brainstem, and added a net of sorts was to prevent brain injuries. Made my spine more flexible and added more neurons connecting throughout my body for better reaction time. Externally, added features of animals to my nose, eyes, and ears. I think that's all right. I have to add something between the ribs so this guy. He waved the blood-stained shrapnel. Can't get through there again. The truck was quiet as they took in what Izuku had done to his body. That's quite extensive. Did anyone help you with that? Namuri asked. Not much. Asato gave me the books I could find and I did the rest. Shinso gave me the idea of adding organs that some quirked people have but I would need to see one up close. But I'm pretty happy with what I've got. Izuku shrugged casually mentioning finding out how quirks work and adding them to himself. This Asato, she works at the library? Namuri changed the subject again. Yep, she owns it I think. She's nice and helpful. I see her almost every day. She doesn't know you live in the woods? Namuri asked. She never asked and I never said. I think she thinks I'm homeless. That's kinda wrong I guess. So it's alright if I tell Mom my friend is a feral boy in the woods? Shinso asked. I never told you to keep it a secret. Izuku enjoyed the feeling of Shinso calling him his friend. Well, that could have been nice to know. Shinso scoffed in annoyance. They soon arrived in front of the Shinso household. Everyone got out and Izuku sniffed the air to get his bearing. A woman with straight purple hair came out of the house they stopped at and Shinso turned to smile nervously at her. Hey Mom, Shinso said. Toshi, what's going on? She raised an eyebrow at her son. Not much, I passed the exam. He tried to distract her. She pulled him into a hug with a smile. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. She pulled back and held him at arm's length away. Now, what's going on? She said seriously. Your son's friend was a feral boy living in the woods. He took the exam with Hitoshi and UA took note of Izuku. We asked him a few questions and now Izuku is becoming a ward of UA for his well-being. Aizawa explained in short. What? She was shocked at the revelation. You guys go on and I'll explain it better. He glared at Aizawa, who was rubbing his arm from Namuri's punch. Izuku waved at Hitoshi's mom with a smile and walked between the neighboring house and theirs to the backyard. Namuri and Aizawa followed him and they walked to the forest. Shinso had made a bit of a trail already, but Izuku extended a tendril with a blade on the end and cut his way through to make it easier for the two adults. Aizawa was extremely aware of the danger the teen before himself posed. He felt it when the boy locked eyes with him for the first time. And he felt it more when the boy was surrounded by seasoned heroes. While Izuku was human, he was truly a beast. They arrived in a clearing that had the faint scent of blood and musk in the air. There was a fire pit that looks like it's been used daily. A pond not far with a path worn down by its frequent visits. And in the middle of the clearing, against a tree, was a hole in the ground. The tree has been clawed once to show its territory. Here we are, Izuku said happily. I'll grab by things. He left the exam robot heads and dove into the hole. Need any help, Izuku? Namuri asked from the hole. Sure. Here, put this next to the others. Izuku placed a perfectly presented deer skull with large antlers on its bone-white skull. Namuri paled just a bit and gently it next to the robot heads. Oh, they're trophies, she said softly in realization. More skulls were thrown out of the hole without much care except for a few. Notably one, in particular, a canine skull wore more than the others. He walked out carrying it with his tendrils and in his hands was a large roll of animal furs. Aizawa saw furs from deer and badger to wolf and fox. Namuri and Aizawa stared at the pile of skulls and then at the large furs Izuku held. The boy's arms split and the furs were held on his back while his arms reformed back to whole. It was extremely disturbing to hear the bone crack and flesh rip while his body changed. Izuku hummed and began to sift through the skulls. He examined each one. Some were gently set next to the robot and deer skulls. Others were eaten without much care. The bigger ones were broken down with some tendrils and consumed by retracting the tendril back into his body. Aizawa and Namuri watched the whole process with a bit of horror in their eyes. More in Namuri's than Aizawa's. Ah, Izuku? Why are you saving some and not the others? Namuri finally asked. They aren't important enough, like these are just day-to-day hunts. Nothing impressive except for a few. The wolf skull is the one that tried to kill me and the day I found my quirk. I went back for it a few years ago. This badger was the first time I shared a meal with Shinso. That deer has nothing special about it, but it looks nice, although it tried to fight back. Not very well, as you can see, he explained as he finished. And the furs? Aizawa asked. My bed. Izuku smiled up at them. Is that everything? Namuri asked. Izuku thought for a moment and then extended a tendril and grabbed something. On the tendril, which split once, was a bundle of clothes and his black stone rock. He had long identified it as obsidian. While it became obsolete, it was nice to keep. Where did you get those clothes? Shinso give them to you? Namuri asked as she took them from him to help. No, I stole them. I think this one is even Shinso's, he admitted without any shame. Aizawa sighed. No more stealing things, all right? If you want something, then ask or pay for it. I'll try. Izuku shrugged and Aizawa knew that would be a problem in the future. They walked back to the truck with Aizawa and Namuri carrying some trophies to help Izuku. They loaded everything in the back and Shinso came out to see him off. You can have my den if you want. It'll still be mine if I ever return, but you can use it. Izuku offered. Gee, thanks. He drawled out and rolled his eyes. I'll see you in classes, I guess. I'll see you in when do classes start? Izuku turned to the adults. A month. Aizawa drawled. In a month, don't die. And if those people came after you again, tell me. His voice turned serious and he stared into his friend's eyes. The two heroes got shivers when they saw his eyes. Shinso, on the other hand, looked nonplussed. I'll be fine, take care of yourself. Izuku nodded and then remembered about Asato. I still need to say goodbye to Asato. He turned to Namuri and Aizawa. Get in, we'll drive you there. Namuri smiled at him. They drove a few minutes away and to a smaller library compared to what Aizawa and Nemuri have seen. Izuku got out and walked in without hesitation. Nemuri followed a few steps behind and Aizawa decided to stay in the truck. Izuku, how did the exam go? Asato greeted her favorite readers softly as usual. Pretty good. The teacher wanted to talk to me about my application since it didn't have much information, and they decided to make me a ward of UA. Izuku smiled brightly. Asato smiled sadly at Izuku. So you were homeless? I knew there was something but I saw you fed well and decently happy. I chose not to pry. Not homeless, I had my den. I lived in the woods, it's nice and quiet. I was all right. Izuku shrugged. Den? In the woods? For how long? She furrowed her brows. Always, well when I turned around 5. What? Izuku, please explain. She motioned to a chair at Izuku's usual table and Izuku sat. My mother didn't like that I was quirkless and left me in the middle of the woods. I managed to survive and at 7 I found my quirk. From there it became easier. I came here to learn anatomy to better my quirk and now I'm here. He shorted the story. Asato looked saddened at the story and turned to Nemuri. You are with UA? Are they going to find his mother and arrest her for what she had done? Yes, my boss is already working on it. Nemuri nodded firmly. Well, I'm glad everything is working out for you. Please take care of yourself, Izuku. She got up and embraced the boy. I'll come to visit when I can. He hugged her gently. It's been a long time since he's been embraced in this fashion and tears cropped up at the corner of his eyes. Take care of the boy. Asato looked to Nemuri and wiped tears away. I'll do my best, Nemuri said seriously. They boarded the truck and they drove off to UA as the sun set. They arrived at UA without much trouble and they walked Izuku and his things inside. Hound Dog greeted them. Hello, my name is Hound Dog or Ryo Inui. I'll be showing you to the woods. I am in charge of the security perimeter of the woods. Hound Dog kept his eyes low when he spoke to Izuku. He did manage to flick his eyes up once but set them down again and took a minuscule step back. Okay, thank you Nemuri for your help. Aizawa, you didn't help much but thanks anyway. Nemuri snorted and covered her mouth. Aizawa's eye twitched. Don't get lost. He kept his monotone voice. Izuku smiled brightly and waved at them goodbye. He followed Ryo to a back door and an open field stretched in front of them and then a tree line. They walked in silence as Izuku took in the new environment. His eyes flicked to the dog-man hybrid and he could see the hero's shoulder tense. You're afraid of me, why? Izuku could smell it. You are an apex predator to the highest degree. Even if you are a child, my instincts are telling me to run. Ryo answered with low growls. Oh, I didn't know. I never met someone with an animal quirk. Would it help if I said that I have no intention of hurting you? It does help, yes. His shoulder relaxed more but he never raised his eyes to meet Izuku's. What do you have with you? Trophies. And my furs, some clothes I stole, and my obsidian knife. Izuku proffered the glass knife for Ryo to see. He took it gently and examined it in the fading light. I used it before I got my quirk. The wrapping is my shorts when I was 5. That helped me kill this guy or girl, I never checked. He held up the wolf skull with a cracked eye socket where the obsidian hit. Did you enjoy it? The woods? The hunt? Ryo handed back the obsidian knife. Izuku nodded. It's nice and quiet. The hunt is thrilling. But I was curious about being a hero so I came with Shinso to try. Do you hunt? Ryo nodded his head. Rarely, the small game in the forest. He nodded to the treeline they were near now. Where is your territory? I'll avoid it. Izuku took in the scent of the forest. It's only mine by name. This is yours now. I will be a visitor if I step in here now. Ryo shook his head. You are free to come and go. I will not stop you. Ryo huffed a laugh. That helps too. Here, this is a device if Nizu ever asks for you. It will beep and vibrate and all you need to do is push the button and there will be two-way communication. We will get you a proper phone in the future. He handed Izuku a black box the size of his thumb. Izuku took it and looked at it from every angle. He set it against his forearm and it sunk slightly into his flesh. There, now I won't lose it. Ryo nodded. Call me if you need anything. Izuku nodded and he walked into the darkening forest. Bone cracked and flesh tore as Izuku shifted. He took in the odors from the surrounding and ran with his things on his back. Ryo shivered as the boy left his range. He understood that Izuku wouldn't hurt anyone without reason, but his animal side of him wanted to bare his neck in subservience. He was no longer at the top of the food chain, Izuku was. He knew that would cause problems with other students, but they will have to deal with them as they came. Izuku's new forest was large but nothing compared to where he grew up. It will do. Izuku ran from one corner of the forest where a wall was, to the other corner. He grew a thick tail to balance his fast-paced run as Izuku took in every foot of the new terrain. He saw some prey, but he will hold off until he found where he will make his home. He stopped at a large pond with fish swimming in it. It was deep and clear water. Izuku drank from it and decided near the pond will be good. He began to walk around the pond for a suitable spot. He found a few decent spots, but it wasn't good enough. Then he found a thick tree with hanging branches that could shade the base entirely if the sun was out. Izuku rumbled in approval and began to dig. He made sure not to damage the roots of the tree as he dug. His hands shifted into shovels and he scooped handfuls of dirt a second. The ground around the entrance was packed tightly, and so were the walls of the interior. He looked around at his den and felt like it was missing something. His stuff was outside as he worked on his new home. He climbed out and found a tree. His arms shifted into axe blades and he chopped the tree down in 2 earth-shaking swings. He removed the branch and had one straight log. His tendrils did quick work taking off the bark, and then he split the log into planks. Once that was done, he brought a few planks inside and set them as shelves and a solid surface for his furs. Izuku set all his things inside and gave out a satisfied nod. His trophies were set on the shelves and his furs were on the thick planks he brought in. He left the den and shaped the entrance to prevent rain from getting in. The spare planks he used to tie together and make a door that covered the entrance. He put his signature of 3 claw marks on the outside and then went out to hunt. The deer was healthy and it filled him after a long day. We went to sleep on his furs with a content smile. Izuku woke up early in the morning as usual. He got the bearing of his new environment and then woke up fully. He went out and smelled the area. He was peckish. He found a few gophers and skewed them. He lit a fire and began to cook the rodents. They were pretty big in comparison to what he'd seen in books. On his last gopher, the thing in his arm beeped and vibrated. He pulled it out with some tendril and pushed the button. "Hello there, Izuku. Have you settled in all right?" Nizu's voice came out of the speaker. It wasn't too loud, which he appreciated. "I've made my den next to a big pond or small lake, whatever you chose to call it." "That's good to hear. If you wouldn't mind, could you please come up here for a meeting? There are a few things to discuss going forward." "All right, be there in a moment. Namuri will be waiting for you at the door." The device shut off. Izuku finished the last rodent and washed himself clean before changing. He dashed off in the direction of the main building. He saw Namuri open the door just as he left the tree line. He arrived and she greeted him with a smile. "How'd you?" "Oh, Kel?" Namuri asked. Izuku smiled up at her. "Really good. Do you live in UA too?" "We have on-staff housing, like a small house for each of us." They made their way inside and down the halls. She heard the tapping of his paws on the ground. "You always keep your legs like that?" "Since my shoes when I was 5 were too small and I didn't have any money available, wolf legs." He explained. "We can get you shoes if you like." She offered. "I like my legs how they are, plus I can change them whenever without having to worry about shoes getting in the way." "I'd figure you'd say that, just wanted to cover my bases." "What do you mean bases?" "It's a saying in a sport called baseball. That's something I'm going to bring up with Nizu in a moment." "Baseball?" Namuri laughed softly. "No, there are things you should know so you can avoid trouble. That was something minor, but bigger things might become an issue." They arrived at a wooden double door, and Namuri knocked. "Come in," Nizu said joyfully. They did so, and Nizu was seated on a couch with a coffee table separating another couch. "Please sit." Namuri sat across from Nizu, and Izuku looked at the couch dubiously. "It might break." Izuku pointed at the seat. "I doubt it. If it does, Then I will get a new one to be able to handle your weight. Nizu smiled at the boy. Izuku shrugged and slowly lowered himself onto the couch. It groaned softly but held. Soft. What did you want to talk about? A few things, information for one. Aizawa informed me of your quirk. I wish to confirm what he had said. What can your quirk do? Nizu took a sip of tea and picked up a clipboard. Oh, alright, I can manipulate my cell at will. At first, I did it in groups. I got cut, and I commanded it to be sealed shut. Now, I can focus on smaller areas like nerves. Izuku explained. Nizu was writing furiously as he listened carefully. Aizawa told me you changed your body. Can you give me a full list of what you've done? He flipped to another page and waited to write. Izuku did so from the bone and muscle to the nervous system and peripheral system. He explained what he did to change each body part. Namuri did go a little green, as Izuku explained, drinking the blood of what he hunted for the iron. Then he explained the external organs like his mantis shrimp eyes. Those black dots are eyes? Namuri asked as she leaned in to get a closer look. The mantis shrimp are one of the most marvelous organisms I've ever seen. Wonderful choices in mimicking their eyes. Nizu praised him. Namuri noticed that Izuku never shied away from her proximity. She made a note to bring it up later. That's about it, anything else? Izuku asked. Necessities will need to be procured for you, even if you decided to live out in the forest. We will set up a room for you and some things on the campus. When you attend classes at UA, you will need to be washed properly, and your clothes are kept neat and clean as possible. This afternoon, you will be taken to get some non-stolen clothes for your days off. Nizu wryly smiled at Izuku. That makes sense. Izuku agreed on the room for him. Next, something more serious. Your mother, Inko Midoriya. Nizu shifted in his seat. Izuku didn't react to his mother's name and waited for the principal to continue. 10 years ago, she reported you to have gone missing. There was a search for you, but as you can see, it didn't work. Izuku Midoriya was pronounced dead 8 years ago by Inko Midoriya. You have a tombstone even if you want to see it. Nizu. Namuri gave a sharp glare at her boss. Apologies, she is still in Japan and will be arrested sometime today. Nizu finish. What is the punishment for what she did to me? And what do we do if I'm dead on paper? It was a curiosity more than anything else. She will be going to jail for a good long time, Namuri said. As for you being dead, well, we will have to revive you. With lots of bureaucracy and time. Do you wish to keep your family name? Nizu smiled at the joke. No, I don't want Midoriya attached to me. Also, what's bureaucracy? He tilted his head in confusion. That's something I wanted to bring up, Namuri said. Bureaucracy. Izuku furrowed his brows. No, kid. She laughed again. There are a lot of things he is probably missing from being feral. Sorry, I couldn't find a better word. She grimaced in Izuku's direction. He shrugged. You're not wrong. Nizu hummed in thought. Yes, I can imagine. In the social aspect, he will have to learn bit by bit. We won't cram 10 years of social decorum into 1 month. It wouldn't work. Namuri turned to Izuku and asked, Did Asato give you the talk? Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion. We talked all the time, which one? Ah, yes, that would be prudent for him to know. Namuri, why don't you take him for a few hours and teach him about things like that and whatever else you might think up? Nizu shoved the problem on her. She gave Nizu the stink eye and turned back, and smiled at Izuku. Let's go. It's learning time. For 3 hours, Namuri taught Izuku about birds and bees. To her disappointment, he wasn't very shy and asked questions with no embarrassment. It turned into a normal lesson as she explained everything on both sides, and Izuku listened attentively. The moral of the story, Izuku. Girls are weird. Namuri finished. Namuri, don't teach him things you wouldn't teach a class. Nizu's voice came out of the speaker. I think I understand, he said slowly and with a furrowed brow. I think that's everything. Let's go out and get you some things. She turned off the screen. Go out? Like dash? No, you dummy. If a girl asks you that, you will be able to tell by the tone of voice. If not, just ask the person. Better safe than sorry, keep that phrase in mind, for almost everything. Nemuri laughed softly at a lost memory as she opened the door. Got it. So, where are we going? Izuku got up and followed her. They walked down the hall to Nizu's office again. A big place with lots of stores in one place. They walked into Nizu's office, and he held out a card for her to grab without looking up. Izuku, do you have any thoughts on a family name for your paperwork? Nizu asked and set down his pen to look up. I can choose anything? If there is a family name already, then you would have to ask the family to allow you to use it, Nizu explained. Izuku shuffled his feet and thought about it. Nemuri, can I use your family name? He didn't think it was too important anyway, right? Mine? Nemuri's face grew just a touch pink. I suppose it's all right. She smiled at the boy. Wonderful. Izuku Kayama. Nizu wrote the name down before anyone could object. Oh, if Aizawa asks, we use his name instead. Nemuri laughed at the image of him finding out. Thanks, Nemuri. I didn't want to be reminded of my mother every time I wrote my name. Also, I don't know how to write. He brought up. We'll get you some notebooks to practice. Nemuri patted his shoulder, and they walked out. They made their way to the parking lot again, and Nemuri picked up the keys for a small SUV. They got in, and Nemuri got situated until she turned to Izuku, who sat there waiting. You have to put on your seatbelt when you get into a car, Nemuri explained. Izuku did so and looked at the belt. I remember this faintly, he said to himself. She ruffled his hair to get him out of his memories. Maybe a haircut while we are out? Izuku held his hair so he could see it. I don't mind either way. Nemuri put on music that Izuku was a fan of. He didn't like it when she put on music that the people were yelling more than singing. When she put on instrumental music, he loved it. Apparently, it was music that they put in the background movies and the like. We'll get you a music player for your den. She smiled at his look of joy when she said that. They stopped in a parking garage, and they began to walk to the noise of the mall. Izuku dulled his hearing to normal and his sense of smell as well. There was a subtle crack from his ears, and Nemuri snapped her neck in his direction. What was that? It came from his head, which worried her. I switched my hearing and nose to normal. That was just my ear canal breaking and shifting to the right shape. He explained. Does it hurt? She looked around his ear to spot any differences. Izuku let Nemuri move his ear and shift his head around. When I first got my quirk, it did. Now, I think I subconsciously turn off my pain inhibitors for that area, but know that something is breaking and shifting. It's not so bad. He shrugged. Well, right. One thing I forgot to mention is that it's illegal to use your quirk in public. So don't use your quirk in public. She explained while holding eye contact. Izuku looked offended. He had grown used to using his quirk for the littlest things. I'll try. He grumbled. It'll be fine, don't pout. She ruffled his hair as they just arrived at the mall's entrance. They went from store to store as they bought all types of clothes. Formal, casual, and formal casual. Izuku thought it was a bit much, but Nemuri looked like she was having fun. She taught him how to use a debit card and what places would have what. It was a nice experience and all. Now with what they planned to get, and now Nemuri was showing Izuku one of the best things in the world. So what it's like frozen milk, but it's soft. All Might flavor, what's that? I've seen that everywhere. Is it a fruit? He turned and ignored the odd look the man behind the counter was giving him and to a laughing Nemuri. No, just get one of the normal ones and I'll explain it when we sit down. She wiped a tear from her face and waved his concerns away. All right, I'll get strawberry. I think I like that one. He pointed at the pink tub. They got their ice cream cones and sat on a concrete bench. Nemuri waited for him to take his first taste. Izuku looked at it and then bit half of it off. Luckily, Izuku had long ago strengthened his teeth with layers, but the cold was another story. It's good. Really creamy and, why are you looking at me like that? Nemuri was giving Izuku a pitying look. Eating too much ice cream will make your head hurt for a bit. It's too much cold ingested or something. She smiled softly at him. I don't dash. Biting cold hit the top of Izuku's mouth and traveled up his head. Izuku turned off his senses and turned to Nemuri. It would have been nice to know ahead of time. He grumbled. She laughed at his pain and patted his back. It's an experience to have at least once. You did something, didn't you, little cheater? Maybe. He licked the ice cream like she did and turned his senses back on. It was much more enjoyable like that. They finished their frozen treat, and they headed to a hair salon for Izuku. He got seated right away. Namuri and the hairstylists began to touch his hair and talk between themselves. Izuku just sat there trying to keep up with their conversation. For all his enhanced body, he didn't understand anything they said. Is this what you meant by girls are weird earlier? Izuku asked when there was a break in the conversation. The hairstylists gave him a wry smirk, and Namuri looked betrayed at him. Don't worry, sweetie, we are just trying to make your hair look good. The stylist said. Namuri sat in a chair behind the two, and the stylists started. They started by washing his hair thoroughly. Almost an hour later, Izuku walked out with his hair short on top and buzzed on the sides. He kept on feeling the sides in wonder. He tried to cut his hair once. It didn't look good by his reflection in the pond. Instead, he made it so his hair grew slowly. They got into the car, and they headed back to UA. Namuri put on some instrumental music, and the drive was peaceful. When they arrived, Namuri helped Izuku carry his new stuff to his room in the building. Even though he could lift a car with his body, she wanted to help. She guided him to a part of the building where Izuku could see his woods outside through a window. There should be a key inside for you to unlock the door in the future. She opened the door, and they stepped inside. There was a desk in the corner with a computer. A bed in the other corner with empty shelves at the foot of it. Next to the bed was a nightstand and a lamp and clock on it. Two other doors lead to a closet and a bathroom with a shower. In the closet was a dresser and clothes were already hung there. Your uniform for classes, Namuri said behind Izuku. Izuku began to put his things away. They were messy, but he had a system he liked. Namuri tried to help him, but he batted her away. She giggled and left him be. He set his prized artifact on the empty shelves, his music player. Namuri showed him how to use his new phone and where to go for his music. She gave him some guidelines about the internet and not to trust everything he sees on it. Then she had to explain what the internet was, which took some time. Once done, Izuku stretched like a cat. Is there a library here? Izuku asked Namuri. There is. Let me show you. She handed him his dorm key, and Izuku set it on his other forearm, and it sunk into his flesh. Is that safe? My immune system is probably one of the best things I have. I can tell my cells to devour any foreign things in my body for fuel. Parasites tried to get survive in me, but they didn't last long. Izuku waved her concern away. Izuku and Namuri walked the halls of UA and headed to the library. He observed everything they came across. Namuri answered any questions he had about what he saw. It was all very interesting to Izuku, who had little to no knowledge of UA other than it was a school, and it trained people to be heroes. He learned that they taught more than just heroics. She explained about the support course and the business course. He quickly lost interest in both but paid attention anyway. They arrived at a double-glass door and walked inside. Namuri got him started on the terminal where he could find what he was looking for by typing in a subject. His typing skills were much better than his writing skills. Once he sat down, he split his fingers a few times and typed what he wanted to read. Neurobiology. Namuri read what he typed in the search bar. An experiment I thought up with my Quirk. He said cryptically. Just be careful, I'm going to go and get some work done. I put my number on your phone in case you need to contact me. She ruffled his short hair and made to leave. He found a corner table with a window with a view of his woods. He pulled out the chair to sit and stared at it. It wouldn't hold his weight. So, with a grumble, he scoured around until he found a metal chair. He picked it up and set it at his table. Then he delved into reading about how brains function and which parts controlled what. He only stopped reading when his stomach rumbled. He looked out and saw it was getting dark, almost sunset. He got up and grabbed the books he was reading when he didn't know where to put them. Usually with Asato, he set them on the counter for the next day. But now he has a room with light. He followed the instructions for checking out the books and left with a smile. After setting the reading material in his room, he went out for a hunt. Time flew as the day for his classes at UA got closer. Izuku practiced his writing skills, but they could only improve so much in a month. He got to meet most of the UA faculty as time passed. Present Mike was freaked out by his quirk, but he was friendly anyway to Izuku. Aizawa was his usual grumpy self and was left alone for the most part, unless Nemuri or Present Mike roped him into their conversation. Cementos was calm and soft-spoken with his rumbling voice. Hound Dog got more comfortable around Izuku but never completely relaxed in his presence. The skinny blonde man who smelled of old blood was named Toshinori Yagi. He was a new teacher at UA, but he never said for what. Izuku didn't fully trust him. Ectoplasm kept mostly to himself but answered anything he was asked. Snipe was the most friendly with Izuku. The gunslinger taught Izuku about firearms and even let him shoot a few. Izuku didn't like it much, but Snipe was friendly. Snipe did spark an idea for his quirk. He made his usual bone spear that protruded out of the top of his wrist and made it rise out of his flesh and detach. While it was too short for an effective ranged weapon, he could make it work. He practiced in the woods until he got the right size. Now, he can hit his target most of the time. The best part was that his spears were able to be assimilated back into his body. That was a neat discovery. Now he practiced by using his bone javelin to hunt. His strength caused most of his throws to impale his targets completely. But as he learned from Present Mike, too much is better than not enough. Finally, the morning came for his first day of school in over 10 years. Izuku showered properly with scentless soap and put on his uniform. His pants were cut short to give him access to his legs. He put on his blazer, as Nemuri called it, a weird name, and then he grabbed his tie. He stared at it and then put it back. No one taught him how to wear a tie. He made his way to 1A and observed all the new students looking around with amazement in their eyes. Many different quirks were visible as Izuku walked the halls. Izuku could tell when they were animal-based because they turned to Izuku and paled slightly while looking away immediately. Izuku shrugged and made his way to the big door and slid it open. He could already smell some people inside. Izuku looked around at his classmates, and they did the same to him. Some were chatting between themselves, and others sat quietly. He saw a few interesting people immediately. A blonde that spiked his memory. A tall boy with a mask on his face and silver hair. And then the pink girl Izuku helped with the exam. She waved at him with a smile, and he returned the gesture. But first, he wanted to speak with the tall boy. Izuku approached him with a curious head tilt. The other sprouted an extra eye out of his arm and a mouth. Izuku smiled and extended a tendril with an eye at the end of it as well. We have similar quirks. I am Mizo Shoji. Nice to meet you. The mouth at the end of his hand spoke, and Izuku could see the crinkle in his eyes that showed a smile. I'm Izuku. Nice to meet you too. What else can you do? Izuku beamed at Shoji. Morph my arms in different organs. Shoji shifted his other arm to a mouth, a large ear, and more eyes. That's neat. I can do the same, but with my whole body. Can you do animal parts? Izuku asked. Shoji hummed in thought. I never tried non-human body parts. I'll have to try sometime. I recommend the mantis shrimp's eyes. They're great. Do you think we might be related somehow? Izuku got close to one of the arms and examined it from every angle, which caused Shoji some discomfort, not that Izuku noticed. I do not think so. What is your full name? Shoji retracted his extra organs, and Izuku backed off. Midoriya, but I changed it recently to Kiyama. The name tasted bad in Izuku's mouth. Izuku, you died. The blonde was staring at Izuku with a pale face. The class that was present got quiet at the statement. Izuku turned to him and observed him for a moment. You're familiar. Izuku furrowed his brow and remembered. Kaken, how have you been? How has Auntie been? Izuku threw his arms out like he was going to hug the shocked blonde. Auntie was arrested a few weeks ago. Your mother said you were dead. What? Why? Kaken looked extremely confused and didn't know where to start. What the fuck, Izuku? It hasn't even been an hour. Shinso said from the open door. Shinso, I got a phone. I don't know how to use it very well, but give me your number. Izuku all but demanded. He stopped and peeked his head out the door. Aizawa, what are you doing? Izuku smelled his scent a while ago but has been ever so slowly getting stronger. The sleeping bag got up and gave out a long-suffering sigh. To make some things clear, Izuku is odd case. He can talk about it if he doesn't mind. I don't mind. Izuku shrugged. It started when Izawa cut him off with a glare. Later, he turned back to the very confused class. I am your homeroom teacher, put these on and meet me at the field, don't be late. And he walked off. Everyone was quiet for a moment but Izuku broke the silence. Well, come on. He gets grumpy when he is made to wait. Izuku grabbed a gym uniform and Shinso followed his lead without a second thought. How have you been? Izuku asked Shinso as they walked. Pretty good, Mom was angry at me for not telling her about you. Why? Because she thought she could have helped you somehow with something or another. I tried to explain to her that you were fine but she was still upset. You did help me, I stole some shorts from you once. Izuku smiled at his friend. I knew you took them. Shinso slapped Izuku's arm and then held his hand in pain. Damn, you and your weird body. They changed into their clothes as the rest of the boys funneled into the locker room. They were mostly quiet while shooting glances at Izuku. It was clear that they were all curious about his story, Kaken most of all. Class 1A lined up in front of awaiting Izawa. Time is precious, don't waste it. You all will be doing a quirk assessment so I can gauge where everyone is. But this is not a fun activity, do your best or you will be removed from this course. Understood? Izawa stared sternly at all of them. They gave a discordant wave of confirmation. Izuku, since you passed the exam in the first place, why don't you start us off? Throw this as far as you can without leaving the circle. Use your quirk. He tossed a ball at him. Izuku caught the baseball and examined it. He walked into the circle and glanced back to his class. Izuku frowned when he saw two of his classmates. A girl with green hair was pale and looking down. A boy with a bird head was the same but his feathers were standing at the back of his head. He remembered what he said to Hound Dog and stepped back to his class. They watched him curiously. Izawa didn't say anything. I don't intend to hurt any of you, Izuku said loudly. Threats are unbecoming of a hero. A tall blue-haired boy with glasses chopped his arm furiously. It wasn't a threat, it was for their benefit. Izuku pointed at the boy and girl who relaxed some. The girl gave him a nod of appreciation. The boy did the same and a small shadow appeared on his shoulder. Something to do with animal instincts. Hound Dog had the same problem. Izuku shrugged and went back to the circle. He felt the ball in his hand and then shifted his arm. The cracking of bone and tearing of flesh caused gasps of horror and one gag. His arm elongated with muscles visible and his hand became hardened with metallic bone exposes at his knuckles. He lifted his leg in a pitch's pose and launched the ball. There was a small sonic boom and the ball disappeared into the sky. Izuku shielded his eyes from the sun and watched it fly. How are we going to measure that? Izuku asked. He turned and saw Izawa holding up a phone with 2086.2 meters on it. Oh, that's fancy. Izuku shifted his arm back and some of the class watched with disturbed fascination. Izawa called someone next and Izuku stepped next to Shinso who was nervous. My quirk isn't going to work here. He whispered to Izuku. Why not? Izuku furrowed his brow at his friend. Because I can't tell the ball to go. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. No, use it on people you dummy. On me, I don't mind. Izuku was put under Shinso's quirk many times while they hung out in the woods before. He never minded because it was his friend. Are you sure? He asked apprehensively. You don't have to use your quirk on me if you don't want to. Just act like you are and I'll follow your orders like I was under your control. He smiled reassuringly at his friend. Shinso gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Izuku. Shinso Hitoshi. Izawa called him next and Shinso walked into the circle. Izuku. He smiled at his friend. Yes. Izuku smiled back. Throw this ball with your quirk. Shinso's quirk activated and Izuku walked forward while his arm shifted again. He took the ball and threw it. Oh shit. Izuku threw the ball in the direction he was facing. With the order completed, the quirk faded. You didn't specify which direction. I didn't specify which direction. Shinso covered his eyes. Sir, is that allowed? The same boy from before spoke up. He used his quirk, why wouldn't it be? Izawa drawled out. He had someone else do it for him. The boy argued. What were my directions for the throw? Izawa was now glaring at the stiff teen. The boy shut his mouth with a snap and stepped back in line with the rest. The rest of the throws went by without any issues. They moved on to other exercises that Izuku had fun in all of them, even when Aizawa glared at him for smiling too much. Shinso asked Izuku for help every once in a while, and Izuku helped even when the quirk didn't activate. Shinso did hitch a ride on Izuku's back for the long-distance run. Izuku took some revenge by strapping him to his back with tendrils. It was a bumpy ride. Izuku got to learn his classmates' names as Aizawa called them up one at a time for some exercises. Mina Ashido was the name of the girl that he helped during the exam, and she smiled at him whenever they met eyes. She seemed fun by his estimation. Kaken kept glancing at Izuku whenever he could. The feral boy smiled at him, but Kaken just looked confused. They finished the exercises Aizawa gave them and put up a display with their ranking. Izuku sat on top and Shinso was in 5th place. The bottom was a girl that was invisible to all. Izuku could almost see her because of the disturbed air, but it was vague at best. He could smell her just fine though. She was frustrated at being in last place. You can see how you did. Start working in the areas you were lacking, or you will be removed from this course for someone who puts in the effort. You are all dismissed for the day. Aizawa made to leave. Izuku took his place. So, who wants to hear my story? It would be easier to do it all at once than to explain it a bunch of times. Everyone stayed where they were and waited for the odd boy to start talking. Aizawa shook his head and kept walking. Alrighty then. Kaken, your aunt, my mother took me to the doctor because my quirk hadn't appeared yet. The doctor said I was quirkless, and a few days later she drove me far and then dropped me off in the middle of the woods to die. There were horrified gasps from all of the class. Bullshit. She wouldn't have done that. Kaken yelled at Izuku. He's not lying, I can use my quirk to tell lies. Jaya, Izuku learned, was covering her mouth in horror. What happened after? Mina asked with tears in her black golden eyes. I survived. It was hard for the first couple of years. Found a freshwater spring, some fish, and a cave. Managed to make a fire after half a yearish. All was going all right until a wolf found me as prey. I dodged and weaved as it chases me, and we fell off a cliff, where the spring and my cave were. I broke my leg and the wolf got hurt worse. They mangled my arm and I killed it. I was sure I was dead from injuries I'd taken, but I woke up a while later alright. My quirk appeared. I can manipulate my cells at will in any shape I want to, for example, my legs and feet. It hurt at first, but it's easier now. Hunting became much easier then. Izuku shifted his hands into claws and scissors them. Anyways, I wanted to do more with my quirk and left downstream to look for a library. Found one and visited it for a while as I stayed in the nearby woods. Stole some clothes, met Shinso, and then came here for the hero exam. Now, I'm a ward of UA when the teachers found out about my situation. He finished his life story so far. Any questions? On a scale of 1 to 10, how feral are you? Shinso raised his hand. I don't know, Shinso. You should know better than me. He threw his hands up. How many clothes did you steal from me? Shinso asked with a smile. I'm going to steal more now. He narrowed his eyes at his friend. The joking questions from Shinso relaxed some of the class, but there were some wiping tears from their eyes at Izuku's story. Kaken was dazed as he looked at Izuku after his retelling. What happened to your mother? Mina asked after wiping some tears that cropped up. Some of the others nodded at her question, also wanting to know. Nizu, that's the principal, he likes some big rat bear thing. Anyways, he said she was arrested the day after I moved in. So that was nice of him. Izuku was grateful for Nizu's quick actions against her. And your father? Uraraka asked. Never met him. Kaken, did you ever hear anything about him? He turned to old acquainted. The blonde shook himself and focused on the question. Auntie. He paused. Inko only said he moved to America. She never spoke about him again. Oh well. Izuku shrugged. That's the main thing about me, so you all know, and don't freak out later if you find out. Ask me anything, I don't mind. Todoroki left soon after he finished speaking, disturbed at what he had learned about his classmate. His outward expression never changed nonetheless. Others began to leave as well. The subject on their mind was Izuku. Kaken left with a contemplative look in his eye. He need to get home and tell his parents about Izuku. Ever since Izuku disappeared and was then pronounced dead, Inko Midoriya was like a second mother to him. She cared for him and took care of him when his mother was at work or went out with his father. Inko was arrested right in front of him and his mother as they were out eating at a cafe. It was a small early celebration for UA. Police and two heroes walked up to Inko as they chatted and put her in handcuffs. His mother tried to protest at what was happening, but all she was told was that Inko Midoriya was under arrest. The few who stayed were Mina, Shinso, Jiru, and Shoji. Jiru spoke first with a question. So is everything new for you? A lot is. I remember some from before, but it's mostly foggy. Izuku nodded with a smile. I remember I had to explain what spices were to you. Shinso smirked at him. How did you two meet? Mina asked. He was running away from some bullies and came into my territory. I scared them away, and then Shinso came back with some food as thanks. Izuku smiled at the memory. Bullies because of your quirk? Mina wrinkled her nose at the word. Yeah, but Izuku stopped them from coming back. He was the reason for the rumor of the beast of the woods. Shinso snickered. That's you. I've heard about that rumor from my school. Jiru looked at Izuku in surprise. Is that why people came into the woods? Izuku furrowed his brow. I saw a few kids come in and look around and left after they heard a badger in the brush. I found it weird that they did, and then more people looked around. You're not that scary. I mean, the claws looked menacing, but you're... Mina gestured to all of him. None threatening looking, I guess. Izuku, you said that you can change your whole body. To what extent? Shoji asked. Shinso giggled like a schoolboy. No. You have to wait to see that. I think I peed a little when I first saw Izuku. But I don't mind. Izuku shrugged. Nope, I want to everyone's faces when you shift into your hunter form or whatever. Shinso shot down the looks of anticipation on their faces. I saw some of what I think you're talking about. During the exam, a block of stone pinned my leg and I saw you running towards me. The dust made it hard to see, but you looked so cool. Thanks, by the way, for getting me out of there. Mina smiled at Izuku. You guys want to get out of here and grab something to eat? Jiru proposed to everyone. Yes. I'll go catch something for all of us. Izuku's eyes gleamed. No, you feral animal. She means the food we can eat at a table. Shinso slapped his arm, which caused him to hiss in pain. Damn weird body. Mina got curious and poked his bicep, where Shinso slapped him. She felt muscles, but they were so compact that it felt almost solid. Whoa! She tried to squeeze the muscle for them to shift, but was interrupted by a cough. Jiru was giving her a smile with an eyebrow raised. As much as I want to see you grope our classmate, let's go get something to eat. Mina turned to Izuku and backed away with a blush. It wasn't like that. His muscles are like a stone. Izuku shrugged, nonplussed about the situation. Shinso smirked as he passed him. Shoji chucked and made to follow. I feel like I missed something, Izuku said to himself. Jiru snorted and waved for him to follow them to get food. I'll have to ask Namuri about it and for money. The four changed into their school uniforms and grouped up to head out. Izuku was excited to go with his new friends, but first, before I can go, I need to tell Nizu. All right, let's go, Mina said, leading the way. Where are we going? She stopped and turned to Izuku. Izuku smiled and led them up the stairs and to the principal's office. He knocked and waited. Namuri taught him to do that. The door opened and Izuku strolled in. Hey Nizu, I'm going out with these guys to eat something. Also, I don't have money. Of course, keep your phone on yourself in case you need to contact us, and here. He handed Izuku a card. Namuri said she taught you how to use it, correct? Izuku nodded. It's not limitless, so buy only what you require. Truthfully, it was a credit card with an obscene amount of credit, but Izuku didn't need to know that. Sometime in the future, we'll speak about managing your finances. For now, go enjoy yourselves. He smiled at the feral boy. Izuku bounded out of the office and met up with his classmates. They walked out the gate and made their way to the streets. Izuku hadn't gone out since Namuri took him out to get necessities for himself. He had spent time with her as she taught him some basic stuff, but he was mainly isolated in the walls of UA. He had found no need to leave. After all he needed. Food, a place to sleep, and an extensive library. As they began to walk, Shoji spoke. Izuku, may I ask what you do in your free time? Library probably, Shinso smirked. The library at UA is pretty big, I like to read. Izuku said happily. Oh, what? Romance novels? Mina teased. Are there hidden dirty magazines somewhere in there? The library is pretty clean and there aren't many magazines. But no, I research the anatomy and biology of different things. Right now, I was reading about neurobiology. The clueless boy shot down Mina's teasing with logic. Mina pouted slightly and Shinso narrowed his eyes slightly at his response. All that for your quirk? Jairu asked with a raised eyebrow at the pink girl. Yeah, at first I could do basic stuff with my quirk like closing cuts or making claws. But for more detailed stuff I needed to know what I was doing. My legs were first, I hunted another wolf and learned how their legs worked. Now I can do much more. He explained. What more can you do? Other than your arms and shifting into whatever Shinso teased about. Shoji was interested in what he could learn from the feral boy with a more advanced version of his quirk. I can make permanent changes to my body. Like my legs, I don't focus on keeping them like this. That's how they are now unless I change them. He went on to list what he changed in his body. The three new friends were both impressed and a bit horrified at what he had done. I also fixed my ribs. I can put a hardened mesh between the ribs for extra protection. I also need to think about the heat pit snakes have. Hagakure made me think of that. Izuku said the last part more to himself. That's incredible, you did all that by yourself? Shoji complimented. It's serious hardcore. Jairu agreed and Mina nodded emphatically. Asato helped me find what I needed to read for the information, but yep. It took a while though, too much changing at the same time can empty my fuel. Asato? Mina asked. She is the librarian that worked or owned the library near my old den. She was very nice, I want to go visit sometime. Izuku smiled at the older librarian. Meanwhile, Katsuki opened the door to his home. His mother was at the desk in the living room working on a new clothes design. How was your first day, brat? She didn't look at him as she greeted her hard-headed son. Mom, Katsuki said softly. Mitsuki immediately knew something was wrong when Katsuki didn't greet her with the same brash attitude he had with everyone. She dropped what she was doing and whipped around to Katsuki. What's going on? She asked worriedly as she stood. He opened his mouth a few times and then spoke. Izuku is alive and at UA. Inko she dash. Wait, hold on. Izuku? You saw him? Her eyes began to water at the thought of her nephew. She pulled Katsuki to the sofa and sat down so he could explain. Start from the beginning, please? So, Katsuki did. He explained how he saw Izuku in his classroom and how odd he was. Then he began to talk about his story. He said Auntie Inko abandoned him in the woods when the doctor said he was quirkless. Mitsuki reeled back as if she were struck at her closest friend, almost sister, doing such a thing. She wouldn't. Her voice wobbled. Katsuki nodded and wiped a tear from his eye. A girl could tell he was telling the truth. Inko left him to die in the woods alone. Mitsuki sobbed. At his statement, Katsuki would never lie and never about something so serious. And Izuku? Did people find him? He was all right. She had to know about Izuku. He shook his head. He said he lived in the woods for years. It was only a month ago when he took the exam and teachers asked him about the information missing on the application. He lived alone in the woods hunting and survived. UA made him a ward of the school and he lives there now. Mitsuki sobbed only harder at the thought of the child, her nephew, living in the woods alone like that. She kept crying until she could speak again. Did he look all right? He looked happy. He said he hunted a lot and he was strong. His quirk was freaky, he can change his body. He even had a friend, I think. Mitsuki pulled Katsuki into a hug. She had lost a sister and Katsuki had lost his aunt. He didn't say anything but he held tightly onto her and cried silently with her. Izuku. Shinso spoke furrowed brow but was trying to contain a smile. Yeah. The feral boy opened the sandwich and sniffed it as he checked every layer of the meal. He then picked it up and bit into it. He made a sound of appreciation for the taste. Mina had pasta, Jairu a soup, Shoji some fried fish, and Shinso a stir-fry. He paused. Do you know how to use utensils? Everyone at the table froze and turned to Izuku. Oh yeah, of course I do. I forgot to mention I brought my... He paused and looked at the chopsticks in their hands. Eating sticks with me when was dropped off at the woods. He said sarcastically. He giggled. Namuri explained sarcasm to me. Mina inhaled what she had in her mouth and began to choke. Shinso began to wheeze in laughter. Jaira bit her lip as she both tried to help Mina not die and hold in her laughter. Shoji sat stock still as he tried to process what Izuku just said and then began to chuckle with mirth. Once Mina got the food down her throat, she howled in laughter. Eating sticks. The UA students got some looks of annoyance, but some shook their heads at the youths. Izuku enjoyed their mirth as he bit into his tasty sandwich. They finished their laughing and looked at Izuku eating with a smile aimed at them. To be fair, I never needed to learn. He shrugged. You know you'll have to learn someday. Shinso wiped a tear from his eye. I don't know, this sandwich is pretty good. I think I'll manage without. He did glance at their food and it did smell good. Did you learn anything fun while in the woods? Jair asked. I taught myself how to swim. That was fun. It's harder now with my weight. Climbing trees are really fun, especially jumping from one to another. Hunting is always nice, although I wish there were more animals to hunt. Oh, that tree hopping does sound fun, Mina said. They kept chatting as they ate their meals. They talked about their other classmates and then the heroes that were supposed to teach them. Izuku thoroughly enjoyed his time with his new friends. When it came to splitting off and heading to their homes, they exchanged phone numbers. The three new friends headed to the train station and Shinso and Izuku were left. Wanna head back now? Shinso asked his friend. He stayed behind for the express purpose to make sure Izuku didn't get lost and ended up somewhere he didn't want to go. All right, let's go. Izuku began to walk. He was grabbed by the arm and turned in the right direction. Are you sure? I thought it was this way. How can you have an impeccable sense of direction in the woods and not in the streets where everything is labeled? Shinso asked in disbelief. Izuku made an I don't know sound and kept walking with Shinso. When we get back, do you want to see my new den? Sure, I've got time. He slipped his phone out of his pocket and sent a message to his mother. Nice there. The UA woods? It's all right, smaller than the one near your house. He shrugged. They arrived back at UA and Izuku first brought Shinso to his room to change quickly. He produced the key from his arm and struggled a bit before getting the key in the lock. Shinso didn't react to the key sliding out of his skin like a parasite. This is nice, the bed is soft too. He looked around as Izuku changed out of his uniform without an ounce of shame. All right, let's go. Izuku turned to the nearest door to his room and walked out. He picked up Shinso with tendrils and ignored his complaints. His legs changed and they were off. This time he made sure Shinso was suspended in the air instead of strapped to his back for a smoother ride. Halfway into the woods, he slowed down and set his friend down so they could walk. He stumbled a bit but was used to Izuku's speed. The first thing they saw was the large pond in front of the large tree. This is nice, very relaxing. That your den? He pointed at the rounded wood planks with his signature on them. Wanna see inside? He bounded over to the hole in the ground. Shinso shrugged. Why not? He peered into the opening and saw a thick root. He grabbed it and swung down. It was slightly larger than the room in the building. One side had a variety of skulls and a corner was a pile of pelts with planks under them for support. This is comfortable. He sat on the furs to try it out. It was ridged but gave some under his weight. Izuku returned from his quick hunt with 2 hares. Shinso crawled out and saw his friend blowing at a fire. The 2 small carcasses gave away why the fire. Snack. Izuku held up one hare by the ears. Never tried rabbit or whatever that is, sure I'll take a leg. Shinso sat down on a log. Can I ask you about Kaken? Sure, I don't mind but I barely remember anything anyways. He skinned the animals and set the pelt to dry. He took one head and popped it into his mouth raw. Shinso didn't even bat an eye. Were you too close? I think so. I remember his mother was like an aunt to me, and by how he was talking about my mother, It was the same for him. I think they were close friends before we were born. He felt a slight flare of anger at his mother, but it died quickly. You going to visit them? Izuku slowly turned the skewed animals. If they ask, then sure. Why are you so curious? It's like a story about old friends reuniting after something tragic happened. He shrugged and took the leg of the hare that was proffered. He bit into the hot meat. Tender, I like this. Needs seasoning though. You always say that. He rolled his eyes and took a bit out of the other leg, bone and all. They chatted for a bit longer until Izuku's arm vibrated and beeped. He extracted it and pressed the button. Izuku, once you have some time, please come up to my office. Nizu asked of him. Sure, I'll be there soon. The light on the device turned off and it sunk back into his skin. It's getting late anyway, give me a ride back? Shinso stood and dusted his pants. Izuku put out the fire and carried his friend. They split off and Izuku walked upstairs to Nizu's office. He could smell someone new with Nizu. He paused and knocked. Nizu called him in and Izuku strolled in. The stranger was plain-looking with a white button-up shirt and black pants. Just on time. Izuku, this is Detective Tsukachi. Detective, this is formerly Izuku Midoriya, now Izuku Kiyama. Please sit. Nizu introduced the two. Izuku scanned the man up and down before sitting. What did you need? Oh, was it the card? Here. He held the credit card out to Nizu that slid out of his hand. No, you keep that with you in case you need to purchase something. No, this is about the trial for your mother. It would be prudent to have Tsukachi take your statement about what had happened for the court hearing. Nizu explained. Izuku nodded along. I understood a third of that. What's a trial and court hearing? Also, why does Tsukachi need to take my statement? Nizu chuckled a bit and went on to explain what both terms were. As for why the good detective? Because of his quirk, truth detector. Anything you say, he will be able to tell if you are lying or not. This will be incredibly useful for the trial if a statement taken by the detective is given to the judge. While most likely unnecessary with the proof given, better safe than sorry. That makes sense, so what now? Izuku looked between the two. Wait, Nizu, I don't intend to harm you in any way. I forgot about that. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow at the phrase and then looked to Nizu, whose shoulders dipped slightly. Thank you, Izuku. That does indeed help with your presence. Now, on to the matter at hand. The detective will ask you questions and you will answer them to the best of your abilities. He waved at the detective to begin. For the next hour, Izuku was asked about everything that had happened since Inko Midoriya left him in the woods. He explained everything without hesitation. From the rag she put on his face to make him fall asleep to the time he killed his first deer. They focused a lot on his last interaction with his mother, but Izuku had no problem remembering what she had said to him. Then they got to more recent events. When you reached the city, why didn't you tell someone about your situation? Tsukachi asked. I didn't need to. I had food, a den, and the library was right there. He shrugged. And the librarian, Asaro, she never said anything? Last time we spoke she thought I was homeless, but since I was well-fed and stuff, she let it be. And Hitoshi Shinso, he never offered help? Help with what? Izuku tilted his head. You living in the woods. He came to talk and hang out a lot, that was nice. His mother grounded him because he thought I wanted to be kept a secret, but I never told him that. He helped with some clothes I stole from him, does that count? Nizu hid a smile by drinking some tea. Tsukachi chucked slightly. We'll say he did. From there you worked on taking the UA exam. Anything of note happened then? Nope, I took the exam, Nizu called me over for some questions, and now I'm here. Thank you, Izuku, for your forthrightness. Not once did my quirk go off during your statement. He smiled at the feral boy. The trial is set for tomorrow, correct? Nizu asked the detective. Correct, they said it after school lets out, Tsukachi confirmed. The trial for my mother is tomorrow. Why did it take so long? Izuku asked. Bureaucracy, there's some paperwork that needs to be done before a trial began, and some people are dreadfully slow at it. Nizu gave out an exasperated sigh. So, tomorrow after class we will go to the trial for my mother? That is if you do not wish to participate in it? Nizu proposed. It's fine, I'll go. Very well, that was all for today. Nizu smiled. Alright, I'll see you later then. Bye, Tsukachi. He waved at the two and left the office. Tsukachi watched him go and then turned to Nizu. What was that earlier about him not harming you? I believe young Izuku developed an aura of a predator of the highest degree. Both Hound Dog and I were put under his presence, and it felt like a pair of jaws ready to clamp onto my neck in a moment. There were 2 students with animal quirks in his class that had the same issue until Izuku stated to them he meant no harm to them. Aizawa reported they released tension in their bodies as if they were ready to run to safety. Neither could even look at him without shaking. Quite marvelous, don't you think? Nizu smiled and took a sip of his now cooled tea. Is it pheromones or something? Tsukachi asked. No, not as far as I could tell. It's all his presence that causes it. Izuku walked through the halls back to the woods. His feet claws tapped on the linoleum of the floor. He was in deep thought about the day to come. He wasn't sure what to feel at the thought of seeing his mother again. He felt angry at the thought of her but also saddened at what she had done to him. He changed course and headed to his room instead. He wants to do some research with the books he had stored away. And maybe work on his handwriting skills. They still were atrocious. A young boy with green hair woke up in the middle of the woods with a headache. Izuku woke before the sun was visible in the sky. He sat up and felt a pain in his back and noticed he fell asleep on his desk. He got up from the chair and made his back give various cracks and pops as his spine straightened out. With a sigh of relief, he went out the door and to the woods for breakfast. After cleaning up and showering, he changed into his uniform. He headed to the doors marked 1A as students began to stream into the buildings. He wasn't the first one there as he walked in. A boy with split hair colors sat in his seat reading a book. He looked up and nodded in greeting. Izuku waved and turned to find out where he sat. He had no clue. With pursed lips and turned to the smell of the sleeping man under the teacher's desk. He walked silently to his desk and leaned over it to be able to see his homeroom teacher. Izuku's hair fell up and he tried to figure out a way to wake the grumpy teacher. He didn't have to as Aizawa's closed eye opened partly. What do you want, feral brat? He softly said. Izuku whispered in return. He had learned that was the best way to wake the hero. Where do I sit? Third seat back, next to the windows. He snuggled deeper in his sleeping bag when he finished. Izuku leaned back and met eyes with Todoroki who was watching him curiously. He gave him a smile that showed all his teeth and moved to his seat. It was reinforced. He sat down and it didn't even make a noise. He pulled out his tablet given to him by Nizu for taking notes until his handwriting had improved. A few minutes passed and more classmates walked through the door. Mina gave him a wave and smile as she walked through the door. Izuku returned the gesture and she approached him to chat. How'd you sleep? Me no started. My back hurt when I woke. I think it was because I fell asleep at my desk. Does that happen? She giggled a bit. Yep, if you sleep in a weird position it can hurt your back. You never had that problem before? Izuku shook his head. I think when I first slept in my first cave it did. How many places did you sleep in? Like how many caves? Mina asked. 3 places, the cave near where I first woke up, the den I stole from some badgers by Shinso's house and now my new den here. He pointed out the window to the woods. What did you wait for the badgers to leave and then steal it? Mina laughed. No, I ate them. He said it as it was obvious. She snorted at that. What did they taste like? They are in the middle for taste. Deer are usually the best for quantity and quality. Birds are the worst because of the feathers. That makes sense. Mina nodded. Wanna try some? Izuku pulled out a bag of cooked badger meat he cooked up that morning. Mina raised an eyebrow and smiled. You just have that in your pocket? In case I get hungry. He shrugged. What is this? Shinso approached from behind Mina and took a piece of cooked meat. He sniffed it. Badger? Izuku nodded and Shinso took a bite. Needs seasoning. Mina went with the flow and took a piece. That was tasty. You sure know how to get to a woman's heart, huh? She tried to tease. Through the 3rd and 4th rib, right? Shinso snorted loudly behind Izuku and Mina burst out laughing. Shinso patted his shoulder. Never changed, Izuku. Izuku was thoroughly confused at what was happening. Don't worry about it, Izuku. Mina waved his confusion away. I don't think your usual methods will work on him. Jairu and Shoji joined them. I've noticed, Mina grumbled. Excuse me? But you don't appear to be wearing your tie. Where is it? The tall blue-haired boy approached Izuku and chopped his arm down. Oh right. Here it is. He pulled it out of his pocket next to the bag of snacks. Why are you not wearing it? It is required by the student handbook. I never got a student handbook. Izuku shrugged. Also, I don't know how to wear one. Like the knot thing. That gave Ida pause. In a quieter voice he said, I see, my apologies. Don't worry, Izuku. I'll teach you. Mina was eager to jump on the opportunity. Izuku, I like that. Thanks, Mina. She took Shinso's tie off his neck before he could react. Mina? Why did you take mine? Use yours. She explained why she couldn't by unclipping hers and putting it on Shinso's collar. Jairu snorted at the display. Alright, copy me. Izuku stood and followed the pink girl's movements. After a few failed tries, he finally got it and had a straight tie. She tightened it on his collar and smiled. Thanks, Mina. Izuku beamed. I remember watching the YouTube video until I remembered it step by step. She loosened the tie and gave it back to Shinso. YouTube? Izuku asked. Mina gasped. You poor boy. Kaken walked through the doors at that moment and focused on his old friend. He walked up to him apprehensively. Izuku. Kaken. Nice to see you again. He beamed to his old friend. Can we talk at lunch? He asked. Izuku shrugged. Sure. I don't mind. To your seats. Aizawa rose from his position under the desk. Good, just to get this out of the way. Does everyone know about Izuku's dash? He waved his hand at the feral boy. Situation. Everyone nodded. Good, now you know if he does something weird or whatever. No new announcement for today, your next class will start in a moment. Cementos walked through the door at that moment and gave a greeting to everyone. Aizawa slipped out the door and class began. Taking notes for Izuku was very easy. He split his digits and typed every word Cementos spoke. Thankfully, the keyboard was completely silent as his hands were a blur. It distracted a few for a moment, but they learned to ignore the bizarre scene. Soon class came to an end and Izuku opened a new page to type his notes. Izuku? Shiro asked next to the feral boy. Yeah. Why are you using a computer to take notes? Wouldn't it be easier to write? Some of the class was paying attention to the conversation. Izuku took out a post-it note from his bag and wrote his name. He handed it to Shiro and he was surprised at the writing. I caught up with my studies but I neglected my writing skills. Oh, I'm sorry. Shiro tried to apologize. Why are you sorry? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Shiro looked a bit awkward at that. Shinso spoke up from behind Izuku. It's a way to show sympathy for another. Also, email me those notes and I'll bring you food tomorrow. Izuku nodded in understanding. Not your fault. He said to Shiro and he gave a small smile towards him. And what's email? He turned to his friend. A way to message people through the internet. Kaken spoke up and watched Izuku interact with others. Oh, thanks Kaken. At that moment, Midnight walked through the door to begin the next class. Hello class. You can call me Kayama or Midnight, either is fine. She stood in front of the podium with her folder. Kaminari raised his hand and asked, Kayama as in Izuku Kayama? He pointed at the class feral. I didn't want my old family name so I asked her if I could use her family name since I was dead, and Nisa needed to do stuff so I would be alive again. He quickly explained. That's right. Without an ounce of shame, he asked for my name. She tried to tease him. Most of the class guffawed at that and shot Izuku looks. Sadly, teasing him never works. I still don't understand. Izuku shook his head. Anyways, I will be teaching you modern hero art history. So the lesson began with the hero beginning to explain what they will be learning in the class. After her class was ectoplasm, he taught mathematics. Izuku found it's simple and was able to write on the screen of his computer for more detailed equations. Izuku found it enjoyable to learn new things, and this reminded him more of his time with Asato when she gave him tests on the computers. Soon, the class came to an end and there was an audible sigh of relief from some. Ectoplasm gave a huff of amusement as he walked through the doors. Izuku stood up and stretched. His stomach grumbled and he was prepared to run out to his territory for a quick hunt. Kaken derailed his plan for a meal. Izuku, right? What did you want to talk about? The feral boy asked as his tendrils put his stuff away. You have somewhere private? I do. Follow me. He led his old friend to his room. I'll see you guys later. He waved to his friends. Don't die. Shinso shouted back. Should we be worried that he will get into trouble? Jair asked. Nah, if anything he will end up ending whatever is trying to end him. Shinso waved them off. Izuku opened the door to his room and welcomed the blonde inside. This is my room, I don't use it other than to keep my stuff and to shower. Kaken looked around and took a seat at his desk. Do you remember from before? He began. Izuku sat on his bed and it sank slightly. Not much, it's foggy. I remember us being friends and our mothers being friends, but that was mostly all of it. Why? Kaken shook his head. Just curious, my mom wants to meet you or more like reunited with you. Will you? Of course. I'd be happy to, but not today. The trial for my mother is today after school. What? We were never told. Kaken looked shocked. Where is it? Do you know? I can find out. Izuku pulled his phone out of his bag and tapped around until he found the phone book. He pressed Nizu's number and called. Izuku, what can I do for you? Nizu asked with his usual chipper attitude. Kaken wants to know where the trial is going to take place. Do you know where it is? Of course, I'll send you the location on your phone. Thanks. He looked at the message and then held it out to the blonde. I don't know how to do stuff like that. Kaken took the proffered phone and forwarded the message to his phone. I put in my phone number. Great. Anything else? Izuku smiled at his friend. No, the main thing was so you could come over and talk with Mom, but now the trial. Kaken dragged his hand through his hair. Izuku's smile fell as he smelled Kaken's mood. You were close with Inko? After you disappeared, she became close with our family. She watched over me and raised me with my mom. Now it's like everything I've known was a lie. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes shut. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. His mother abandoned him and instead took care of the boy in front of him. He felt that anger flare up again, but not at Kaken, at his mother. She took care of you, that's what mattered, isn't it? Some bitterness leaked through. I'm sorry, I know it isn't fair, but he waved his arms in frustration, trying to find the words. I get it isn't fair. It's not your fault. Izuku said softly. Yeah. They sat in silence for a moment and then their stomachs grumbled for nourishment. Let's go eat before lunch ends. He offered. Right, breakfast was a bit too small for me. Izuku took off his blazer and shirt. He slipped on a tank top and took off his pants for a pair of shorts. The blonde watched in confusion. What in the hells are you doing? My uniform will get dirty if I go hunt in it, Izuku said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. You're going to go hunt in the woods, over there? He pointed out the window to his woods. My den is there, I'll show you sometime if you like. With that he opened said window and leapt out of it. Then he began to sprint at breakneck speed in search of his prey. The blonde shook his head and walked out of the room to eat his lunch. He called his mother on the way to the cafeteria to tell her about Inko's trial and where it was taking place. She immediately began to prepare and leave work early. Katsuki walked into the cafeteria and found a tray and filled it with something that he'd like. He found where Shinso sat and made to sit with him. Hey Kaken. Shinso greeted. Don't call me that. Forget it, you've known Izuku longest or more recently. Is Yue feeding him? Like giving him money for lunch and sheet? The blonde asked. Niza gave him a credit card yesterday when we went out for food after school, so I think he's good. Why, where is Izuku? Mina asked with a raised brow. He ran into the effin woods to hunt, he said. He began to eat the food he picked up. Jairu snorted. Gods, he is so feral it's incredible. Oh, that's just how he is. Yesterday, he showed me his den and caught 2 big-ass rabbits and cooked them right then and there. This morning, Mina and me ate some badger he probably hunted within the hour. He's been feral for most of his life, that's how he is. Katsuki listened carefully as Shinso explained. How was the badger? Shoji asked. Needed seasoning, but alright, Mina said. Alright, they effin' better be taking care of him, Katsuki said. Lunch hour finished and they made their way to the last class of the day, heroics. Everyone funneled into class and excitedly waited for the next teacher to show up. Everyone was in their seats but Izuku, who was still missing. Shinso waited for his friend to walk through the door, but instead, he heard a tapping from the window. I swear if I see him dangling from the window when I turn. He turned and saw Izuku's grinning face against the window. With a sigh, he got up and unlocked the window latch. Izuku scrabbled in and fell onto the floor with everyone watching. Made it in time. Izuku got up and smiled as the door swung open. I am here. All Might strode in with confidence but paused at the scene before him. Then the class cheered at his appearance. Now on to the lesson at hand. But you'll need these. Meet me at Gamma Gym. With that he disappeared out the door. Izuku was confused for a moment as he got the scent of Yagi, but it was All Might. Then he remembered he didn't know Yagi's quirk. Yagi had a quirk that turned him into All Might, which made sense to him. What are these? He pointed at the briefcases on the wall that everyone was taking. Hero suits, yours is number 18. Shinso grabbed his own and then Izuku's. Here and let's go before we're late. They walked into the locker room with everyone changing into colorful clothes and some equipment. Izuku took a corner and opened his briefcases after some struggling. His hero suit was as simple as it could be. It was a skin-tight tank top and shorts, that was it. The back of the tank top had his signature of 3 claw marks painted on in gold with the clothes colored a forest green. Even though he was the last one in the locker room, he was the first one out. He turned to the sign where it said Gym Gamma and followed the arrow. He got the scent of Yagi again and was met with the skinny man behind the corner. Yagi still hadn't heard him approach. Hey Yagi. Izuku greeted the man. Yagi for his part coughed up blood as usual and turned to see Izuku. His opinion of Izuku was that of a friendly feral animal. In the beginning, the month passed with a few interactions with the boy. He had grown fond of the wild child. But now he saw his secret identity. Young Izuku, you must not tell anyone about this. If you see me like this, then call me Yagi. See me buffed up, call me All Might. Understood? Yagi said. Urgently. Izuku shrugged. All right, I was confused for a minute when I got the scent of Yagi, but All Might showed. Yagi smiled at the honest boy and ruffled his hair. Good lad, by the way. For the upcoming exercise, you do know to not hurt anyone permanently or seriously, right? I figured. Izuku smiled up at the tall blonde. Yagi huffed in amusement. Go join your class, I can hear them coming. Izuku nodded and casually walked around as he waited for the rest of his class. Everyone had a myriad of different colors and styles. Izuku observed them all as they chatted between themselves. He joined his group of friends and looked over their costumes. You look like a copy of Aizawa, he said to Shinso. He is my favorite hero. Shut up. You look like some guy on the street. Shinso's ears burned as he tried to throw back the roast. I think it suits him, Mina said, bounding up to the two. What do you think, Izuku? Looks neat, he said, looking her up and down. Mina pouted again at his non-reaction. All right, you newbies. For today we are doing indoor battle trials with teams of 2 against 2. One will be playing the villains and defending a bomb, and the heroes will attempt to stop them. Villains win by time running out or capturing both heroes. Heroes win by touching the bomb or capturing both villains. Teams are drawn by lot for more fun. All Might explain to everyone. Izuku looked at the ball with he printed on it. People began to find their partner and Izuku found his. Bro. Nice to work with you. Kirishima greeted with a toothy smile. Same here, Izuku said with his smile. First up is E for the villain. And A for the heroes. All Might announced. The rest follow me to the viewing room. Izuku looked at who they were fighting and it was Sato and Hagakure. Izuku shifted his face and small pits opened around his nose. He could see Hagakure easily. It only took one night to figure out how some snake's pit organs worked, and now he had the perfect opportunity to test them. Let the best team win. Kirishima raised his fist to their opponents. Damn straight. Sato raised his fist in response. Izuku raised his fist trying to mimic them. Yeah. Hagakure raised her gloved fist. Izuku and Kirishima walked up the stairs and found the bomb. Izuku tapped it and felt it was paper. Oh, it's fake. I thought it was real. Kirishima laughed in good nature. Alright, so what do you want to do? I'm pretty excited about this. Izuku thought for a moment. Realistically, he could take out both of them, but Kirishima seemed interested in participating. What can you do? Like Quirk and stuff. I can harden my skin and I'm a good fighter. He showed by hardening his fists and clanging them together. That's neat. You already saw what I can do, so I can take out Hagakure and let Sato fight you. What do you think? Izuku proposed. Perfect. Let's move a floor down so we have some time if things go bad. Izuku nodded to his recommendation. Alright, I'm off. Izuku walked up to a window to see what they were doing. He was just in time to see Hagakure remove her boots and gloves and then split off to the back of the building. Izuku had her sent and followed near above her. Start. The speakers throughout the building said. Hagakure disappeared instead and Izuku dropped out the window and into a floor above hers. He shifted his hands to claws and made his way to the back stairs. He could hear her faintly downstairs as she made her way closer. Izuku decided to have some fun and climbed up the wall with his claws and prowled on the ceiling of the hallway. He smashed the lights and caused the stairway to go into darkness. Izuku clung to the corner of the wall and ceiling and waited for his prey to come. He was good at waiting. Toru slowly walked down the hallway to the stairs. Their plan was simple. Sato would cause a distraction by going in loud and she would sneak in and win for the both of them. The only issue was Izuku, a complete wild card. While she didn't think he would hurt her or anyone, he was scary at times. Her thoughts were exemplified by hearing a glass break and the lights upstairs go out. She whimpered ever so softly but moved forward. Without a sound, she climbed up each step in the complete dark. She felt her way up until she found the landing on the second floor. Then she felt something fall on her shoulder from above. It was concrete dust. Then, ever so gently, tape was wrapped around her forehead while a clawed hand held her shoulder. Hagakure Toru is out. All Might shouted. You did good. I barely even heard you and I have very good ears. Izuku encouraged the frozen girl and then she heard claws scrape and dig into concrete as he disappeared again. At least he is nice. She laughed softly. Izuku arrived back where Kirishima was left to see his teammate and Sato fighting it out. The feral boy decided to sit on the sidelines and observed them fight. He put himself between the stairs to the bomb and the ongoing fight. Kirishima seemed to be having fun as they threw fists back and forth and blocked very few. In a break, Sato took a bag of something white and dumped it in his mouth. He roared and picked up Kirishima before throwing him out a near window. Izuku saw him harden his whole body as he heard a crash 2 floors down. He couldn't worry about that as Sato turned to Izuku and charged. Sato with his enhanced strength threw a punch at the smaller boy but Izuku dodged it swiftly and got behind him. Sato tried to backhand Izuku but he was already gone. He was hit in the knee and fell, then a steel-hard fist punched his temple and Sato went down. Izuku pounced on the dazed boy and knocked the wind out of him. Quickly, he wrapped the tape around his wrist that was held together by his hand that had split to put them together. Villains win. All Might shouted and Izuku cheered for his first victory. Izuku went to check on where Kirishima was thrown out the window, but he looked fine as he was dusting himself off. You okay? Izuku shouted down at him. Kirishima looked up and gave a thumbs up with a toothy smile. All good. Nice job taking out Sato too. Thanks. What are you doing with your hand? Izuku jumped out the window and landed with a loud thump. Kirishima gave a softer smile and explained. It's a thumbs up, meaning all good or good job or something along those lines. Thumbs down is the opposite. Thanks, Kirishima. The two joined up with the other two and made their way to the viewing room. Man, Izuku, you're scary in there, Hagakure said. How did you know I was there? You were very quiet, but my sense of smell was able to tell your general location. These pits next to my nose were what made me see you. What are they? Hagakure squinted to see. Pit organs, like on snakes. They can sense heat very well, and I've improved them some. When I first saw you, I wanted something to actually see you. So I researched after class and got these to work properly. The invisible girl marveled at the boy before her. That's so cool. What other cool things like that can you do? I've got lots of things changed in my body. Bones are reinforced with iron and carbon. Muscles are compressed, ligaments strengthened, and nerves extended. His hand shifted to show the bones on his knuckles and then the densely packed mass in his forearms. So you completely overhauled your entire body? Sato asked with disbelief. Except for my skin, I like how it is. And hair, not much use there. They walked into the room and were greeted by the rest of the class crowding the floor. Some tried to give words of encouragement to the losing team, but Sato brushed them off. Nah, we didn't stand a chance against Izuku. Hagakure nodded, but no one saw except Izuku. Yeah. He's super scary when he caught me. Shinso snorted. He was scary because it was dark and he got the jump on you. When you do see him for real, you'll piss your pants. I know I did. Suku. Show us what he is talking about. Mina all but demanded. All right. No. I want it be the right time. Shinso stopped his friend from doing anything more than his claws shifting. All Might coughed to get everyone's attention. Now, who wants to tell me how they did? For both teams. He motioned for Yaoruzo to speak, who raised her hand. I believe that they all did well in the beginning. While Kiyama Izuku is fine. The feral boy interrupted his classmate with a smile. While Izuku was a wild card, it was a good attempt to have Hagakure try to sneak past them and to the objective. Everyone played their part until the very end. Izuku should have assisted his partner with Sato, but instead, let them fight, resulting in his counterpart being indisposed if Izuku couldn't handle Sato alone. I just wanted Kirishima to have a chance to fight is all. Izuku shrugged in defense. Plus, I stood no chance against him. I don't think I could stand a change even with a pound of sugar in my system. Sato supposed Izuku. I remember sugar, Izuku said wistfully to himself. Many pairs of eyes snapped at him. Mina giggled excitedly and Shinso made a keening sound, wishing his friend never said anything. Very good, young Yaoruzo. I think that covers it, the MVP of this round. Everyone pointed at Izuku, who was daydreaming of sweets. They moved on to the next match with Kaken on the hero's side with Shoji. Koji and Tsuyu were on the villain's team. Izuku excitedly watched his old friend use his quirk to see how far he had grown. Shoji scouted them out as Koji did the same with birds. That guy can control animals? Izuku asked. Koji Koda, no, he can speak to them and asks for help. All Might explained. Huh, how does that work with people who have animal-based quirks? He was tempted to get the bird-headed team to experiment or the frog-looking one. You're weird, Shinso said to his friend, and Izuku made a face back. The match started and Kaken blasted up to the top of the building while Shoji worked his way up. On the inside, Tsuyu and Koji set up a defense in the third-floor room. They didn't last as Kaken found them first, and then Shoji joined as Koji went down. Tsuyu tried to escape with the bomb, but Shoji grappled her and the hero team won. That's how the rest of the day went, with everyone getting a chance to go and play heroes versus villains. Izuku found it very fun to watch everyone try different strategies and combinations with their quirks. Shinso's turn was the funnies for Izuku as Siro wrapped his friend up but ended up under Shinso's quirk and ordered Siro to wrap himself up. The two ended up wrapped in tape as Kaminari dumbly walked around while Jiru stood on shaking legs because of the shock Kaminari sent everywhere. The villains won that round and they needed to be helped back to the viewing room since no one was able to stand. Shinso blushed when he was met with Izuku's snort. Everyone got to go and the day ended with All Might disappearing from view after a farewell. Everyone looked around to see where he went, but Izuku pointed in a direction and everyone saw a door finish closing. They animatedly returned to the locker room to change and then head home. What are you doing after school? Shinso asked his friend. Do you remember my mother was arrested for leaving me in the woods? Yeah, her trial is today after school and I'm going. Everyone quieted in the locker room and Shinso slapped him but winced when his hand connected with Izuku's arm. Why didn't you say anything? Izuku shrugged. I didn't think it was a big deal. Is it a big deal? I mean, it's a big deal for me, but... Shinso sighed and shook his head. It's complicated, don't worry about it. Everyone finished changing and funneled out to leave through the gates. Mina and Jiraiya waited for their friends, but only Shinso and Shoji came out. When they explained why, they were shocked, but then understood why Izuku wanted to keep the trail to himself. "Oh no, Shinso said. He just didn't think it was a big deal to anyone. He didn't care if anyone knew, he just didn't mention it." He corrected their misunderstanding. Mina looked incredulous ahead and then slowly nodded. "You know what, that checks out with him." "You think he'll be fine?" Jiraiya asked Shinso. "I'm not sure, I hope so." He responded. "These clothes suck." Izuku tugged on the collar of the white button-up shirt. Nemuri batted his hand away and fixed his collar. "You'll be fine, just don't mess with it. Come on, let's go before we are late." The two walked out of the school and to the parking lot. They took the same car as last time and got moving. The courthouse wasn't anything special, but it was their destination. Heroes were prevalent in the area and police were more so. Izuku looked around as Nemuri guided them through the doors and then to a checkpoint. "Please remove any personal objects and step through the scanner," a security guard said to the two of them. Nemuri handed him her hero license. He nodded and handed it back to her. "You will still need to go through the security scanner." He pointed at Izuku. "All right, where do I put these?" Izuku shrugged and flesh tore as the communication device Niza gave him and his key was produced. Nemuri gave him a really look as the security guard held a bin and he stepped through the arch. It immediately beeped and the security guard pulled him to the side. He scanned him with a handheld scanner and it rang immediately as well. "Young man, do you have any metal on you?" "My whole skeletal structure is near steel." Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "You could have told us and skipped this part," the man said with a raised eyebrow. "Well, you didn't ask." Izuku shrugged defensively. "Izuku, it's so no weapons enter the building," Nemuri explained from the other side. "That doesn't make any sense, some people are weapons. I can make my body a weapon." He tried to understand the logic of it. The security guard huffed and gave his stuff back. The feral boy put his stuff back into his arms and followed Nemuri. They walked until she stopped in front of a big set of double doors. She checked her watch and nodded. She opened the door and motioned Izuku to go in and she followed while closing the door gently. Inside, a few people were sitting on the benches. One caught his eye. "Asato, it's good to see you again." Izuku greeted her. She approached him and gave him a quick embrace. "You look well, I've missed seeing you at your table." She ruffled his messy top. "How has Yue been treating you?" Izuku beamed at the contact. "Good. The forest is smaller there but nice. I've made my den instead of taking one like last time." Asato smiled softly at him and then turned sharply at Nemuri. "You've been sleeping in the woods?" Her eyes narrowed slightly at the younger woman before her. "Yeah. It's next time this big tree and pond. I did sleep in my room once, but that was by accident. My room is nice, I guess. I don't have much to compare it to." He shrugged. Nemuri wiped the bead of sweat from her forehead as the librarian's eyes softened again and turned back to. "That's wonderful, dear." People began to file into the courtroom in fancy suits. Nemuri and Asato guided Izuku to the seats nearest the front. The judges got prepared for the day and got seated. A few more people walked into the courtroom from where Izuku entered. Many he didn't know, but the last three he did. Kaken led the way in a button-up with a man and woman he hadn't seen in over 10 years. Kaken met Izuku's eyes and he pulled his parents to him. Mitsuki spotted him and gasped. Her eyes immediately began to tear and she covered her mouth. Masaru was in a similar state but more reserved. Izuku tentatively got up to meet them. Mitsuki didn't wait much longer and yanked Izuku into a hug. She held him tight as Masaru placed his hand on his shoulder. "You're here, look at you." She pulled him back and examined his face. "You look just like I remember." She laughed softly with tears running down her face. He didn't get to talk before a gavel hit the block and everyone rose. The Bakugos moved into the seats behind him and the session began. The judges began by bringing out the subject of today. Inko Midnight was walked in by a security guard with Quirk suppression cuffs on her. She was lean with long green hair loose around her head. She appeared calm until she met eyes with her son. Her eyes widened when she realized the boy he had left for dead survived. When they told her why she was arrested, she didn't believe Izuku had survived in the wild. So she was calm, sure that whoever they claimed Izuku, he was a fake. But she couldn't refuse that the boy in front of Mitsuki was him. The judges began the trial as they were handed files. One judge read the charges against Inko and the others shuffled through their papers to see the evidence placed forth. Izuku saw their wrinkled faces grow more wrinkled as they read the reports with growing frowns. The final judge finished reading and took off his glasses to rub his eyes. Let the trial for Inko Midoriya begin. Miss Midoriya, you are guilty of child abandonment and attempted first-degree murder of Izuku Midoriya, your son. Do you have anything to say for yourself? She was pale, a sweating mess, and didn't say anything. I believe this case is very clear with the evidence provided and the statement of Izuku by Detective Tsukachi. Do you agree? The one judge asked the other two. One nodded and the other hesitated. I wish to hear from both sides before I make my decision. The middle-aged judge decided. The other two gave their nods and motioned to go ahead. May Izuku Midoriya please come to the stand? Just Izuku is fine. He stood and smiled at the three judges. He shuffled out of the chairs and walked where the security guard pointed. The oldest of the judges smiled softly at Izuku. Very well, Izuku. We have read the statement given to us by the good detective. Would you please tell us everything you remember in detail? Izuku let out a breath and began his story again. Well, I was 5, and the last thing my mother said to me was, "This wouldn't have happened if you have gotten your quirk," and then she put something over my mouth. I woke up in the middle of the woods, alone. From there he continued his whole story from having to eat raw fish to ending the wolf when he was around 7. He described the fight and the discovery of his quirk. He continued until he caught up to current events. And now I'm here, I think that's it. There was a sniffle from the seated area and he could tell it was from Mitsuki. The whole courtroom was dead quiet as they listened attentively to his story. When he finished, there was a pause and then the same old judge spoke. Thank you, Izuku. You can return to your seat. Miss Midoriya, to the stand. The tone in his voice was different for the last part. Izuku sat down and watched as security clipped her handcuffs to the stand. She stared down at the podium. Please, tell us your side of the story, the middle-aged judge asked of her. I had no choice. He was quirkless. It would have ruined my whole life. I've read enough to know what I did was a mercy compared to what he would have to live through. She burst out. Izuku felt anger boil when she spoke. Thankfully, Mitsuki said anything before he did. You had a choice. But you chose one of the worst ones. How could you? Tears leaked out and her face was red from anger on his behalf. A gavel hammered down. The audience will be quiet during this session. One judge said seriously. Mitsuki bowed slightly and sat back down. The three turned back to Inko. Is that all you have to say for yourself? When there was no response, they continued. Very well, Inko Midoriya, you are sentenced to serve 40 years with no parole. This court is adjourned. The final gavel stuck and the security guard pulled Inko to the door she entered through. Mitsuki, Katsuki, I'm sorry. She yelled back at the family with tears. They didn't respond and instead turned their backs on her. That was the last thing she saw as the door closed with finality. Mitsuki sat with her face covered and her elbows on her knees. From hearing Izuku's story from start to finish and hearing her once closest friend admit to everything he had said caused Mitsuki to have a small breakdown. Masaru sat next to her with his arm around his wife. Katsuki had already heard the story once, but the way Inko admitted to it, he didn't know what to think of the woman who helped raise him. Namuri kept an eye on Izuku as he was lost in thought. She had no idea how he would react to all of what happened. Izuku? Are you all right? She gently placed a hand on his arm. I feel tired, I think? That is called an emotional drain. Your body is fine, but your mind had had enough for today and is telling you to rest or stop doing what you are doing. Asato explained. Izuku nodded in understanding. Mitsuki wiped her face clean and turned to her nephew. I wanted to have you over for dinner and get to know you again, but I don't think today is a good day for that. He nodded again. Yeah, all right. She got up and pulled him into a hug again. She squeezed him, but for Izuku it felt nice. I'm so happy to see you again. She pulled back and held his face. I'll have Katsuki tell you when you should come over. After another hug, they began to leave. Masaru put his hand on his shoulder and gave him a warm smile as he passed. Kaken gave him a nod and followed his parents. Let's get back to you, huh? Nemuri put an arm around his shoulder and held him. He nodded and the three made their way out. Once they got to the outside, Asato spoke. Take care of yourself, come to me if you ever want to talk or even visit. She gave him a hug and a smile. Nemuri and Izuku got back to UA with no issues. She tried to talk to him on the way, but it was obvious that he just wanted to rest, so she left him to be with some instrumental music on the radio. Izuku, if you ever need to talk to someone about what you are feeling, please come to me or get someone else to talk about it if you like. It's okay to feel angry or sad, alright? She knelt to look up at him. I think I'm okay. I felt angry and a little sad, but I just feel like I want to sleep for a while. Thank you, Nemuri. For the first time, he hugged her and she immediately reciprocated. Nemuri watched Izuku walk out of his room after changing and heading out to the woods. He walked and slowly began to build up speed until he was sprinting faster than any normal person could. He disappeared into the woods and didn't slow down. Izuku's mind was tired, but his body wasn't, and he needed to burn some excess energy he had. So he went for a hunt and then tried to sleep early. He found a deer and it was speared through its neck and out the bottom. It died quickly and Izuku ate until he was full. He mechanically set the skin to dry after prepping it. The feral boy climbed into his den and lay down. Soon he slipped into sleep and he dreamed of a nicer time. Izuku sat at his desk, waiting for class to begin. He wasn't the first one to be in class. Yaoruzo was the first. He gave her a wave when he entered. It wasn't long before more of his classmates started to fill up the classroom. Shinso was one of his first friends to arrive. He sat behind Izuku and poked him. How are you doing? How'd it go yesterday? He began. Now, I feel a bit tired, I guess. Yesterday, Asato said I was emotionally drained after court ended. I got to meet my Aunt Mitsuki, so that was nice. Inko was sentenced to 40 years in prison. I'm not sure if that's a lot or not. Like, was it too much or the right amount? Either way, I'm okay with her being gone. Oh, that's good to hear, Shinso said, not knowing what else to say after that. Thankfully, Mina arrived with a smile with Jairu on her heels. Morning, Zuku. Shin, you excited for another day? Izuku returned the smile to her. I suppose, this is still all new to me, so? He shrugged. Yeah, that makes sense, Jairu added. Well, if you ever need help, I don't mind giving you some after-school one-on-one tutoring. Mina said to him while leaning forward to him. Tutoring is when someone helps someone else with school, right? When Shinso nodded, he turned back to Mina. Thanks, Mina. I'm alright with schoolwork, but I will ask you about stuff I don't understand. I'd be happy to have one-on-one time with you after school. I can even show you my den if you like. He beamed at his helpful friend. Mina was pouting when her teasing didn't work again, but was now blushing when he finished. Ah, sure. Jairu snickered behind her. What's wrong, Mina? Something backfires? You okay, Mina? Your face is dark purple. He asked worriedly. It's fine, it's fine. She waved his concerns away. He turned to Shinso, who was smiling just as much as Jairu was. I feel like I'm missing something. Is this what Nem was talking about, girls being weird? Jairu snorted loudly and covered her mouth with her hands, and then her face turned red from being the center of attention for the moment. Even if Izuku didn't keep his voice down, she would have been able to hear them easily. Shinso, on the other hand, made a thinking pose and stared at his first friend in a while. Mina missed it all since she was still trying to recover from before. Shinso had had his suspicions since they went out to eat, but now he had to ask. Izuku, has anyone given you the talk? About guys and girls? Oh, Nem did. Last month. Why? Izuku tilted his head as to why his friend was bringing that up. To your seats. Aizawa walked through the door just as Shinso was beginning to speak again. Shoji had arrived a minute before Aizawa and was trying to understand what had happened in his group of friends. We have a few things to go over, yesterday's trials. Everyone did well, Shinso. His eyes landed on the purple-haired boy who was trying to get his mind back on track from Izuku's statement that Midnight had given him the talk. Work on how the details of your command when you use your quirk. Yes, sir. Aizawa continued to tell some what they did wrong and improve. Now, you all will have to decide on your class president. Do it however you like. He went to lie down and take a nap. The class erupted in arguments, but Izuku turned around to Shinso to ask. His friend already predicted the question and spoke before he did. It's like the president is in charge after any teacher is. Make sure we are all present for an assembly, that sort of stuff. Izuku gave him a grateful smile. We shall put it to a vote. Ida declared, and they began to hand out paper to write a name. Izuku had no idea who to vote for and didn't truly care for the position. So for fun, he wrote his name in chicken scratch handwriting. He put his vote in Ida's hand as he passed back around to collect. He and Yaoyorozu tallied the votes per name on the whiteboard and his name was written with 1 vote. Izuku huffed a laugh and then another vote was placed by his name and then another. He heard and saw Mina cover her mouth to stifle a laugh as she saw what he was looking at. All right, Izuku is the president and Yaoyorozu is the vice president. Ida said hesitantly. Who the hell voted for the feral boy in our class, who might I add just asked me what class president was not 5 minutes ago? Shinso said to everyone. Mina burst out laughing and a few chuckles were scattered around. Yaoyorozu motioned Izuku to stand beside her and he heard her whisper. Give a speech. He got what a speech was by context clues. I will beat any other class president in combat, I promise you all. I will protect you? I don't know what the duties of the president are. He waved his hand at the board. Mina laughed even harder and most of the class began to get infectious giggles. Shinso dropped his head on his desk and had given up. Jiraiya gave him a thumbs up for encouragement. Shoji just gave him a shrug when Izuku looked at him for help. Feral president. A cheer went up starting with Kaminari. It spread quickly and it caused Aizawa to wake and rise like the living dead. He looked at the board and then at the rest of the class. Izuku is class president until the end of the year or for special circumstances. He drove the final nail into the coffin for everyone. Sit down, the class is beginning soon. He gestured for the two to sit down. Izuku sat as Kaken sent him an amused look and Shinso mock glared at him. You voted for yourself, didn't you? I didn't think I was going to get the position. He whispered, yelled back to his friend. The door opened and Cementos walked in with a calm smile. The day progressed like normal until lunch came and everyone got up to leave. Izuku stretched and his back cracked multiple times. Anyone in hearing range cringed at the sound, but Izuku didn't notice. He began to head to the door and Shinso followed. Mina, Jiraiya, and Shoji joined them and began to make their way to the cafeteria. I'll see you guys later. Izuku was about to split off to hunt, but an arm hooked around his and pulled him back. Nah, you're coming with us to eat. Mina struggled to pull him along due to his compact weight. Yeah, it'll do you good. Jiraiya agreed. Izuku shrugged and went along with his friends. Alright, do they have sandwiches? I still don't know how to use utensils. Mina laughed in remembrance of the first day. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to use the eating sticks. She skipped along. Alright, let's go. Izuku agreed with the pink girl and the other 3 gave each other significant looks. Jiraiya pulled the other 2 back and whispered. Does Izuku know Mina is trying to tease him and doesn't care, or does he not know? I believe he doesn't know or understand what she is trying to do, Shoji whispered back. He doesn't. He said that Midnight gave him the talk just last month. I was one of the first people to talk to him after years alone in the woods. He doesn't understand anything to do with the opposite sex other than what goes on with them. It's all completely new to him. Shinso explained with a sigh. While he does enjoy having Izuku as a friend, it does cause drama like this. He's beginning to like it as well. Oh, that's some funny stuff right there. Jiraiya smiled. I want to see how far Mina is willing to go until she finds out what we did. They lined up at the lunch line and Izuku copied Mina, who was in front of him. She ordered something he didn't know and then it was his turn. Izuku, nice to see you. What would you like? Lunch Rush asked. They have met in passing and he knows of his past, but that was it. Can I have something that doesn't require utensils to eat? Some people shot him curious looks, but Izuku never noticed. Of course, boyo. A foot-long sandwich filled with everything needed for a daily diet. When he set it on his tray, it weighed at least 2 pounds. There we are, enjoy. Izuku's mouth watered some just at the odor of the meal before him. He grabbed water to drink and followed Mina to a table. He looked skeptically at the chairs but tried to sit. It creaked ever so slightly but held. What in God's name is that? Jairu asked at the biggest sandwich she had seen. Izuku's hand split and he sliced it in half and picked it up to eat. He chewed slowly and savored every inch. It's good, he said around a mouthful. So, class president, what is your first decree in office? Mina yokid. I can make decrees? He asked. No, you just make sure the class doesn't have any issues that you could fix for the teacher, or just make sure the class is in order. Shinso shot whatever was brewing in his head. A problem solver? I can do that. He nodded as tendrils extended with eyes and scanned the lunchroom for problems. Izuku, may I ask for advice on non-human body parts one could mimic like yourself? Shoji asked. All the tendrils turned with a flash towards Shoji and his eyes sparkled. Of course. What do you want to know? The first thing I was to compact my whole musculature system and continuously added muscles every day. It's simple and all you need to do is eat enough to do so. Although, Izuku hummed in thought. What is it? Shoji asked. I was thinking if you could eat whatever and convert what you need to the right things. I can do that because I can tell my body to do what I want. Convert fat cells to protein or whatever I need at the time. It does take energy, but that's why I eat so much. He rattled off. The other three listened to their conversation as they ate. I can only control my arms. I will need to eat the proper things if I wish to attempt what you speak of. For now, can you show me how to do something small? Alright, can you expose your bones? Izuku showed by example and held his hand out. Flesh pulled back and his knuckles were exposed. Suku, we are eating. Mina complained. He tilted his head in confusion. I can see that. Before Mina could say anything, an alarm blared and Jairu cried in pain. Izuku did the same, but he could shift his ears. Everything got muted and he leaped to his feet to fight. He scanned the whole area in a second and decided on helping the closest person he could. Bone spears were thrown at Mach speed and accurately destroyed the alarms that caused his friend pain. 7 alarms were destroyed in a few seconds. The panic in the crowd wasn't calming much as everyone tried to leave through one double door. He could see people getting pushed around and some knocked down. The flesh on his arms tore and moved with his bone as they extended and he moved. He leapt to the wall and dug his claws into the surface. He leapt from one wall to another with blinding speed until he was above the exit. Enough! His voice shifted halfway and everyone froze as Izuku hung over them. His voice shifted back to normal as he had everyone's attention. Leave without hurting anyone. Now go. He's right. We should be rational about this and leave in an orderly manner. Ida chopped. Someone pointed out the window and said, It's only the media. Yes, it's only the media, whoever that is. Izuku trailed off and he sniffed the air again. His head whipped in a direction and he crawled upside down through the doors and began to track the scent. Everyone watched him curiously and he ran off. He arrived at a door and swung it open. No one was in there and he cautiously stepped into the teacher's lounge where he had been numerous times before. He could smell someone unfamiliar in the room and then vanished. The scent was stronger in one area around a desk. It smelled of blood and ash. His arm vibrated and he pulled out the communication device Nizu gave him. Izuku? Is everything all right? Nizu had seen what happened in the cafeteria and followed the boy through the cameras to where he is now. I picked up the scent of someone unfamiliar to me in the teacher lounge. It's strong around one desk and then it's gone. It smells of blood, ash, and something else. Izuku explained. His tendrils were out and scanning everything around him just in case. Nizu paused and then spoke. No one was in the room. Empty. I'll have Namuri come to you. Good job calming the students in the cafeteria. With that, the device shut off. Izuku felt warm inside at the praise. Namuri jogged into the room and greeted Izuku. Is this the desk? She asked when she stood next to him. He nodded. She sifted through it but didn't know what they were looking for. It's All Might's desk. We'll have him check to see if anything is missing. She patted Izuku's head warmly. Nice job finding out about this. Izuku beamed up at her and remembered. Oh, Nem. When you said girls are weird, does that include them getting red in the face or purple in this case? He tilted his head in question. Midnight smiled widely at that. Purple you say? Ashido, ho? She pulled Izuku to sit down on the sofa. People can get red in the face, or purple in her case, when they get embarrassed, flustered, or angry. What happened? She tried to pry the tea out of him with complete success. She wanted to help with stuff I didn't understand and said to have one-on-one time together after school. When I said that I could show her my den, she got purple-faced. Could I have gotten her angry? He worried. She chucked softly. Tell me this, what did she do after? That will help you understand better. Did she turn around and stomp off? Did she hide her face? Or did she begin to stutter and stumble her words? Oh, she hid her face. What is that? Embarrassed, then. Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. It happened to some when they interpret things in a certain way. I understand, I think. He shrugged. Thanks for the help. He got up to leave. Come to me any time for this kind of help. She called after him. Izuku swung back to the cafeteria and reclaimed the javelin he threw. Then he arrived back at Class 1A and they were chatting among themselves until he walked in. Many shouted his name and began to talk all at once. He nodded along at the mess of words until they stopped. I understood none of that. Mina barked out a laugh. That was seriously cool. You were super fast. Can you do the voice thing again? Destruction of school property is against the rules. Ida chopped his arms. Izuku shrugged at him. Things can get fixed, she was hurting because of the sound. He gestured to Jiraiya. Thanks for that, by the way. She said gratefully. Aizawa walked in at that time and everyone quieted down. Classes are cut short by the intruders. Go home or whatever. He waved at them and left. Noise. Short day. Kaminari said and packed his bag. Everyone followed suit. Mina walked up to them since they sit closer together. Zuki, you said you would show us your den? Can you? Of course. Izuku happily agreed. I'm down. Jiraiya shrugged and Shoji gave a nod of agreement. Shinso didn't have to say anything and followed his friends. Izuku led them to his room for a change and headed out the door to the woods. Mina, being the most nosy, peeked into his room, but it was very bare bones. They walked and talked to the tree line. Right? Why did you run off after calming everyone down? Mina asked. Izuku explained the odor he caught and then how he told Nizu about it. It was weird, it was there then it was gone the next moment. That is concerning, I am sure the faculty will take care of it, Shoji said and the rest agreed. They walked for a bit longer, following Izuku until they walked into a clearing with a large pond in the middle with a large tree to the other side. 3 claw marks were carved out on the tree. The 3 were in awe at the peaceful area. Where is your den? Mina asked in curiosity. Izuku led them to the tree and picked up his door. Here it is, wanna see inside? Mina looked apprehensively at the dimly lit hole in the ground. Kyo, you first. She nudged the thinner girl. Big baby. Jiraiya shot back and leaned in. There's a root you can use for a handhold, Shinso called out as he sat down on a log to do some homework. Thanks. She slipped in and Mina peered inside with little success. Ah, Izuku? Yep. Why do you have a wall of animal skulls? She didn't sound scared but casual about it. Oh, let me show you. Izuku dove into his den without any issues. Jiraiya was looking at them with interest. He grabbed one and brought it to the entrance for Mina and Shoji to see it as well. This is the wolf that tried to end me. You can see where I stabbed its eye here. He showed the cracked eye socket. Mina picked it up gingerly and examined it with Shoji. It's a trophy. She realized. Yes. Most are, others are just days to remember. He grabbed a perfectly preserved badger skull. This was Shinso's first meal with me. Jiraiya held it and smiled softly at the implications. This was his way to take pictures or something similar. She looked at the robot heads from the entrance exam as her theory was proven correct. What about this one? She picked up the deer skull with a large set of antlers. That one just looked nice. He smiled. They nodded their agreement and Mina slipped down into the den to see how her friend liked to sleep. She padded over to the furs and sat down. Izuku beamed at them and crawled up the hole. Shoji peeked in without having to crawl inside. Pretty bold of you to sit down on a boy's bed. Juru smirked at Mina trying the furs. She blushed and sat up. It looked comfortable and I wanted to try it. It is pretty nice and warm. She ran her hand through the stack of furs. Juru continued to look at Izuku's trophies and picked up a makeshift obsidian knife. The hilt was wrapped up in old clothes that were worn out. She could see it was a shirt that was used as a handle. Juru sniffed and wiped a tear at the thought of a child having to survive as Izuku did. Mina came over and saw what she was holding and why she was crying slightly. She gently grabbed it from her hands and looked at the tool that saved Izuku's life. Mina could make out the shape of the child-sized shirt wrapped around the end. I hope she rots in prison, Mina said softly. Me too, Juru agreed. She caught the odor of something and sniffed again. Is that meat? They peeked out of the den to see Izuku roasting multiple legs of deer for everyone. Shoji helped by rotating 2 legs. 2 racks of ribs surrounded the opposite side of the fire. Izuku saw them emerge and gave them a beaming smile and motioned them to 2 freshly cut logs for them to sit. Mina sat down next to him and bumped shoulders playfully with him and helped him turn 1 leg of deer. Juru saw the freshly cleaned deer skull to the side of the tree and smiled at what that meant. They chatted as they cooked the meal Izuku caught for them. They laughed and enjoyed their time in each other's company. Only Shinso grumbled about the lack of seasoning. Everyone grouped up in front of the bus and waited for Aizawa to show up. The day's classes passed by without anything of note, and now it was their hero class with rescue being the subject of the day. Shinso tapped Izuku's arm for attention. This is where the class president makes sure all of his class is here for the teacher. He whispered to his friend. Oh. Izuku makes his way around everyone in a flash and has many curious looks as he counts every head there. How many of us are in the class? He counted 19. There's 20 in our class, Shinso said. No one is left behind then. Izuku beamed. Mina giggled at his attitude. See, I knew I voted right. Line up in 2 rows in the order of your student number. Ida blew a whistle. What's he doing? Izuku asked his group of friends. Your job, I think? Juru snorted. Oh, thanks for doing my job, Ida. Izuku didn't know his word was passive-aggressive as Ida blushed slightly and walked back to the group. Why he'd stop? Before his friends could explain, Aizawa walked up to the bus and opened the door. Come on, get on. Once everyone boarded, Izuku sat between Juru and Mina. Shoji was in the back with Shinso, who was nodding off. Everyone chatted between themselves until Tsuyu asked Izuku something that caught everyone's curiosity. Izuku, may I ask why your quirk affects me and Tokoyami like it did, even though your quirk isn't animalistic? She didn't look directly at his face but at his chest. Yeah. I've seen some others in the cafeteria with animal quirks sit far away from you. Kirishima noted. Izuku hummed in thought. I don't know, what does it feel like? He looked at both Tokoyami and Tsuyu. An eldritch being is watching me closely to see if I take a wrong step. If I did, then my light would be snuffed out. Tokoyami waxed poetry. Izuku stared at him, and Tokoyami began to get uncomfortable. I understood the words but not the meaning. He turned to the frog girl. She gave out a rib bit of laughter and said, It was like a predator had their teeth around my neck, and if I moved wrong, I would be dead. You are not the first to make me feel like this. I have a friend with a snake quirk but I have gotten used to her presence. You are different and you don't even have an animal-based quirk. I have no idea. I mean, I copy some things from animals. He wiggled his paws on his legs for emphasis. But I've never done anything with pheromones since I had no use for them. He shrugged. Shinso snorted and jabbed. You've been raised by wolves for too long. He said to Izuku. Izuku furrowed his brow. They didn't raise me. They tried to eat me. I thought you knew that. Mina covered her mouth in a laugh, and Juru smirked. He might have a point, too wild for too long, and you get the presence of a predator. Juru agreed. I agree with what Juru said, but I want to go back a bit. Kaminari raised his hands to pause. Izuku, do you know the meaning of being raised by wolves? As a saying, I mean. He paused and thought about it. It means you have wolf parents? He's been in the wild for 10-odd years. Of course, he wouldn't know idioms. Jairu defended his friend. Kaminari rubbed his hands and smiled in glee. I have so much to teach you. Kaken slapped the back of his head. Don't teach Izuku weird sheet. Kaken, you shouldn't say bad words. Kaken looked put upon as the rest of the class found out Izuku didn't. No curse words either. Before anyone could begin to teach Izuku anything that would cause Nemuri to go on a crusade, they arrived. A big dome structure was in front of them with big letters saying USJ. United States Japan? Izuku tilted his head. Universal Studio Japan. Kaminari said right after. There was laughter from a hero waiting for them to arrive. Welcome to the USJ. 13 greeted everyone, unloading off the bus. Hey 13. Izuku waved. She passed by him to talk to Aizawa and patted his head with her gloved hand. Hey there, Izuku. I'm happy to have you here. Her eyes on her helmet crinkled with a smile. Izuku could hear what they were talking about. It was nice to know that All Might couldn't be All Might all the time. 13 came back to the front of the class and began to speak about learning to use their quirks to save people. They walked in, and Izuku saw the interior of the USA. He was front and center to admire everything around him, from the giant domed ceiling to the different zones. He even saw a wooden area and got excited. Shame he couldn't smell any prey. He was distracted by the lights of the USJ flickering and then going out. Then he sniffed the air and whipped his head to the center of the plaza. The same smell as yesterday is here. Just as a purple mist appeared and a man with hands on his body emerged. Get back! Aizawa yelled and pulled his goggles on. Kaminari, call the main building. Evacuate the USJ now. Are those villains? Izuku asked. Yes, and we are leaving. Shinso tried to drag Izuku back but watched as Aizawa leapt off the stairs and to the mob of intruders. Shouldn't we help? Izuku followed his friend, pulling his arm. It's too dangerous. I must get you all to safety. 13 yelled back, and then the purple mist appeared in front of them, blocking the exit. Apologies, we are the League of Villains. We are here for Dash. He was cut off as a bone javelin almost impaled his neck brace. Instead, he was able to move slightly enough for it to punch through the edge of it. The javelin punched into the wall behind. The villain felt blood trickle down his neck in drops. He didn't have any time to see who threw it as Izuku was right behind the javelin as he threw it. He tried to reach out and grab the villain, but he was just out of his range. His arms and legs already shifted as he clung to the wall next to the javelin, and then he yanked the weapon out and leaped at the villain but was transported somewhere else as a portal opened in front of the villain. There were many cries for Izuku's name, but he was gone. What did you do to him? 13 yelled. You should all be more worried about yourself. Now suffer. Purple mist ejected out of the villain, and students began to disappear into it. Izuku landed hard on the concrete with his javelin sunk halfway down into the ground. He whipped his head around and saw he was somewhere else, alone. He noticed the many villains crowding around Izuku with smirks. He stood up with his usual smile gone and smelled the air. He was still inside the USJ, but his classmates had been scattered just like he was. He could smell anger, blood, and fear. Looks like we only got one. How boring, we'll try to make it last. One villain laughed, and the rest followed in his stead. Only one didn't laugh and backed away. What's wrong with you? His companion asked. The man with the wolf's appearance kept his head down and backed away. He whimpered and whined as they heard flesh tearing and bones breaking. Everyone turned their attention back to the boy, and a beast stood in its place. His arms grew enough for him to use them to run on all fours with claws at the ends of his fingers, and his knuckles exposed the silver metal underneath. His paws grew thicker, and his claws extended. The back of his clothes opened, and a long bony tail extended with a sharp blade at the end. His face shifted, lips were pulled back, and teeth grew sharp and interlocked. Bone plating grew to cover his nose and around his eyes. Another set of eyes opened under his normal eyes, and they swiveled around to take everyone in. Many of the villains stepped back in horror at what they witnessed, but what drove the point home was the voice. 10 different voices layered over each other as the no longer boy spoke. Heroes take out villains. I am learning to be a hero, and you are villains. Izuku was the first to attack. They tried to fight back, but Izuku was too fast. The first to go down was a man with nondescript features. His eyes widened as he tried to light his hands on fire, but his face was already enveloped by Izuku's hands. He was lifted and smashed down and then thrown at his next victim. The next one was knocked down, and Izuku backhanded him as he flew over them to the next one. His tail lashed out and grabbed a man by the leg and was used to hit another with bone-breaking force. Screams of terror filled the area as Izuku took one after another villain down. The last one standing was a man with a wolf head and fur around his body. Izuku silently prowled up to the shivering villain. He could smell the absolute fear radiating off of him. The man didn't speak as he kept his eyes clenched shut and his head down. Izuku put a clawed hand on his shoulder, and the man whimpered. He was pushed down gently, and the wolf man sat down without resistance. When he finally opened his eyes, all he saw were bodies around him. He did not move until someone told him to. Izuku ran out of the area he was in with multiple abandoned buildings scattered around him. He didn't smell anyone else in the area and decided to leave to find his friends. He sped up when he smelled blood from the exit of the area he was in. Izuku extended a tendril with an eye and then opened the door to see what was happening outside. Izuku wasn't sure if it was good or not. After all, this is the first time he is seeing a hero fighting villains. Aizawa was pinned under a large villain with dead eyes and an exposed brain. He could see the villain who transported him away next to the villain with hands around his body. Izuku could see Mina, Shinso, and Todoroki at the edge of the water, watching like he was. Behind them was the boat frozen and so was the water making a path near the shore. He slammed the door open and sprinted as fast as he could when the hand villain rushed to his friends. Todoroki launched an ice attack and the big villain shielded the other one. The big one slammed his hand on the ice and it shattered with no effort. Mina was being pulled back by a pale Shinso and Todoroki tried to freeze the monster more but it wasn't enough. Izuku leapt with all his might at the big villain and speared his tail through its chest while clawing at its neck and shoulders. Blood sprayed everywhere as the villain thrashed to grab whatever was on his back. Finally, the villain grabbed Izuku's arm and was thrown off it. Izuku rolled to a stop and his broken arm from where he was grabbed shifted and repaired itself. "Oh, you look scary. Is this the one who hurt you, Kurogiri?" "I believe so." Izuku ignored them in favor to watch the large villain with a shredded back and neck healed. The hole in its chest closed and all that was left was its blood. Izuku paced around the villain to watch how it reacts, but it showed nothing. "What do you like, my Nomu? Want to play some more?" "Nomu." Izuku dodged the fist that embedded itself in the ground where he was just at. He didn't stop moving around the Nomu until he was able to slice its hand off with his tail. It didn't react for a moment. The hand grew back and it turned to Izuku and screeched. Izuku yelled back and charged. He ran under the fist that should have taken his head off and under its legs. He sliced one off at the knee and cut the Achilles tendon on the other. It collapsed under the missing leg and Izuku began to claw its back out again. Its leg healed, and the Nomu rolled to its feet and grabbed the tail that was whipping around and slicing at the Nomu where it could. He was pulled off its back but Izuku held on and tore away chunks of flesh and he was slammed down. The Nomu was about to stomp his prone form when an explosion knocked the Nomu to the side. Kaken blasted it over and over until Izuku was able to get on his feet. Izuku watched the Nomu try to swat Kaken down with a completely healed body. Izuku growled in frustration and racked his head for a plan. He tried to take its head off but it heals faster around his neck than anywhere else. He stared at his claws and made them shift into thicker drill tips. Izuku prowled around the Nomu as he tried to fight Kaken but it was clear the Nomu had no damage to its body. That's where Izuku's experiment will come in. The Nomu turned its back to Izuku and he pounced. Instead of slashing, Izuku stabbed his 5 fingers deep into the Nomu's neck. He was backhanded away and his fingers detached and dug deeper into the flesh of the Nomu. They wriggled around and began to sink deep into the neck. The Nomu clawed at its neck but the parasites Izuku created were already doing their job. The monster clawed its neck and chunks of flesh were torn out but its quirk worked against it and healed faster than it could reach the burrowing creatures Izuku injected. First, the Nomu's arm began to spasm and then it collapsed to one knee as he couldn't move it anymore. It fell and spasm racked its body. It screeched in pain and Izuku prowled around his prey. Kaken watched the Nomu fail to get up again and fall to the ground face up. He was confused and slightly horrified at what his old friend did and how he looks. Izuku walked up to the prone Nomu and observed it. He spotted its knees and took hold of one of its knee braces. He ripped it off and stared at his new trophy. Blood dripped from where it was attached to its flesh, but Izuku didn't care. He turned to the two remaining villains as he had a tendril hold on to his prize. He began to prowl on all fours around the two as the doors banged open at the top of the stairs and All Might was there. Izuku made another javelin and threw it at the Kurogiri to stop him from getting away, but a portal opened between them and the javelin punched through Izuku's stomach instead. He yelled in pain and began to absorb the javelin without pulling it out. He turned back to the two and they were already gone. Kaken ran up to Izuku to make sure he was alright. F-. He cursed once he saw Izuku was as healthy as he could be. He slapped the back of Izuku's head. Don't make me worry like that, damn it. He huffed out and held his hand where he slapped Izuku. I'm fine. See. Izuku modified voice spooked Kaken, but he checked over his friend. He nodded and pointed at the prone Nomu. What in the hell did you do to that thing? I would like to know as well. All Might approached the two as more heroes poured in and pulled students out of the USJ. Is it dead? Izuku shifted back to normal and was about to speak when Nemuri brought him into a crushing hug. Izuku, are you alright? She pulled him out of her bosom and looked him over. I'm alright, Nem. He beamed up at her as she pulled him into another hug. Good, that's good to hear. She pulled back and was called over by Present Mike. I'll see you later, okay? And then she ran off. All Might cleared his throat and motioned to the Nomu. Right. Well, since parasites can't live in me without being eaten like anything else, I decided to research how they worked and I guess I succeeded. He shrugged and one tendril stabbed the prone Nomu and the wound healed. I succeeded. The damn thing didn't stop healing and you did what? Paralyzed it with parasites? Kaken asked with a shiver. I had the parasites spread through the nervous system and shut it down. I figured since this thing can't die. He shrugged. You keep saying thing why? All Might asked the two of them. It smells weird, like almost dead but not exactly. Also, it never said anything other than screeching even now. His tendril stabbed it again and All Might gave him a reproachful look. Stop stabbing the effin' thing. Kaken punched Izuku's arm and winced in pain. The F is wrong with your arm? Izuku's arm opened and exposed muscles and bone. It's fine, see? Alright, go on and get checked out by the medics. All Might sighed and waved them away. Izuku and Kaken made their way up the stairs and out of the smashed-in doors. There were paramedics and police in the immediate area. Izuku was thinking if this was a normal amount of police and others but was knocked out of his thoughts by a pink girl latching around him. Izuku, you're all right. She sobbed. She was a bit dirty from the day's events but didn't have any major injuries. Izuku hugged her back and beamed a smile. I can heal myself pretty well. You okay? Kaken gave Izuku a look he couldn't read and headed off. He'll talk to him later. Shinso, Jiru, and Shoji crowded around Izuku and a still clinging Mina. You all look okay, what about everyone else? The teachers? They took Aizawa and 13 to the hospital for healing but the rest of us are alright. Bumps and bruises were the worst. Are you okay? I watched most of that fight and it wasn't pretty. Shinso looked worriedly at his friend. It was hard but I won. Izuku showed off his new prize. Yeah, we saw. Is that what he looked like when you saw him? Jiru asked Shinso. The tail was new but yes. That was what I saw in the dark woods one day and now he is my friend. Izuku beamed at Shinso's words. Izuku, what did you do to the Nomu? Shoji spoke. I made parasites that burrow into its neck and find the nervous system to shut it down. It was really hard to research what I was looking for but it worked out great. They were all silent for a moment and then Shinso said, That is horrifying. He said in a steady voice. Come on, let's get you checked out by the medics. Mina tugged Izuku along after she wiped her tears away. His classmates greeted him and were glad he was healthy as he passed near them. Izuku was likewise relieved that they were healthy. Izuku saw the detective from before and waved at him with a smile. He gave Izuku a wry smile with a nod and kept working. Izuku sat on the bumper of an ambulance and they began to check him over. He lost interest soon after and watched as villains were filed out with UA staff watching like a hawk. He saw the wolf man who didn't fight back and Izuku stared at him as he walked by. The man stiffened up and hunched his shoulders as he passes by. Once done, Izuku boarded the bus again and they made their way back to the main campus for a quick interview and they can head home. Izuku looked around and saw most people were tired. Was that normal? Izuku asked no one in particular and nodded to the USJ now in the distance. No, I think this was the first time someone organized and attacked UA like this, Jiru said. Many nodded their agreement that this was abnormal. And that Nomu was new? Never hear of one before. Shinso shook his head. Izuku. Kaken drew his attention and asked, "What the F is that?" He pointed at the metal kneecap of the Nomu. Izuku pulled it over to his hand and showed it off proudly. "My trophy. You should not take objects that belong to the villains. It could prove useful for the heroes to find out where they came from." Ida chopped his arm down. "It had another, this one is mine," he said seriously and brought the metal frame to his chest. "Leave him be, he lives here anyways. If the heroes want to see it then they will ask him for it." Jiru defended Izuku's actions. "Still, he should not have taken it." "All right, take it from him," Shinso said. "What?" Ida stopped and then looked to Izuku whose tendrils were beginning to extend from his shoulders and waved lazily. He remembered seeing his fight against the Nomu and sat back down. "It had another, correct?" His classmates split off and got changed and then returned to the classroom for the interview. Izuku's turn came and he explained to the detective what he knew and what happened to him after throwing the javelin at Kurogiri. He didn't offer much since he was distracted by the fight against the Nomu. He went on to explain what he did to the Nomu. "These parasites, are they lethal? Does it matter?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "The Nomu can't die, I've tried, and it can heal very fast." The detective nodded as he wrote what he said. "Can you remove them?" "I think so, but then wouldn't it try to fight again?" "Then what?" "I'll bring it up to the others, that's all I have for you. Thank you for being cooperative." He bowed slightly at Izuku. Izuku beamed and gave a wave while heading to the exit. "Nice to see you again." He left and made his way to his woods. He was hungry and maybe a nap will do him good. Plus, he had a trophy to clean up. Good thing he didn't have homework that night. Izuku returned to his den after he changed out of his school uniform. He cleaned his trophy and placed it neatly next to the wolf skull. He grinned at his display, and his stomach grumbled for food. He had used his quirk a lot that day and healed more than usual. So, he went on a hunt for his meal. Izuku was in his furs asleep when he heard a phone ringing. He shot to full alert and remembered that he had a phone and it was ringing. He extended a tendril and picked it up to see Mina was calling him. He looked outside, and it was still dark. With some confusion and worry, he poked the green button. Her face showed up on his screen, and it looked like she had been crying. "Mina, are you hurt? Hold on, I can track your scent." Izuku's second set of eyes opened, and bone cracked and flesh tore as he prepared to sprint. No, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. I wanted to talk to someone." Mina almost jumped out of her sheets in a panic. Izuku paused, and his body shifted again. "Oh, was it because of the USJ?" He sat down on his furs. "Yeah, it was about when you jumped on that thing, you were too late, and I died with Shinso and Todoroki." More tears cropped up from her black and golden eyes as she tried to rub them away. Izuku was quiet for a moment. "Is there something I can do to help?" He wasn't sure what to do, so he asked for clarification like Nem taught him. She wiped her face again and said, "Do you have nightmares?" "I did when I was younger. I remember them faintly about me being alone, reliving Inko leaving me, or starving away while wolves found me. I don't anymore, I don't dream about anything." He looked into the distance, distracted. "Do you want to talk about Inko?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "We are talking about her?" Mina giggled at seeing Izuku act like a puppy. "No, I mean, do you want to talk about your feelings about her?" Izuku was quiet for a moment in thought. "When I first thought about her seriously again, it was with Kaken. He said Inko was like a second mother to him. And I felt so angry at hearing that, not at him. It wasn't his fault. It was Inko's. Izuku growled the name. She left me to die and took care of my friend instead. I wanted what Kaken had, but I didn't. I was alone and fought to live because of her. When I first saw her at court, the same anger came, but it was mixed with sadness. I'm not sure why I felt sad. Izuku felt wet on his face and felt his face with his hand, tears. He stared at his hand and began to wipe them away like Mina did a minute ago. He remembered he was talking to her about all this and looked at the screen to see her crying again. It's okay, Izuku. You are not alone anymore. You have Shinso, Nemuri, and me. Okay? She gave him a wobbly smile. Izuku gave her a grateful smile. Thanks, Mina. He paused and thought of what to say next. What do you like to do when you have free time? He asked. Mina giggled and wiped the remaining tears. She went on to tell Izuku about dancing and how she likes a game in an arcade that is about dancing. He asked about the arcade, and she explained it to him while laying down to continue taking. Izuku got comfortable in his furs and listened to her talk. But by bit, Mina began to take longer pauses and then stopped talking. Soft snoring was the only thing he heard through her end. Izuku stared awkwardly at his phone with a video call of a sleeping classmate. He wasn't sure what to do at this point and considered waking her up, but Mina looked content to sleep. Izuku fumbled around, and the screen flashed. He froze and tried to figure out what he had just done. Then he continued to try to end the call and finally did. The screen said, "Call ended," and he nodded in satisfaction. "I'm a pro," he said and then laughed to himself. He tossed the phone back on his shelf and rolled over to sleep again, happy to be able to help his friend fall asleep. The next day, he arose at the break of dawn like always. He found a small meal and was called by Nem on his phone to come to the main building to talk. He shoved the rest of the badger in his mouth and swallowed it whole as his body tore it into smaller pieces to digest them quicker. He ran to the door, and Nem was waiting there with a smile. "Hey, Nem." Izuku smiled up at her. She brought him into a hug and looked down at him. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry I didn't get to check up on you after yesterday." "It's okay, were you busy?" "It's a mess. This was the first time anyone has attacked UA, and people expect us to be a safe learning environment for their children. When something like the USJ happens, they lose trust, and it looks bad on UA." She explained as she motioned to the door and walked through with him. Izuku hummed. "That makes sense. What did you want to talk about?" She smiled down at him again. "Mainly to see how you were after yesterday. You're not scared at seeing your first real fight?" She knew he had experience with surviving in the wild, but this was a bit different. "I kinda liked the fighting. It was exciting, but I was more worried about everyone else. I was fine on my own." Nem laughed at that. "You are becoming a battle junkie. Is that good?" "It sounds good." She ruffled his messy hair and plucked a tree leaf out. "It's not bad or good, just how you are." "What about Aizawa and 13? They continued to walk down the halls of UA. Izuku wasn't sure where to. She sighed. "They'll be fine. They were hurt pretty badly, but they will recover soon enough." "That's good. Where are we going?" She chucked, self-deprecating. "We forgot to get you checked out by a doctor when we took you in. I doubt you've had any shots or a physical in a long time." "Shots? For what? I can do everything myself. I don't get sick." He complained like a child. Nemuri raised an eyebrow at his response. "You still need to be checked out. I'm sure it'll be fine." She opened the door that said nurse's office. Izuku met eyes with the old lady who hit him during the entrance exam. He turned to Nem. "I don't like her." Nemuri furrowed her brow at that and looked between him and Recovery Girl. "Why?" "She hit me after the entrance exam and called me foolish. I don't like her." He said stubbornly. "I apologize for that. It's a habit." Recovery Girl said. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her. "Are you apologizing because you hit me or from me to get over it?" Just because Izuku was naive at many things in the world he returned to doesn't mean he's an idiot. Recovery Girl shifted with her cane. "To be honest, a bit of both." She shrugged. "I've seen too many reckless youths get permanently injured doing what you did at the exam. If that shrapnel hit somewhere more vital, then," she left the rest unsaid. "I still don't like you." Izuku walked into the office for Nem's benefit. Recovery Girl shook her head and looked at Nemuri, who gave her a look. She got the message, and the elderly hero shoved everything in her mind aside. I was told you can heal yourself at the cellular level. That includes any infections and anything foreign to your body. Izuku nodded. You want an example? A tendril extended from his arm with a blade poised to slash at his arm. No. Don't do that. I just wanted to confirm what I've been told. She huffed. Have you had any recent infections of any sort? Izuku shrugged. A few ticks tried to latch onto me, but I ate them. Nothing survives on me without me letting it. She paused. How did you eat them? They latched onto my leg, but I sucked them in, I guess. Oh, like one of those Venus flytraps, but they get pulled under instead of closing over. From there, I break them down for anything useful. Do you taste them? Nem asked from a chair in the corner. She looked just a bit disgusted at the image of ticks being devoured. Nope. He said cheerily to her. All right then, I am going to need a blood sample, and I guess the physical is not necessary since your body is unique to you. After that, all the vaccines you missed over the years. Recovery Girl held a needle for drawing blood. Izuku let her grab his arm and stick the needle into his vein after she cleaned the surface skin with a wipe. Once she got enough blood, she removed the needle and the hole healed. She moved the skin around the previous puncture to examine. She set the blood aside and picked up a tray of syringes filled with something Izuku didn't trust. Nemuri saw his curled lip when he saw the syringes and chuckled. The faster you are done, the faster you are out of here. Izuku grumbled but held still as Recovery Girl stuck syringe after syringe into both arms and sometimes thigh. He felt the liquid enter his body and considered containing it and ejecting it later. Instead of doing that, he grumbled and circulated the vaccines through his body faster and integrated them into his body. The only pleasure he got from the whole experience was when Recovery Girl struggled with sticking the needle into his compressed muscles. That should be the last one for a while now. Recovery Girl capped the needle she just pulled out of his arm and set it with the others. You may feel odd as they settle into your body. Come to me if anything feels wrong. Izuku stood up and turned to the old lady. I still don't like you. That's fine, boy. But I still need to make sure you are up to date with your shots. Now shoo. She waved at him to leave. Izuku growled like an animal and left in a huff. Nemuri followed behind and waited to speak. Why don't you like her so much? Because she hit me and called me foolish. He crossed his arms. What about when training? Do you dislike the people who hit you? She worried about the behavior. No, that's different. That's like pups fighting each other to practice for them to hunt. She just hit me for no reason. And the villains that attacked you? I don't like them either, except that one guy. He was all right. He nodded to himself. Which one? The wolf-looking one. He didn't fight. He sat when I pushed him down and he stayed there. Nemuri remembered hearing about many villains hurt badly around one sitting and shaking wolf villain. When they arrested him, he came without protest. She paused and debated whether to ask something but pushed forward. Did Inko hit you? Izuku stopped and looked at her in surprise. I don't think so. Why? Oh, I just thought that was why you don't like to be hit. She felt stupid now. Oh no, I just don't like to get hit for no reason. He said simply. She huffed a laugh and ruffled his hair. He leaned into her touch and smiled at the warmth he felt from her. I'm getting peckish, let's go get something to eat, yeah? Izuku beamed at her and followed her to the parking lot to find something to eat. They got into a large car and put on music Izuku enjoyed. They found a restaurant that made sandwiches Nemuri thought Izuku might enjoy, and she was right. Izuku devoured his sandwich and looked sad at his empty wrapper once he finished. She laughed at his expression and got another for him as she finished hers. They picked up another order she placed for the rest of the staff back at UA and headed back. Izuku helped Nemuri distribute sandwiches to the working staff and they gave him grateful smiles in return. When he finished, Izuku sat on Aizawa's couch in the teacher's lounge and yawned. He stretched like a cat and then rolled under the couch for a nap. That has to be bad for his back, right? Present Mike said as they stared at Izuku rolled up under the couch and snoring softly. He can shift his whole body however he wants, he'll be fine. Vlad King said, do you think he got that habit from Aizawa? Or did he do that before coming here? Cementos asked. Nemuri took a few more pictures with her phone with a smile. I wouldn't be surprised if he took naps around the woods whenever he felt like it. The long weekend passed without much fanfare for Izuku. He talked with his friends on his phone. Izuku talked to Shoji about helping him with his quirk. The big teen began to work on shifting his arms into different non-human organs after reading what Izuku had recommended to him. There were some trials and errors, but he managed to make ears similar to an owl. Monday came and Izuku walked into class and was greeted by Mina first. Hey Izuku. He gave her a beaming smile. Hey Mina. Kaken butted in without any shame. Izuku, Mom wants you to come over already. Alright. When so I can tell Nem? He agreed without any hesitation. He paused and sent a message on his phone. He read a reply and shoved it back into his pocket. She wants you to come after school. Great. It'll be nice to see your house again. He shoved the thought that his old home was near his to the back of his mind. Everyone should be seated. Classes will begin momentarily. Ida said to everyone. Izuku sat in front of Shinso and greeted him happily. He returned the greeting with a lazy smile. Shinso was glad to see his friend well after the USA. Time ticked by and everyone began to talk in their seats about who will be their substitute teacher. It's still Aizawa, he's coming, Izuku said the asked question. Shiro turned to him. Did the other teachers tell you? He shook his head. I can smell him coming, he's still hurt though. How hurt is hurt? Jair asked. Izuku shrugged. I don't know, I haven't seen him since the USJ. But he's behind the door now. He pointed at the door and it swung open to a bandaged Aizawa. The class shouted their worry about their teacher's condition. I'm perfectly fine to teach. But you all have more ahead of you. He paused and everyone tensed. Izuku sniffed the air and everything seemed normal to him. The sports festival is coming. He finished dramatically. The class erupted in excitement as Izuku sat and nodded along even though he had no clue what that is. Is that wise so close to the attack? Jair asked. The security was tripled and we don't want to lose face by pushing it back or canceling it altogether, Aizawa explained. Begin to prepare, that's all I have. Now let me sleep. He gently lowered himself to the ground and rolled under his desk. Everyone chatted before the next class began and Izuku tried to use his phone to look up what the sports festival was. He managed to find an app and typed in sports festival but nothing happened. He pouted at his phone and tried again but nothing happened. Cementos walked through the door and he put his phone away with some annoyance at his phone not working. Lunch came and Izuku was dragged by Mina to the cafeteria again instead of going out hunting. He got his big sandwich from Lunch Rush and sat with his friends. As soon as everyone sat down, he asked, "What's the sports festival?" I tried to look it up on my phone but it didn't work. He pulled his phone out and showed them what he had done. Everyone looked at the screen and it showed the sports festival typed in the notes application. Mina burst into giggles and Shinso snorted a laugh. Jairu slapped Mina's arms. Leave him be, he doesn't know. I'm sorry. It's just funny is all, I'm not laughing at Izuku. It's just funny to see something like this. Mina calmed down and cleared her throat. The sports festival is like a big event for all of the UA students to play types of games to show off our quirks and abilities for attention. For the people in the support course, they want to show off their inventions. Hero course, so pro heroes send us internships to work for them and then maybe work for them when we graduate. General education, so they might move into a hero course if they get far enough. And the business course, I'm not sure. Practice maybe? She shrugged as popped the tab on her soda pop took a sip. Yep, that's the gist of it. Shinso nodded along. Games? That sounds fun. Izuku had stars in his eyes but refocused on what Mina had just drunk. What's that? He pointed at the can of soda. Mina looked at what he pointed at and grinned. It's a drink, try it. She slid the can to him. She got a disapproving look from Shoji but quickly switched attention to Izuku. Shinso looked on eagerly at his friend's reaction. Jairu also looked on without stopping anything and Mina slipped her phone out to video the whole thing. Izuku picked the can up and looked inside curiously. He took a sip and cringed away at the feeling of the fizzing in his mouth. Your water is spicy. He stuck his tongue out and shook his head. It's so sweet but tasty. Shinso gave a laugh that more closely resembled a cat coughing up a hairball. Spicy water. He got some looks from other tables but he never noticed. Mina put away her phone with a grin. She patted Izuku next to her on the shoulder. I'm sorry but I couldn't resist seeing your reaction to something like this. So mean. Izuku pouted slightly but knew his friends were just having fun. Shoji and Jair both smiled at his reaction but kept themselves in check. Mina picked up Izuku's phone and found the camera app. Here, you need one of these. Smile. She leaned on Izuku and took a selfie with everyone in their little group in the frame. She took it and it came out perfectly. She smiled, sent it to all his contacts, and then set it as his lock screen. There. She gave it back to him to see. Izuku looked at the picture on his phone and beamed. Neat. I like this. He examined the picture with joy. Mina smiled at his infectious smile and took a sip of her soda. She set it down and caught Jairu's eye. She gave Mina a smirk and her eyes flashed down at the can and back to her. Mina furrowed her brow and the realization came to her. An indirect kiss. She looked to the others to see if they saw, and both Shinso and Shoji gave her knowing smiles. She blushed more than before as Izuku continued to be oblivious to the situation with his new background on his phone. Izuku packed his laptop away and stretched his back. He turned to Kaken who just finished packing his things to go home for the day. Alright, let's go. Izuku led the way to the door. He opened it and a crowd stood behind it. Izuku stared at everyone. Hello. Is this normal, Kaken? He greeted them all in a group and asked his old friend. They are here to scout the competition in the sports festival. Some might want to join the hero course if they didn't manage the first time around. He explained. Oh, that makes sense. Well, I'm Izuku. Nice to meet all of you. He beamed at them all. He sniffed the air and caught a familiar blonde hair. Minoma, you passed the exam, that's great. Ah, hello Izuku. Nice to see you again. I thank you for being so understanding in the exam. It's a shame you are in class 1A and not in mine. Minoma greeted his acquaintance. Hey, I was thinking if you copied my quirk and changed some things in your body, would they stay after the time limit wore off? Because if it stayed, you could do so many things. He got close to Minoma's bubble without any hesitation as everyone watched the odd boy. That does sound intriguing, like what? Minoma was a bit of a quirk nerd and was very interested in what Izuku was talking about. Like dash, Izuku raised his hand to show his skeletal structure covered in steel but Shinso stopped him. Let's not traumatize the whole first year with your... He waved his hand at Izuku's whole body. Abilities. Izuku, let's go already. Kaken called from down the hall. Coming Kaken. See you later, Minoma. Bye, Shinso. Bye, Mina. He said his farewells. Later, Izuku. Mina said in return. He's weird. A gray-haired boy next to Minoma said. It's better to have him like this instead of how he was at the USJ. The remaining 1A class inside shivered at the memory of Izuku tearing apart the monster and taking his trophy from its prone body. What's that supposed to mean? Minoma asked Shinso. He saw how Izuku treated Shinso and could figure out that they were friends. No. You have to wait for the surprise like the rest of the class did. Shinso said. He was terrifying, Mina said. But he's great the rest of the time. Someone's biased. Jairu smirked at the retting of Mina's ears. Izuku got off the train with Kaken and followed him down the street. Izuku looked around with very faint memories as he walked. He stopped at a park and could remember he and Kaken played at it when they were young. The blonde noticed he has stopped and waited for him in silence. He shook himself out of his thoughts and caught up with the blonde. Kaken walked up to the door of a modest home and Izuku remembered it faintly. He followed. We're here. Kaken called inside. Mitsuki ran around the corner and pushed Kaken out of the way to hug Izuku behind him. Oi! Izuku, I'm so glad you are okay. She almost had a heart attack when UA called to tell them about the USJ. Masaru patted his disgruntled son's shoulder. How was school? Back to normal, sports festival is still on. He said to his father. Mitsuki pulled Izuku to the couches and sat him down. Come on, tell me how have you been? Izuku gently lowered himself to the couch. It creaked only slightly. You've gotten heavy, haven't you? She laughed. Masaru joined them and Kaken dropped his bag next to the couch and sat on the recliner. Yeah, I've gotten heavy from both my bones and muscles. He held his arm out and a layer of muscle was exposed in the bone. The muscles looked like a solid mass of red cords and the forearm bones were both covered in silver metal. Mitsuki and Masaru looked shocked at the display but adjusted quickly. Mitsuki took his arm and examined the exposed arm. No blood flowed out. I told you his quirk was freaky, Kaken said with a smirk. What is your quirk? Masaru was also peering inside Izuku's arm. I can manipulate my cells and make them do what I want. He extended tendrils to wave, for example. Does this hurt? Mitsuki asked, gesturing to the open arm. Nope. Just feels odd is all. If you can control your cells, then you did this to your body? Why? Mitsuki gently tapped the metal on the bone. Izuku let them play with his arm and explain. Well, when I first discovered my quirk, I couldn't do much else than shift my legs, grow claws, or heal cuts and broken bones. So, I went to find a library because I remembered that they had books about everything. I wanted to do more with my quirk and make my body ideal. Ideal for what? Mitsuki let go of his arm and it closed up. For hunting at first, now for being a hero. I met one and decided to try the exam out with Shinso. That's my friend that lives near the library I went to learn. He smiled at the memory. This Shinso never told their parents about you living in the woods? Masaru asked. Not my fault. I never said to keep it a secret, but I was fine where I was anyway. He shrugged. Mitsuki got quiet for a moment and asked. Was it hard? Izuku's smile dropped a little. At first I was lucky to find a stream with fish in it and a cave nearby. I got my quirk around 7 I think, and that made stuff easier. When I got used to my quirk, it became fun. He tried to smile again to reassure Mitsuki. It didn't quite work because she began to cry again and pulled Izuku into a hug. She didn't say anything but held him and he gently returned the hug. I'm happy you're back. She pulled back and wiped her face. Tell me, why do I smell a perfume that doesn't belong to me? She got a wicked gleam in her eye. Izuku had noticed the odor that clung to some of the girls in his class and could tell Mina's from the others. He also knew when the smell stuck to him, during the cafeteria. Oh, that's Mina's. We took a picture together, I'll show you. He pulled his phone out and the screen lit up with the background of Mina's arm around him and leaning toward him with a beaming smile. Shinso had a lazy smile. Jairu smiled normally, and Shoji had a peace sign on one of his hands. He pointed at the pink girl next to him. That's her. Mitsuki took the phone and examined the girl that was very close to Izuku. Masaru peeked over her shoulder and had the same thought as his wife. Wow, Izuku, you work fast. And she's so pretty too. She tried to tease. Yeah. I've made 3 new friends and Kaken counts too, I guess. Of course I count. And yeah, she is pretty. He nodded along. Mitsuki turned full to him when her tease didn't work. What have you guys done together? She tried again. Mom. Kaken tried to say, but he was waved to quiet down. Lots of things. She taught me a few things when I didn't what they were. I even brought her to my den in the woods. She is really nice. He smiled innocently. Mitsuki's eyebrow almost touched her hairline. Mom, he doesn't get it. He's been in the woods for 10 years. He isn't going to have the same thought process as anyone else would. Kaken explained. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. She's trying to tease you about Mina, Masaru explained with a smile. I still don't understand that and Nem refuses to explain it to me. He grumbled. Oh, you sweet innocent boy. Mitsuki ruffled his hair. Will you tell me what it is to me? Izuku's eyes shone. Nope. And stood up. Izuku pouted and Mitsuki chuckled. Come on, I've made dinner. Mitsuki went to the kitchen to serve everyone with Masaru adding some last ingredients to the meal. Kaken set the table and Izuku stood awkwardly outside the kitchen. Kaken caught his eye and jerked his chin to help him with the plates. Izuku copied his friend on how to place them in front of each chair. Izuku saw the chairs and was very doubtful they will hold his weight. He'll deal with it 2 minutes into the future. Once done setting plates of food on the table, everyone dug in. Izuku was smart enough to wait for everyone to start eating first to copy their way of eating. After all, This will be his first time using utensils in 10 years. His plan for sitting on the very fragile chair was to extend tendrils to the ground to support his weight. Carapace-like material covered the tendrils and he sat over the wooden chair. So, tell us Izuku. That Mina girl was awfully close to you. Katsuki, is she like that with everyone or just him? Mitsuki went back to trying to tease his nephew. Kaken snorted softly. Only him, every time they are close. He held nothing back. Leave the boy be. Masaru tried but was promptly ignored. He shook his head fondly at them. I think it's what Nem told me about girls being weird. It doesn't make too much sense since Jairu, the other girl, isn't weird like Mina. Izuku mimicked them using the utensils and was proud to say he was successful at it. Granted, he cheated by extending a tendril under his spoon for more control. Nem? Is that the other woman at court with you? Mitsuki asked. It's midnight, he even took her family name, Kaken explained. The 18-plus hero Midnight? She sounded doubtful about her watching over Izuku. When the heroes arrived at the USJ, she went to check on him first even though I was right next to him. She didn't even notice me until she was sure Izuku was all right. He gave the lewd hero some support. Mitsuki made a thoughtful sound. That's good to hear, but back to Mina. Kaken groaned but was ignored as well. What do you think of her? Mitsuki leaned in. Izuku chewed and swallowed the chicken bone he had. Think of her. He was confused. Kaken raised a hand to stop his mother from asking something else. He doesn't understand. What she is trying to ask is if you like her? Of course I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't talk to her. He tilted his head as if it was obvious. That's good to hear you got good friends around you. Masaru cut them off before Mitsuki could continue down their planned road. She shot him a small glare and turned back to her nephew. What about you, How do you like it there? It's okay. The woods there aren't as big as the other one, but it's nice. They gave me a room and everything, but I like to sleep in my den. The library has lots of different subjects I can find. He struggled to get a piece of meat and instead extended a tendril to the end of his spoon to snag it. They kept chatting for a while longer as they ate dinner. Izuku was happy to reconnect with his old family friends. Mitsuki didn't talk too much about their past since Inko was part of a lot of it and she wanted to have a nice dinner. The time came and it began to get dark. Mitsuki tried to get him to stay the night, but Izuku was fine to head back to his den. Kaken rode with him to the station where they get off for UA to make sure Izuku didn't get lost. It was very clear to see where to go from the train station. The gates of UA opened automatically for him and he strolled in and headed to his furs. In the week that came, Izuku studied new things in the library, but he was beginning to run out of things he could mimic with his quirk. He knew the next step would be to try and mimic quirks, but he would have to see how the quirk of a person interacts with their body. For example, he couldn't mimic someone who breathes fire without knowing where the flammable gas came from and how it is made and ejected with the source of ignition. He could try, but putting a flammable gas inside his body sounds incredibly dangerous, even for him. Instead, he helped Shoji and Shinso with the upcoming sports festival. Shoji began to try different animal organs on his hands. He was very grateful for Izuku's help. Shinso, on the other hand, Izuku helped with his endurance and stamina. His quirk had some training, but there was only so much he could help with that. During one of the breaks from the exercise in the woods, Izuku asked Shinso, "You remember when I went to Kaken's house for dinner?" Shinso took a swig of water and nodded. Suki, that's Kaken's mom, was asking a lot of questions about Mina when she found out we were friends. Is that normal? Shinso had a pretty good idea of what kind of questions. What kind of questions? He smiled. Like, what kinds of things she taught me, or if I like her. Does your mom ask you those kinds of questions? It's weird. He tilted his head in confusion. Shinso smiled again at being right. Well, when she was asking you about Mina, it was supposed to be in a romantic sense. She was trying to tease you about having a close friend that was a girl because that's how it usually is. He shrugged. Izuku paused and processed the answer. Romantic sense, like for a mate? Or wife? Shinso breathed in the water he had just drunk and was drowning in the middle of the woods. He coughed up some water and turned to his dear friend. Yes, something like that. For many, it's embarrassing to talk about having or getting a girlfriend, much less a wife. Izuku made an O with his mouth in realization. That makes some sense. Wait, why was Suki only talking about Mina and not Jairu? Because you talk about and to Mina more than Jairu, and that usually signifies your interest in her more than Jairu. Interested in her as a mate? Girlfriend. He corrected. Are you interested in her as a girlfriend? Izuku thought about it for a long moment. I'm not sure, I do like her and talking with her. Shinso hummed and thought about all those soap operas he watched with his mom. Okay, how about this? I want you to imagine Mina holding hands and kissing someone else. What do you feel? Izuku pictured it and his chest felt cold at the image. He felt anger flare up and his fingers sharpened slightly. He looked in surprise at his hands. Oh, I didn't like that. Does that mean I want her as my mate? Girlfriend, he corrected again. Maybe or maybe you are just protective. Okay, the same scenario but it's Jairu instead of Mina. He stopped and pictured it and he felt nothing similar to before. Nothing. He shook his head. Does that mean I should ask her to be my mate? Shinso shrugged. Are you interested in having a girlfriend? He emphasized the right word. Izuku hummed in deep thought and Shinso spoke again. How about this? Keep things as they are now until after the sports festival so she doesn't get distracted by you asking her out. Ask her to be my mate after the festival, all right? He nodded and stood back up. Are you doing that on purpose? Shinso narrowed his eyes at his friend. Izuku responded by giving him a cheeky smile. I swear. He threw a rock at him but Izuku was already gone with a laugh echoing between the trees. So, he got back up for some training by trying to tag Izuku. His stamina has benefited greatly from this. The day of the festival was here and Izuku was annoyed. Why is it so loud? Even shifting my ears to normal, it's loud. Jairu nodded along with him. That's how the festival is. It's very popular with everyone. The stands are sure to be full and that doesn't even count for the people watching at home and not just in Japan. Izuku took all that in. Wow, that's a lot of people watching. You're not nervous? Mina asked. No, why? Izuku tilted his head in question. He followed Shinso's instructions and acted normal with Mina even if he kept having that weird feeling when he remembered imagining Mina with someone else. Before she could say why it's normal to be nervous about being watched by millions of people, Todoroki approached Izuku and Kaken, who is sitting near Izuku. In power, I believe I am stronger compared to the two of you, he said to the two old friends. Izuku interrupted Kaken just as he was going to speak. It's not fair to compare between you and me. You shoot ice and I make my body do things. It's not the same. He moved his hands up and down in the scales motion. But you can compare to Kaken. He looked between the two and hummed in thought. He interrupted Todoroki just as he was going to speak. It's hard to tell. Kaken is good against one-on-one and less in a big area. You are the opposite. But you also have to remember he can shoot fire too, Shinso added. Izuku's neck snapped, literally, to Todoroki and his eyes shone. Really? Show me. Show me. He almost bounced as his friends looked slightly panicked at the noise that came from his neck. Todoroki was completely thrown off kilter by the feral boy's behavior but turned quickly when he was reminded of the other part of his quirk. I will never use fire. He almost hissed. Izuku came to a stop and observed Todoroki. But, does it hurt you? He was confused why someone wouldn't use their quirk. You wouldn't understand. He turned to leave. I don't. That's why I'm asking. Izuku only got more confused as Todoroki left. Mina patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it, some people don't like their quirks or parts of them. Izuku pursed his lips in contemplation. I don't get it but okay. He shrugged it off. Line up. The sports festival is beginning. Yaoruzo said to the room. Izuku forgot about what they were talking about and excitedly got up to begin the games they told him about. He was practically vibrating to everyone's amusement as they began to walk out into the sunlight. Shinso smiled behind his friend at his innocent behavior. Izuku was awed by the number of people around him. He spun around to see how many there were, and there were a lot. Shinso kept on gently guiding him forward to their seats as he kept slowing down. Izuku focused again forward when he sat down, with his patented carapace supports, and saw Nem strolling up to the stand. He waved at her and she smiled at him. Quiet down. She spoke into the microphone. And welcome to this year's UA Sports Festival. The crowd cheered, and she raised her arm to quiet them down again. Now before we start, this year's first-year student representative's student oath. Izuku Kiyama. She pointed straight at him. Oath dash. I forgot about that. Shinso cursed loudly while Mina was in between laughing and looking nervous about her friend. Shinso, don't say bad words. Also, what's going on? It was too late as Nem motioned him to come up to the stage. He did so and met her with a strained smile. She put her hand over the microphone and told Izuku. It's something we do every year. You have to say a short speech and at the end say plus ultra, got it? Izuku shrugged. He was placed in front of the microphone and spoke. This is really exciting. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. I guess I have to say a speech? I don't know how to make one of those, so good luck with the games. Plus ultra. He beamed for everyone to see and the crowd laughed and cheered with his enthusiasm. Such full of spirit. I love it. Now for the first round. An obstacle race. She explained what it was and every first year sprung up to get in a good position for the race to begin. Izuku's smile never fell as he got up and followed his classmates. Shinso caught up to him and said, use your quirk and get to the finish line as fast as possible. Izuku bounced in excitement. Okay, but when do we start? Shinso smiled at his friend's behavior. You'll hear it. He patted his shoulder and got some distance for himself. The people around him looked at Izuku weirdly at his childish behavior but turned their attention to the front. Their attention was snapped back to Izuku when the flesh tore on his body and bones rearranged in his body. Some gasped in horror and backed away and others just began to look sick. The brave few backed away finally when they heard a dozen giddy giggles of excitement from the beast before them. A bony tail extended from under his shirt with a spear at the end. His arms elongated and tore his sleeves as they bulged with muscles. Claws tipped his fingers and his paws grew more aggressive. Izuku always liked to call his full transformation hunter form. Start. Izuku disappeared from where he was in the middle of the tunnel and everyone near looked around in panic as they lost sight of him. They finally found him leaping from wall to reach the end of the tunnel. Many gasps of shock and horror followed Izuku as he laughed and leapt out of the tunnel in a full sprint. Many in the crowd stood at his appearance and speed. The only way they could tell it was the same student from the stage was the uniform and green hair. Izuku laughed in glee at being able to run at his full capability. He quickly passed everyone including Todoroki who shot a wall of ice in front of him but Izuku just busted through it. On all fours, he ran with the wind blowing his hair back and showing his interlocked teeth in a smile. His 4 eyes were wide as they took in his surroundings. His eyes caught on the robots ahead like in the entrance exam. He heard Present Mike saying they were part of the obstacles race and he would need to get past them one way or another. Izuku decided to have some fun and tore the head of one without slowing down and then sliced another in half with his tail whipped to the side. With a spin, he launched the head of the robot in his hand into another, and it tore through its chest. He kept running and slicing at robots in his path. A row of 3-pointers launched rockets at him but a carapace shield blocked them and then smashed into the first one and a javelin punched through the other one. Nothing was safe in his path. Once done, he looked back and Todoroki was just reaching him with his classmates behind him. A path of destroyed robots led to Izuku and he laughed in joy. He turned around and began to sprint to the row of blocking 0-pointers. He ran under one and destroyed its leg so it would collapse into the next one. Metal gave way under his claws and its leg creaked under the damaged leg. It collapsed and tilted to the next 0-pointers and pushed it to collapse the next one in a domino effect. With that done, he sprinted to the next obstacle which was a large pit with cables connected to pillars in between. He jumped without hesitation and swung from cable to cable. He jumped and clawed at the wall to climb up. His claws sunk into the rock without a problem and he leapt up to the next obstacle. The minefield? Don't worry, they bark more than they bite. Present Mike yelled. What's a minefield? Izuku asked in a dozen voices but no one answered him. He stepped on one immediately and he was pushed back. Was that the minefield? No response. Izuku looked at the field before him and saw where the bulges were. He stepped on one and it exploded. He nodded in satisfaction and one leg split into two and they narrowed into spider legs. His other leg followed and he began to scurry across the field without detonation one. He heard an explosion and turned back to see Kaken rocketing toward him. Izuku, I'm taking first place. He tried to get past him but a bony tail wrapped around him and threw him back. Izuku laughed. Nope. He crossed the finish right before Todoroki could turn him into an ice sculpture. He heard cheers and Izuku shifted back to normal and beamed at the crowd who cheered even louder at his attitude. He had gotten first with Todoroki in second and Kaken in third. He came up to Izuku and punched him in the arm with a grumble. Good job, I'll beat you next time. Izuku beamed at his friend and shot back. Then you should be faster. Izuku sat down on the nice grass and lay back with one tendril with an eye watching the finish line for his friends. He turned to Kaken who sat next to him. Hey Kaken, what do I do after I ask someone to be my girlfriend? The blonde's eyebrows shot up. Oh, Pinky? If that's Mina then yep. Kaken huffed a laugh. You're supposed to take her out on a date first to see if you are compatible to be in a relationship. Then you ask her to be your girlfriend. Izuku hummed. Why can't I just ask her to be my girlfriend? I mean you can but that's after getting close. We're close. It's dash. He cut himself off as Mina passed the finish line and plopped next to Izuku. Izuku sat up and Mina leaned on his sturdy shoulder. I'm tired. Mina whined. Jairu and Shinso passed right next to each other and came over to them. I think you scared most of the first-year sheetless when they saw you. He laughed. You shouldn't say bad words, Izuku said and shrugged at what Shinso said about scaring the others. Kaken stared at Mina who kept leaning on Izuku. She caught his raised eyebrow and she blushed at being caught but didn't move as she stuck her tongue out at him. He made, I'm watching you, signs at her and motioned to Izuku who was oblivious to them. She blushed again when she looked at Izuku but determined, hooked her arm with his. Izuku smiled at Mina who smiled back. Shinso, Jairu, and Kaken exchanged looks at that. Nem called the end of the first round just as the last spot was filled. Next round. We have the cavalry battle. She explained the rules and Izuku listened attentively because he had no clue what a cavalry battle was. First place has 1,000,000 points. I'm first place. Izuku said loudly in realization. I have all the points. He laughed and many who didn't know Izuku backed away from him. Nem smiled at him and snapped her whip. Begin teaming up. You have 15 minutes. Izuku was left with his group of friends and frowned. We have too many people. The four exchanged looks and Shoji raised his hand. I shall join another team, good luck. They wished him good luck and they huddled up. Izuku is going to be the horse, right? Because he weighs at least 500 pounds. Shinso said first. I want to be the front horse. Izuku began to get excited again. I can even carry you all too. I think Shinso should be the rider. We all have mid-range attacks and he has his quirk. Izuku nodded along and Shinso shrugged. They went with the plan with Shinso as a rider, Izuku as the lead horse, and Mina and Jairu on his sides. Izuku thought about what he should do and then nodded with a plan to shift. Carrying Shinso would be no issue for him, so he extended a set of tendrils to hold his legs and then shifted his arms to similarly bony whips. They moved around like snakes with tendrils at the ends for grabbing things more delicately. Many shivered when they saw him do that, but that was all he did. His legs shifted to his hunter form for more traction on the sandy floor. He opened his other set of eyes and another on tendrils on his shoulder which he ripped the sleeves off. Monoma laughed nervously at the thought of almost copying that quirk without knowing exactly what it did. Once everyone mounted their teammates, Midnight raised her whip to signal the start. Izuku moved from foot to foot in anticipation of getting started. Jairu just knew Izuku would run off without them, but all that was important was for Shinso to stay on Izuku and not to lose the headband with 1,000,000 on it. Mina was just happy to be involved in the chaos Izuku would cause. And Shinso hoped Izuku would be careful and not give him whiplash for being a passenger on his shoulder. He absent-mindedly how Izuku got his hair so soft as he patted it. Start. Almost every team rushed for Izuku's, but many began to get second thoughts when the whip arms snapped the air and collided with the ground, leaving craters where they impacted. Izuku's eager smile sealed the deal for many, and they quickly turned around or attacked their neighbors. But not for Todoroki or Bakugo's team. Kaken flew off his team horse and rocketed toward Shinso. Izuku tried to grab him with one whip, but he saw it coming and blasted it away. Nice try. But Kaken forgot about the second one wrapping around his leg. Shit. He tried to blast it, but he was whipped back to his team and crashed hard into them. Stop saying bad words. Izuku yelled at his friend and focused back on Todoroki as Izuku's team began to move away from them. Kaminari shocks people, right? I don't like the idea of that. Considering his bones were well conductors. Mina began to splash potent acid behind them to slow the team down. Todoroki froze the puddles, but they didn't stay frozen together with the strength of the acid. Gyru's shot Sonic waved at them and they backed off to target another team. Shinso kept his eyes open, but it seems that they were pretty well protected. They spent their time looping around the edge of the ring until someone tried to have a go at them. They were overwhelmed quickly by the range they had over the attacking team. One team with the front horse being a hairy boy charged at them with a large hand to slap them, but once Izuku focused on the hairy boy, he immediately turned around and ran with the confusion of his teammates. When they looked back at Izuku, he was beaming at them. The time limit was almost up when Todoroki's team began to charge at them again. Things got tricky when one of Izuku's whips got frozen in an iceberg and Todoroki's team charged at them only to stare in shock when Izuku's other whip grew a blade and sliced off the other stuck one to move freely. Some blood spilled, but it healed quickly and grew out of the previously missing whip. Izuku smiled at their discomfort at seeing his limb being lopped off without a care, and many in the crowd looked shocked as well. Todoroki tried to charge again, but his teammates began to hesitate at getting close to Izuku and his feral smile. Ida whispered something to his teammates and Izuku smiled even wider at Ida's stance and his teammates holding on to each other. Izuku did the same with grown tendrils and picked up Mina and Gyru to their very mild protest. Little heads up would be nice, Gyru said. Suku, I didn't know you were into this stuff. Mina couldn't hold back a tease, but the looks she got from Shinso and Gyru made her blush more than usual. Into what? Izuku asked innocently, but was prepared for when Ida's pipes shot blue flames and sped up faster than ever before. Izuku watched them coming and tracked them as Todoroki tried to reach for Shinso's headbands, but Izuku moved out of the way, just as fast as Ida was to their shock. While dodging, one of Izuku's whips tried to grab for Todoroki's headband, but flames singed his tendrils and he backed away. Oh, burns hurt, Izuku said, bringing his tendrils close to him to watch the flesh grow rapidly and the blackened flesh fall off. You okay, Izuku? Shinso asked. I'm fine, just a reflex of being burned is all. He set the two girls down and watched as Todoroki was dazed and his team disheartened by the failed pass. Ida more so than the others. They were distracted by Kaken blasting toward them again. Time ticked down and Izuku beamed at his friend trying to go at them again. Izuku's whips split again and again to grab the flying boy, but the end of the round came and Kaken let himself be caught by the dozen bony tendrils. He was set down and grumbled about losing again to Izuku. His team celebrated the win and then Izuku went over to the iceberg with his whip frozen in it. He jumped onto it and broke the ice with one punch and retrieved his limb. It was absorbed back into his arm, but Izuku's stomach grumbled still. Nem called the winners for the round and called for the tournament to begin after lunch. Izuku joined with his friends to find food, with Shoji joining them. They found their dining area, and Izuku was the first to pile food onto his tray. He grabbed things he didn't know what they were, but Lunch Rush was more than happy to satisfy Izuku's hunger. He sat, and his friends joined him to eat. Once everyone began, Izuku devoured every morsel of food. Kaken tried to berate him for eating too quickly but gave up when Izuku ignored him. Mina finished her plate and sneakily grabbed one of Izuku's skewed meat sticks. 2 more skewers were offered to her by tendrils, and Mina took them with a bashful smile. Izuku beamed at her and was happy to share with her. Shinso tried the same but was gently slapped away by a tendril. Favoritism, Shinso grumbled and got up for more food. Izuku sighed in relief and yawned. He still had time for the next round and decided to take a nap. He looked around and found the window looking out to the stadium. Under the window was a bench. He stretched and lay on the concrete bench and promptly went to sleep. Like a cat, he soaked in the sun and snored softly until the next round came. Mina held her mouth as Izuku curled up on the bench. She discreetly snapped a picture with her phone. She heard someone clear their throat and turned to see Jar watching her with obvious amusement. Mina's ears burned but smiled anyway at her prize. Shinso shook his head at the pink girl and Shoji watched with his eyes crinkled with a smile. Izuku shifted into his back and his mouth opened wide in his sleep. Mina giggled as Izuku scratched his chest and snored loudly. Kaken watched his friend and thought of his mother. He took his phone and snapped a picture for his mother. He got odd looks but he ignored them. Izuku woke with a large yawn that showed all his oddly perfect white teeth, for a boy who hasn't been to a dentist in a decade. He could call all the students who passed to the tournament to gather up for the brackets. He was greeted by his friend group with smiles aimed at him. He smiled back and hopped up and stretched again. Those who passed joined them and headed down to the field like Nem told them to do. Congratulations to the third round participants. She paused for the applause to die down. Now to see who will be fighting who. She aimed her whip at the large screen above her and the names spun into place for each person. Izuku versus Shinso. Mina versus Sato. Jiru versus Kendo. Todoroki versus Shiro. Yaoyorozu versus Shinshida. Ida versus Kaken. Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu. Kaminari versus Shiozaki. Everyone stared up at the screen and Shinso was the first to speak next to Izuku. Well, if me sideways. He threw his hands up in the air and turned his head to the heavens. Don't say bad words. Mina giggled at the two's interactions. Izuku and Shinso walked into the arena with Nem telling them the rules of the match. Izuku was grinning in excitement at Shinso and his friend was grumbling to himself and had his arms crossed. I just want the record to state that I believe this is bullshit, Shinso said, trying to goad Izuku to say something. Izuku pouted at his friend but kept his mouth shut as Nem waved at them to start. When Shinso tried to say something again, Izuku bolted forward and he tried to leap out of the way. It was no use as Izuku wrapped him up in a few tendrils and picked him up. Shinso tried to struggle for a moment but went limp and gave up. With a sigh, Shinso tried to forfeit but a tendril wrapped around his mouth and he glared at the grinning Izuku. The beast of a boy walked over to the edge of the ring and set him gently outside the ring. Shinso kept his arms crossed and glared at Izuku the whole while. Shinso Hitoshi is out by ring out. Nem announced and the crowd clapped with many chuckles at the display of the first match. Your AD dash, Shinso complained. Stop saying bad words. Izuku admonished his friend but couldn't contain his smile at the match. The two made their way out of the arena together and headed up to the student stands. Izuku was still excited to see everyone else fight as they sat down with Shoji and Shinso. Mina and Sato strolled up to the ring and the same process started as Nem explained the rules. The match started and Mina started to slide around while Sato tried to catch her. She lobbed blobs of acid at Sato as she glided around him. Sato began to slip with every step and the acid on him began to get more and more irritating as the seconds passed. With a grunt of frustration, Sato forfeited the match, and Mina ran up to Sato and poured more acid on him but the relief on his face was evident. Izuku was mimicking the others and cheered for Mina as she waved at the crowd and headed off the ring. She arrived at the stands with Sato and she sat next to Izuku. He gave her congratulations and a beaming smile. Mina giggled at his enthusiasm and then watched the next match with Jiru against Kendo. It was a pretty straightforward match since Kendo just had to catch Jiru and toss her out of the ring. Jiru tried to make Kendo release her by using her earlobes but it only made Kendo throw her out faster. Todoroki's match with Shiro was very interesting and anticlimactic. An ice glacier sprung up covering Shiro and sticking out of the stadium. Why are they saying nice try to Shiro? He lost horribly. Izuku asked his friend. Mina snorted and Shinso explained. They are trying to sympathize with Shiro. Not many people would have been able to win when something like that was thrown at them. Izuku shrugged and kinda understood so he let it pass. Todoroki melted the mass and the next match started. A hairy teen from the other class was against Yaoyorozu but the boy was shifting uncomfortably as they waited for the match to start. The boy didn't speak much and immediately charged forward when they started. Yaoruzo made a staff, but she was yanked to the side by Shinshida in his transformed state. The staff was yanked out of her hands and she was tossed out of the ring quickly. Izuku could smell the dried tears on Yaoruzo and the disappointment when she sat with them. Izuku didn't like that and turned around. "Hey, Yaoruzo? Why didn't you make a gun in your match?" Yaoruzo raised her eyebrows in surprise and shook her head. "I wanted to show my ability to use my staff, but as you can see it didn't go well." Izuku smelled more of that disappointment. "You could have just beat the hairy guy with something better and then show off your stick skills against someone else." She smiled at him. "I should have thought about that." She appreciated his attempt to cheer her up. "And stick skills?" She giggled. "Are they the same as the eating sticks?" Mina laughed. "Eating sticks? You mean chopsticks?" Yaoruzo furrowed her brow, but her smile didn't leave her face. "I still don't know how to use them. They don't make sense. Why not just use a fork?" Izuku grumbled. "Can you even use a fork?" Shinso jabbed. "Shut up. I'm learning." Izuku said indignantly. "Then how the hell did you eat at my house?" Kaken asked with a slight scowl. "No bad words." He pointed at Kaken and the blonde shook his head and headed down to the ring. "I cheated by making a small tendril under the spoon." He smiled proudly at everyone. "You don't know how to use utensils. That makes sense. I can make you a set to practice if you like." Yaoruzo offered. Izuku shrugged. "Sure. I think I will stick to sandwiches though, but I wanna learn how." She smiled at him and produced a wooden box. He slid it open and a set of beautiful utensils were inside. "I made them very durable," she said proudly. Izuku's eyes gleamed as he gently pulled out the utensils. "Thanks, Yaoruzo." He beamed at her and she smiled warmly at the feral boy. Their attention was drawn to the arena when an explosion was set off and Ida was sent sprawling. He got back up and charged forward again as Kaken made a smoke screen and moved around the attacking speedster. An explosion to his back sent him out of the ring and the match was over. The next two matches were very boring for different reasons. The two boys just beat each other with no change and both dropped at the same time. The fight between Kaminari and Shizuki ended in 2 minutes as Kaminari stood dumbly with his most powerful attack negated. He was quickly wrapped up in vines and they called the match. Izuku shifted from foot to foot as he waited for his opponent to walk out of the tunnel. Nem looked at him warmly at his behavior and then turned professional when Shinshida walked out with his head bowed. His hands were trembling and his steps were uneven. Izuku reigned in his excitement and watched the extremely nervous boy on the other side of the ring. Nem started the match and everyone quieted down when no one moved. Izuku furrowed his brow and then slapped his forehead in realization. "Nem. What's his name?" The other boy flinched at the sudden noise. "Shinshida Jurota." Nem smiled at him. "Shin, I want you to give me a good fight. And we can be friends too." Izuku shouted out to the confusion of everyone in the stands except for one. Shinshida's shoulders slumped in relief and looked up tentatively. "What is the quirk that you possess that allows you to make me feel this primal fear?" "I'm not sure why that happens, I forgot until now actually. Shinso said it's because I was raised by wolves, but that doesn't make sense since they tried to eat me like Dash." He paused and counted slowly on his hand. 4 times. "Anyways, give me a good fight." Izuku dropped into a crouch and waited for his opponent. There were murmured conversations going through the crowd. And Shinshida looked just as thrown off as everyone else was at his words. He shook his head and focused on the present. "I will endeavor to do my best." His gym uniform stretched as he grew larger and let out a snarl. Izuku's smile could only be defined as feral as the fight began. He still waited, he was very patient, to see how the boy fought and how fast he was. Shinshida charged on all fours at Izuku and swung his large hand at Izuku. He dodged underneath and moved around Shinshida's bulk. Izuku jabbed at his exposed side and the beastly boy roared in pain and slammed his arm down on the ground where Izuku was at. The true beast of a boy giggled in joy at fighting a large opponent. Some joy was lost as he couldn't hunt him even though he looks like a bear. He promised himself one day he will hunt a bear. He was drawn out of his thoughts as Shinshida began to swing wildly at Izuku. He dodged every swing of the massive arms and countered when he saw an opening. A strike to the knee caused Shinso to stumble, a hit to the back of his elbow caused him to favor the other arm, and a punch to the chest caused him to lose the air in his lungs. Shinso roared again and bull rushed Izuku. Izuku's smile never left as he nimbly jumped over the charging teen and waited for him to stop. Shinso was huffing large breaths as he wildly looked around for Izuku. He found where Izuku was by the sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking. It didn't matter how fast he turned as all he caught a glimpse of was the spear-tipped tail, and then he was face down with a heavy weight on his back. He felt the razor claws on his neck and hear the bony tail move above his head. He froze on instinct and let out a shaky breath. "I surrender," Shinso said and felt the weight get off his back with the horrible sounds of Izuku's quirk working. The crowd cheered at the fight between beasts and cheered more when Izuku helped a shrunken Shinso to his feet. "You're good. Great fight." Izuku beamed at his opponent. Shinso huffed and smiled back. "I stood no chance against you at your full transformation." He furrowed his brow and asked, "What did you mean earlier about the wolves raising you?" Just as Izuku was going to tell his life story to another person without a care in the world, Nem called them. "Clear the arena, boys." She smiled at the two. "Apologies." Shinso bowed slightly and turned to the green-haired boy only to see him climbing up the arena wall to the 1A stands. "Maybe another time then." Izuku jumped over the railing to see Shinso shaking his head at Izuku. "You were about to tell him about before you, weren't you?" "So?" Izuku shrugged. "It's not like I'm keeping it a secret. You're the one who didn't tell his mom that a feral boy was living in the woods behind their house." He snarked with a grin. "I was 13. I just assumed you wanted to be left alone in the woods." He defended himself with pink cheeks. Everyone in their section of seating turned to the wall where Monoma was peeking over to ask something but was stopped when he heard what Shinso and Izuku were saying. "Oh boy, does he have a story to tell you?" Mina laughed loudly. "When I was 5 if you want to tell him, do it later." Shinso cut Izuku off. "Okay, I'll tell you later, Monoma." Izuku smiled at his friend and looked worried and confused at what was going on. "All right." He nodded and slowly sunk behind the divider. "Izuku? Why do you care so little about telling others something so personal about yourself?" Tsu asked. He shrugged. "I don't see why I should keep it a secret." "That's fair." Tsu nodded and turned back to the front where Kendo and Todoroki walked into the arena. Kendo lasted longer than Zero by using her fists to break the smaller glaciers Todoroki sent out. But in the end, she was overwhelmed and frozen up to her chest. Izuku noticed Todoroki shivering at the end of the match as he thawed out Kendo. Izuku hummed in thought and his friends looked at him in question. What happens when someone uses only one part of their quirk and not the other? It will naturally atrophy. Why? Yaoyorozu said immediately. Because Todoroki is shivering and looks pale. He pointed at the boy in the arena. They all saw what Izuku was pointing at and it was very evident to everyone. "That's concerning," Yaoyorozu said and everyone nodded their agreement. The next match was Kaken against Kirishima. It was very one-sided with Kirishima turtling up and bracing against the onslaught of attacks Kaken sent out. It was only a matter of time until Kirishima couldn't hold on any longer and was knocked out by the strain of holding his quirk. The match with Mina against Shiozaki was similar to the last one, but instead of the attacker gaining ground, it was Shiozaki's vines slowly encroaching on Mina. She frantically tried to throw more acid, but more and more vines crawled at her until she didn't notice she stepped out of the ring. She was frustrated as she left the arena but was somewhat happy to have made it so far. Izuku made his way down the tunnels and was almost there when he smelled something weird. A large man with a fire beard and a weird outfit was walking down the tunnel. Izuku saw the costume and immediately recognized him to be a hero. The hero stopped and waited for Izuku to stop, but Izuku didn't know who he was and walked around him. "It's disrespectful to ignore your elder." Endeavor growled out. Izuku turned around and tilted his head in confusion. "But you're not my elder? I don't think I have any." He thought about it, and maybe he could consider Nizu as an elder, but he was too scared of Izuku. Endeavor stared at the boy in growing confusion. "You are Izuku Kayama, yet you do not have any resemblance to Midnight." "Oh?" Nem? I just asked her for her family name since I didn't like mine anymore and she was happy to let me have it. No, my mother is in jail. Endeavor furrowed his brow in more confusion. Well, I gotta go. See ya later, Flamebeard. Izuku turned around and walked down the tunnel again. Izuku practically skipped to the arena and met eyes with Todoroki across the concrete. You're still shivering, that's bad. Izuku pointed out. I will beat you with my ice only, Todoroki growled and sent out a smaller glacier at Izuku. He jumped over it and landed closer to him but didn't move anymore, he frowned. That was slow and smaller. Izuku absent-mindedly took a chunk of ice and began to chew on it. It crunched in his mouth easily. Shut up and fight. Todoroki sent another wave of ice but Izuku moved around it casually. Stop playing around. Izuku let out a huff and cracked the concrete under his feet as he leapt at Todoroki with full force. His eyes widened as he had no time to do anything. Izuku grabbed Todoroki by the shirt and threw him violently to the center of the arena. Todoroki landed and bounced against the ice he created. Izuku looked down at his arm and saw some ice covering it from where Todoroki tried to use his quirk on him. Izuku took the ice off his arm and began to munch on it. Todoroki got up shakily and glared at Izuku, who chewed on the ice. Izuku looked at Todoroki and then Nem for guidance at the weak opposition. She gave a helpless shrug and Izuku made a face of frustration. You should just give up, you won't win like this. Maybe if I was fighting you in the first match, but not how you are now. Izuku shook his head and stood in the way of the wave of ice to prove a point. It covered his legs up to his knees and stopped. Todoroki tried to send more out, but it was slow to crawl up Izuku's leg. He backhanded the ice around his legs and it shattered and Izuku walked out. Izuku frowned even more as Todoroki shivered even more and ice built on his body. You can use fire for part of your quirk, don't you? Why not use it? Izuku asked as the crowd was beginning to get bored at the match. You wouldn't understand. He shouted back. Izuku threw his hands up and shouted back. No, I don't. He bolted forward and picked up Todoroki with a bony whip from his hand. You're going to hurt yourself if we keep going. Ice crawled on the whip around his waist and gently set him outside the ring. Todoroki went limp in Izuku's grasp and he looked worriedly at Todoroki. He helped the cold boy to the nurse's station he never needed until now. The cheers from the crowd were very scattered as they left the ice to be cleaned up. Once they were in the tunnels, Izuku asked, Are you not allowed to use the other part of your quirk? I wanted to prove to my father that I don't need his fire to be a hero. I failed. He said softly and still shivering. Izuku frowned. His fire? What do you mean? My father created me to surpass all might. He admitted and moved to a bench in the tunnels. He sat down and Izuku sat next to him. You probably will, everyone will in time. I mean, he is old, isn't he? But that still doesn't explain why you won't use your fire. Todoroki gave a minuscule grin at that but frowned at the question. My father trained me for years, but he is not a good man. I wanted to be a hero using only my ice as if that will separate me from him. Who is he? Endeavor, the number 2 hero under All Might. Izuku nodded and then shook his head. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Maybe you should talk to someone in your family? A mother or siblings if you have them? Or you can talk to Nem. She's offered to talk about my feeling about my mother. Maybe that can help? But I think you should use your quirk to its fullest because it's yours and no one else's. Izuku nodded with determination at his words. Todoroki stared at him and let the words sink in. He stared at his pale hands and then at a gentle flame that appeared at his palm. Slowly the flame grew to cover his hand and he turned to see Izuku beaming at Todoroki. He smiled back at his classmate's behavior. I will think more about what you have said. Thank you, Izuku. Todoroki said, standing up. Anytime. I'm happy to help. Izuku stood with a smile. You should still go to the nurse's station. I get it if you don't want to. I don't like her much either. Todoroki gave him a befuddled look and huffed a small laugh. He walked off and Izuku stood there until he heard an explosion. He began to run down the tunnel to see if he could catch the match with Kaken and Vine Girl. Izuku caught the end of the match between Kaken and Shiozaki. The first thing he sees is Kaken in the air and then a large explosion shot at Shiozaki, who was in a cocoon of vines. They stood no chance as he burned through all of them and was able to get a hold of Shiozaki by the head. She surrendered quickly after that, and then Kaken gently extracted his hand from her hair. The crowd cheered at the display and then cheered even more when Kaken offered his hand to the girl. She took it gratefully, and they walked off the arena. They called a 20-minute break for Kaken to rest after his match. Izuku wasn't bothered by waiting and walked out to the arena to the surprise of everyone. He found a nice patch of grass and laid down for a 20-minute nap. He was unsatisfied with his sleeping arrangements and dug up some dirt to pile it up as a pillow. He set the patch of grass over it and then began to drift off in his nap. Everyone who was watching the UA Sports Festival just witnessed Izuku Kiyama, one of the oddest students, lying down in front of everyone and going to sleep without a care in the world. Shinso was shaking his head at the shamelessness of his friend while admiring it just a bit. Mina giggled and internally squealed at the precious sight of Izuku sleeping. "You sure he isn't related to you? He apparently can sleep anywhere at the drop of a hat." Present Mike laughed softly in the commentator's box. "Shut up, Hizashi," Aizawa said from the ground as he tried to do the same as the feral child. Nem couldn't contain her giggle as she watched Izuku roll onto his back and snore loudly. "He's so adorable. He's a very contrasting person. One minute he is an apex predator, and the next he is taking a cat nap in front of millions. But I do have to agree that he looks quite adorable," Cementos said from his perch. The crowd murmured as Izuku slept for a bit longer. They all had their minds on the very odd boy in the field. When it was getting close to starting up again, Nem went over to his sleeping form and tickled his nose with her whip. Izuku batted it away and snored loudly as he turned over. Nem sighed with a smile to the heavens. She crouched down next to him and tapped his shoulder. Izuku sniffed. "Nem, your nap is over, time to get up." She smiled. "Right?" Izuku sat up and yawned, exposing too many teeth. He stretched and bones cracked. With a sigh of relief, he stood up and looked around. He smiled at Nem and followed her to the ring. Izuku sat on his side and leaned left to right in anticipation. The finals are to begin. Find your seats and get ready to see the fight of the year. Present Mike shouted through the speakers. He got a glare from Izuku for being too loud. A few minutes later, Nem called Kaken into the ring. He showed up and immediately stared at the patch of ground that was dug up by Izuku. He raises an eyebrow at his old friend and he got a grin in return. Tendrils pushed Izuku off the ground and he hopped from foot to foot with an eager smile. "You ready?" Kaken asked with his palms sparking. Izuku nodded and stilled. He crouched down and prepared for what Kaken would throw at him. He had some ideas he could use against him, but for now, he wanted to see how well he fought in person. "Start!" Nem shouted and backed away. The two didn't move right away and stared at each other with similar feral grins. Izuku's was more genuine. Kaken couldn't wait any longer and blasted forward as Izuku stood his ground. He dodged the series of explosions aimed at him with ease. He was getting burned slightly from close calls, but he could heal that with little energy. Kaken tried to trick him by blasting his front and instead, a smoke screen popped out of his hand. Izuku didn't take the bait and grabbed Kaken's leg while he tried to move over Izuku to get at his back. Izuku threw Kaken by the leg back to the center of the arena. Kaken reoriented himself in the air and landed. The cheers of the crowd were almost deafening. Kaken took in a breath and stared at Izuku across the ring. He smiled and then Kaken rushed back. Izuku did the same and met the large explosion head-on. Kaken worried when he heard bones crack and flesh tear. He didn't want to truly hurt Izuku. But his worries were for nothing. Emerging from the smoke was Izuku. He was different from his usual form. He still had his 4 eyes, but instead, his mouth was covered by a bone plate like a knight. It reached up to his nose and covered his chin from both sides. Like the plates came from his jawline and met in the middle. The exposed skin was now covered in rough scales. His arms were the same except for the keratin shields on his forearms that could cover his chest put together. His hands were still the same claws but blunted to avoid seriously injuring Kaken. His legs were also scaled and larger for more speed and 4 tendrils extended from his back. They moved lazily around in the air, ready to snap at their targets. The crowd hollered in excitement at seeing the display, and Izuku chucked in excitement. The layered voices were muffled by the protective shield on his face. Kaken stared at all of Izuku and immediately thought, his quirk is so bullshit. Izuku was the first to make a move and charged forward. His claws dug out furrows into the ring as he ran on all fours. Kaken blasted upwards to avoid his charge but was too slow as one of the tendrils grabbed onto his waist and yanked him down. He blasted the tendril and he was released. He slammed into the ground and skipped twice before he righted himself. Izuku was already on him and Kaken sent out a flashbang at point-blank range. Izuku roared in pain but composed himself quickly as his eyes were replaced instead of healed for speed. As Kaken got some distance, Izuku changed his body and a bone dome covered his eyes. Minuscule heat pits opened around his body and he used them for his eyes. Now, Izuku's face was completely covered with bone. Kaken rushed at him and Izuku blocked the blast with his shield. He was batted back with a quick swipe of the other arm and Izuku rushed at him again. Kaken was thrown around but he didn't give up. The scales were charred and healed multiple times and his tendrils were blasted off a few times. Kaken backed away after an exchange and stood taking in breaths. He smiled at Izuku and rose into the sky. Once high enough, he began to spin and create a vortex of heat aimed right at Izuku. For his part, the dome pulled back and he stared at the Kaken rocketing at him. His feral grin was hidden by the bone plates. Izuku's tendrils slammed into the ground behind him and grew thicker to anchor himself. He slammed his keratin shields together and they grew to cover his body. They dug into the ground and Izuku's dome slammed closed and he prepared to take the explosion head-on. The crowd watched in bated silence as Kaken's fireball impacted again the shield. Smoke covered the area for a moment and then Kaken was visible with his palm against the now blackened shield. It was cracking apart and then it opened to show Izuku smiling. Kaken's face was enveloped by his large hand and tendrils took hold of Kaken's hands. He hung there and struggled but Izuku had won. I forfeit. Kaken cursed loudly. Stop saying bad words. A dozen voices from one mouth shouted at Kaken just before the cheers exploded. Izuku Kayama is the winner of the first year's sports festival. Nem shouted into the microphone. Izuku set his friend down and his body shifted back to normal. Scales were sucked in and bone plates followed. The blackened keratin was absorbed with no issue and Izuku put the burnt material to good use. Kaken stumbled a bit and Izuku steadied him. You could have won faster if you were fighting as you did against the Nomu, Kaken grumbled. Of course I could have. But I didn't want to end you. Izuku smiled lopsidedly. Kaken gave out a grunt of laughter. I suppose that's good then. They made their way off the stage and Izuku helped Kaken to the nurse's station. Once he was there, Izuku left him with the old lady to find some food. He used up a lot of energy that day. He heard sounds from down the hall and saw Mina rushing down with Shinso, Jiru, and Shoji walking behind her. Congratulations. You won. Mina squealed and jumped for joy. You looked so cool too. Like a tank but you were so quick too. You did look badass. Jiru agreed. Thanks. I'm kinda hungry, let's go find some food. Izuku beamed at his friends and made to leave. Mina skidded as she tried to stop Izuku. Hold on. You still need to do the award ceremony. Award ceremony? Izuku said slowly as if he was tasting the words. Of course. He nodded along. You have no idea what that is, do you? Shinso asked. No, not a clue. Izuku shook his head. Mina giggled and jumped on his back. He didn't move an inch. Let's go. You'll see. Izuku beamed up at Mina on his back and began to walk where they directed. Kaken caught up to them and waited as everything was set up. Todoroki and Shiozaki approached them and stood near them. Todoroki gave Izuku a faint smile and a nod. Izuku beamed in response. Shiozaki observed Izuku as they waited. Izuku caught her staring and waved in greeting. She smiled and nodded. Nem approached them and directed them to where to stand. Izuku followed instructions and stared out at everyone in the stands. What's the point of this? Izuku asked Kaken next to him. Shiozaki gave him an odd look but Kaken responded. It's to show the top places for people to take pictures or sheet like that. He was bopped on the head. Stop it, Izuku commanded. F you. Kaken grabbed the tendril and pulled. The tendril was detached and Kaken stumbled. He stared at the wriggling tendril with disgust and threw it away. Hey! Izuku grabbed it before it was thrown into the grass. I'm going to tell Auntie Suki that you are saying bad words. He threatened. Just as Kaken was going to say something, Nem began the ceremony. The top 3 of the tournament, and to hand out the medals. None other than All Might. The crowd cheered even louder as All Might landed with a thud. I am here. He began with 3rd place and handed bronze medals to each one of them. After some words of encouragement, he moved on to Kaken. He places a silver medal on his neck and patted his shoulder. Then it was Izuku's turn. What's the point of that? All Might chuckled and placed a gold medal around his neck. They're trophies. Izuku's eyes shone at the word and clutched his newest trophy in his hands. He has now understood the reason for the ceremony, for trophies. This goes next to the deer skull from 2 weeks ago. Shizuki furrowed her brow but relaxed when she explained it to herself as he was a traditional hunter. You did incredibly well. Your skills to adapt to any opponent is a valuable asset to have. Do your best to work on that and keep that smile as best you can. All Might gave him a brief hug and Izuku returned it and a smile. The ceremony ended and Izuku strolled down the tunnels with his group of friends. He was very happy as he played with his newest trophy. They chatted about where to go to eat when they came across someone in the middle of the tunnel in front of them. A woman a bit shorter than Izuku with white hair and tan skin trembled slightly and tried to make eye contact with Izuku. Hello. Izuku greeted. You a hero? Izuku was sure she was one since she was dressed oddly. That's Mirko. Mina squealed but it died down when the hero was acting odd. Hello Mirko. Nice to meet you, are you okay? Izuku asked and stepped forward. Mirko stepped back and her face reddened both in embarrassment and anger. She gritted her teeth and tried to stand her ground. She couldn't contain herself and she leapt back in a crouched position. What the hell? She yelled. Don't say bad words. Izuku admonished the hero and caught sight of the rabbit's ears flat against her head. Oh, you have an animal quirk. I mean you no harm. He beamed. Mirko's eyes snapped onto his and she gave a feral grin. Like some pipsqueak can harm me? Her eyes were filled with fire. Of course I can harm you. Izuku tilted his head in confusion at the odd. Woman. And what's a pipsqueak? Izuku turned to Shinso but he was staring at Izuku like he was insane. What? Oh, I like you, I'll be watching you. Mirko laughed and backed away. Okay, be Mirko. Izuku waved. She was a weird bunny lady. He said more to himself. Mirko, the number 5 hero, was affected by your weird thing just like anyone else, Jiru said in a daze. She was number 5? Huh, I already met number 1. Now to meet the rest of the top 10. Izuku made a goal on the spot and began to walk ahead. The others looked at each other and Shinso shook his head in exasperation. When they got out of the stadium and its tunnels, they got changed and meet up again to get something to eat. Before they left, Izuku remembered something. Oh right, Mina. Izuku turned to the pink girl next to him. Hold on. Shinso stopped him and pulled Jiru and Shoji away. Go ahead. Izuku furrowed his brow in confusion but shrugged and turned to Mina's confused look. I want to take you out on a date to make you my girlfriend, Izuku said bluntly. Mina stopped to process what he asked of her and then her face bloomed in heat. You are asking me out? Jiru, Shoji, and Shinso heard clearly. Izuku nodded with a smile. Yep. Wait. Do you know what it means to have a girlfriend? Mina's face was completely purple but had to ask. Izuku tilted his head and answered. Yeah, it means we become romantic partners with the end goal to get married and having a family in the future. Married? Mina blushed even harder. That was healthy. Way in the future. Izuku waved slowly. Mina stopped to calm herself and breathe. What do you think romantic partners do together? Izuku shrugged. Nem taught me to do whatever we are both comfortable with. Mina began to get excited but held herself together. And what would we do on our date? I was thinking of going to an arcade like you said you liked. Then go eat at a nice place, Kaken told me that one. And then we could do something else, Maybe choose when we are there? Izuku nodded at his decision. What would you be comfortable with me doing? Mina began to get close and then grabbed his hand. She looked at him to see his reaction and he smiled warmly at her. She got closer and hugged him. He hugged back. She got close to his face and then backed off. Too much. I'll go on a date with you. And then she grabbed Jairu on the way and ran off with her. Izuku watched her go with Jairu stumbling along. Was that normal? Shinso shrugged and Shoji did the same. Don't ask us, we're maidenless, Shinso said. Well, I'm still hungry. Where should we go to eat? Izuku's stomach grumbled and he looked around for some food. The other two shook their head at Izuku's ability to switch focus so easily. Shinso led them to a small diner. The owners were happy to have some of the participants in the sports festival and sat them down immediately. Izuku ordered a large burger that was on the menu specifically for big eaters. So, you asked Mina out then? Shinso asked when they ordered their food. I told you I was going to do it. He tilted his head in confusion. You are attracted to her? Shoji asked just as bluntly at Izuku. He had learned it was the easiest way to talk with him. Izuku nodded. I think she is very pretty and I like her unique appearance. She is very fun to be around and I didn't like it when she called me scared. I want to change that. Called you? When? Shinso asked confused. The night after the USJ. She had a nightmare and called me to calm down. Boyfriends protect their girlfriends, I want to do that too. If you are sure, Shoji said with a shrug. Do you have clothes for a nice dinner? Izuku nodded. Nem took me shopping for a lot of clothes. Too many I think. The food came and Izuku salivated at the smell of his 2-pound burger. The owners were overjoyed at seeing Izuku devour his meal and ask for another. Mina stopped a few blocks away from Yue with Jairu glaring at her for almost dragging her along and smirking at being asked out on a date. How much did you hear? Mina asked weakly. I tried not to listen but after you shouted, I couldn't help myself. So, you've got a date with a feral boy. She teased and poked Mina with her earlobes. She batted them away and covered her face. I know. I was starting to get a crush on him but he jumped the gun on me. Not that I mind. She smiled to herself. You think he really understands what he is asking for? Jairu asked. Mina thought about it and nodded slowly. I think so. He isn't stupid, he would have asked questions of others about dating. He even mentioned it by bringing up Midnight and Bakugo. And him wanting to get married? She smiled. Mina blushed at the mere thought. He said way in the future. She stuttered out. But you're not opposed? Jairu teased. I'm way too young to have a husband. She shrieked. Jairu burst out laughing as others on the street heard her and Mina blushed in embarrassment. Izuku woke before the sun was visible in the sky. He sat up and felt a pain in.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.